Unbelievable. This clock is late.
And do you mind?
Yes, please.
Thank you everyone for being here and participating in the process. Remember that if you see people sitting here and have to get up and leave, remember that people are in different committees at the same time, and they also sometimes need to use the restroom. So thank you for participating. It's not for lack of interest. It's just out of necessity. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And I was negligent in not inviting comments. Senator Lopes. And with that, Commissioner Dykes, welcome.
The hot seat.
Take your time.
All right. Good morning. Katie Dykes from the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. Pleased to be here before the committee this morning, including with several members of my team here at DEEP. You have a packed agenda, and we submitted testimony on a number of the bills that are before you today. I think in the interest of time, I'm not sure if it would, well, we could summarize. There are about 11 of your bills that we submitted written testimony on. I would say we are, I could summarize all of this, or maybe in the interest of time.
You're summarizing fine. Oh, and if there's any
specific
the strongest ones you want to hit on, you don't have to be comprehensive. We know your written testimony is there.
We have some concerns with the Senate Bill 452, which is now concerning the release of lighter than air balloons. We appreciate the desire to reduce risks to wildlife, but we do have some concerns with respect to the enforcement of this legislation. With respect to House Bill 5520, an act concerning fish passage, we provided testimony that is supportive with some modifications. We strongly support the intent of this bill to provide safe and timely and effective fish passage, but we do, there's some of the details in here that we had some questions about in terms of implementation, and we'd be glad to work with the committee and also understand more with respect to the intent here in terms of modifying the existing framework. With respect to House Bill 5521, which is now concerning sterile cultivars, the department does have significant concerns with respect to this proposal with respect to sterile cultivars. I think, we understand the intention here, but we are pretty cautious about whether these sterile cultivars, we can have total certainty that they would not be able to reproduce. With respect to the Senate House Bill 5522, which is now concerning the sewage right to know, this is something that, I applaud the leadership from the committee on, pressing for these reforms and improvements to the sewage right to know process and mechanisms over successive years. And the department is working hard on developing and maintaining the sewage right to know electronic reporting platform. We provided in our written testimony some updates on the progress of that implementation. There are some specific features that are called for in this bill with respect to real-time reporting that we are working towards, but we do recognize that there are some additional funds that would be necessary to fully implement the vision here. So that's something that we would need to talk with the committee about. With respect to, sorry. Next one is Senate Bill 455, which is now concerning jurisdiction over farming occurring on state lands. DEEP opposes this bill because it would reduce our ability to effectively manage lands for wildlife habitat. And we think it would undermine some successful collaborations that we have with farmers on some of our lands, and it would also pose a risk of losing some significant federal funds. So those are some of the the unfortunate consequences that we think would occur if this bill were to move forward. Senate Bill 456 is an act concerning a grant program for wildlife rehabilitation facilities in the state. We really appreciate the work of the wildlife rehabilitation volunteers in the state, but we oppose this bill because it would require, wildlife rehabilitators already have the ability to receive donations them directly, and this was a circumstance where it would require, if DEEP were to become an intermediary of administering a grant program, it would require resources for our department to be able to implement and administer that grant program, and it's not clear that there would be a benefit to do so, if there's not a funding source that's identified. With respect to House Bill 5523, that's an act concerning tribal co-management of wildlife and fisheries. We very much support the intent, and it's been a priority for DEEP to, perpetually work on enhancing our cooperation with members of Native American tribes to ensure sustainable management of fish and wildlife resources, and we're committed to continue to do so. However, we do have some concerns about the bill as drafted. There's, which we're happy to get into in the Q&A. We've outlined in our testimony. One example is that it could have a fiscal impact that could undermine our ability to manage our fisheries and our wildlife resources. With respect to House Bill 5524, that's an act concerning the state's materials management system, and DEEP is supportive of this bill, but we would request to clarify the intent of some of the terms that are and definitions that are in the provision with respect to the expansion, their potential impacts to expand the eligible use of sustainable materials management account funds. So we're happy to work with the committee to provide for any of those clarifications with respect to that bill. And then House Bill 5525 is an act concerning a rapid response program for certain aquatic invasive species. We support the efforts to address the threats of aquatic invasive species, but we have concerns about the resource intensive nature of proposals and potential conflicts with existing regulatory and statutory requirements in this bill. House Bill 5526 is an act concerning reciprocity for certain inland waters fishing licenses, and we oppose this bill because we believe options for inland sport fish reciprocity already exist in statute. And then last, nope, but not least,
The bottle
is
bill.
Senate Bill, yes, 457, an act concerning the state's bottle bill. This has been a very active dialogue, of course, with the committee already in this session. We support the intent of this bill to provide for additional strategies to address compliance challenges identified in the current redemption container law. We do have some concerns with some of the language as proposed. It's a lengthy bill, so we're happy to provide, detail that in Q&A, but we did highlight some of those areas in our written testimony. And with that, happy to take any questions.
Well done, Commissioner. Thank you for the
Thank
brief overview of the 11 bills you had feedback on. We know there's a lot here, so we appreciate it. I'll get started with just a couple questions. I'm sure you'll have a lot from committee members. A question about the sterile cultivars bill.
Yep.
Just curious in the language, this provides the commissioner of DEEP in consultation with director of Ag Station to determine if a cultivar is incapable of reproducing or spreading. So just trying to understand your feedback. If the agency is in a position to make a determination, does that not clarify any concerns about it?
Yes, thank you. So a sterile cultivar is a
And
plant.
this is Mason Trumbull. He's our deputy commissioner.
Heard of him?
Thank you, Katie. Yes, hello. Mason Trumbull, Deputy Commissioner at DEEP. So a sterile cultivar is a plant that can't reproduce. And that being said, we do have some concerns, and Dr. Davis will provide a little additional context on that.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Trumbull. Good morning, everybody. Justin Davis, I'm the Bureau Chief for Natural Resources at DEEP. So our agency's concerns about this bill have to do with the fact that there are a lot of examples in the past of purportedly sterile cultivars of plants becoming not sterile once they get out there into the environment for a variety of reasons. There's plenty of examples of this. And so in short, we just don't think the risk is worth it. We have a tremendous problem with invasive plants across the state. Yukon recently did a study using remote sensing data and determined that 53% of the plants in the understory of our forests in the state are non-native invasive plants. So we've got non-native invasive plants spread widely across the landscape, causing all kinds of trouble for our native plants and animals, threatening biodiversity, threatening ecological function of our forest. So essentially, we're just not confident that any plant that's purported to be sterile is truly sterile. It's most likely just a low fertility cultivar. And because of all the past examples of these plants causing all sorts of trouble when they get out into the environment and becoming widespread, we just don't feel like we can support this proposal.
I appreciate that. I may be wrong here. Thought I was under the impression that maybe the technology, the bioengineering has improved on these, and that we're in a place now where it's common practice to be able to have scientific entities proclaim sterility and then move forward. Are other states doing this? Am I overstating the development of the science here?
Yeah, thank you for that follow-up. And I will admit, being a fish biologist by trade, I am not an expert in plants whatsoever, so I'm relying here a bit on the expertise of our botanists on staff who feel confident that there really is no guarantee that any of these plants that are marketed as sterile will remain as such when they get out into the environment. I am aware, I think some other states have programs where they're allowing sale of these sterile cultivars, but here in Connecticut, we're just not feeling confident that these plants will absolutely remain sterile.
I appreciate that. Anyone else listening in, when you come, if and when you testify, feel free to speak to that as well, your understanding about other states. And my other question, I'll come back later. Who's up next? Representative Bumgarner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's great to see your amazing team, Commissioner Dykes. I would note this may be our last time communicating for the year in a public hearing. And if that's the case, really appreciate your continued professionalism and communication. And again, your wonderful team. We'll start with HB 5523 with respect to tribal hunting and fishing. Again, really appreciate your engagement on this issue, and in particular, Deputy Commissioner Trumbull, for your continued communication. I would note, since this concept was proposed last year, there has been a lot of offline engagement between your agency and our state-recognized tribes in Connecticut, and that is something we historically have not seen in the state, and that is to be commended, celebrated, and we ought to continue that dialogue. So thank you for that. And so if you could speak to some of the just some of the ideas you have, or just general comments. I know you had mentioned you'd be willing to share some of those thoughts.
Okay.
Yes, good morning, Representative. Thank you for those questions, and thank you for the recognition. We do support working with our tribes here in the state of Connecticut. We have done so, and a recent example of that would be input that the tribal members gave us on our wildlife action plan, which was very much appreciated. And we'd like to continue that collaboration with tribal members here in the state. We did express a couple of concerns related to the bill. One was the impact to revenue. So we do not have an estimate of how much of a revenue impact this would be, because we don't know exactly how many tribal members this bill would impact. So we don't have a hard and fast number or estimate, but we have had a recent reduction in our hatchery budget. And so that our fisheries budget in general, we are running that budget very efficiently, very tight. And so just recognize that any further reduction in revenue that could result from issuing free hunting and fishing licenses could have an impact either on staffing or hatchery production. We also match, we actually use our state dollars, our hunting and fishing revenue license dollars, to match a federal dollar. So there's an added benefit there. It's usually a 1-part state, 3-part federal match. So there's an added benefit of that federal match there. The other concern we had, and we'd like to hear more information from the tribes and continue the dialogue here, is related to co-management agreements. So generally speaking, a commission or a co-management agreement would cede regulatory authority. That's something that we're not quite comfortable with. However, we are interested in working with tribal members to figure out what the objectives of a co-management agreement might be, and see if there are ways we could achieve those objectives, perhaps through like an advisory council or things of that nature. So the final thing in the bill is just the bill requires us to provide access to our hunter safety education program, which we're more than, and our fisheries education program. We're more than happy to do that. We'd love to work with tribal members to make sure those resources are currently free for here in the state. And we'd like to make sure those tribal members have the ability to access those, and we'd love to work with them on that.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioners. And now we'll change gears. I know it's a barnstormer of a hearing, so I'll keep my comments brief. We'll turn to HB 5524 with respect to managing our materials management system, becoming more sustainable with how we manage our food waste, ensuring that we are not putting more and more and more plastics in our waste stream. This is a dollars and cents issues as well. So many of our municipalities are impacted by rising tip fees and the cost of hauling out of state. When we can responsibly manage food waste, which accounts for at least 30% of our waste stream, and most importantly, reducing methane emissions as well, turning that food waste into compost. It's just a win-win for everybody. And so I do want to also recognize Deputy Commissioner Semino, who has long worked on these issues. Really appreciated the updates with respect to the waste characterization study your agency is undertaking, and very much look forward to seeing that study next year. And so with that, my question is very broad. If you can speak to some of the technical maybe suggestions that you may have come up with. I know it's still a work in progress. I know there are some questions about the definition of an entity with respect to Section 1. So have at it, Deputy Commissioner.
Hi, and thank you so much, Representative Baumgartner and the whole committee for your continued interest in this topic. It is, as you said well, a critical issue for municipalities and the states as a whole. I'm Emma Semino. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of Environmental Quality at DEEP. Yeah, so we have, we look forward to continuing to work on this bill. I think we support many of the concepts the bill includes and just want to continue to sort of refine elements of it. So regarding Section 1, we support expansion of the commercial organics recycling law. I think that's where the definition of entity comes in. We really want to be thoughtful about who we're expanding it to, and over what sort of time frame, so that we can ensure, compliance. We are with the current commercial organics recycling law. We are really in a compliance assistance mode. We're working with grocery stores in particular right now to make sure they're aware of the requirements and to address any challenges they may be experiencing or questions they may have in complying. And so I think that's likely the posture we would take as if and when we expand the applicability, and we just want to be really sure we know what that means. Section 2 prohibits the use of polystyrene in food service establishments. Again, I think we agree that plastic in the waste stream is a problem, both in terms of quantity and just, in terms of, difficulty to kind of, there's no real end use, right? It's pretty much landfilled. And again, just want to make sure that this policy takes into account the feasibility and the needs of these establishments. Section 3 is similar, restricts the provision of single-use food service items except upon request. Same, I think this has been proposed before. And, again, in favor of reducing the amount of plastic in the waste stream. And then Section 4 seeks to further, well, Section 4 and 5 really seeks to further prioritize, sort of the reduction of organic waste in the waste stream, which we know is a really heavy kind of element of the waste stream and can really drive tonnage increases in costs. And so, we're certainly in favor of continued efforts to reduce the share of organic matter in the waste stream, and in particular, as Section 5 contemplates, the highest and best use of food waste, if it's edible, is to make sure we're providing it we're treating it as edible and looking to food donation as the first effort in terms of diversion. And so again, in favor and share your interest in these policies, and would be happy to continue talking about how to best effectuate them through statute.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner, and look forward to the continued conversations. Always great seeing you, Dr. Davis. Appreciated some of the information you shared with us regarding invasives. I would note had a great conversation with our good chair about Japanese barberry, for example, which due to the great work of this committee over the last few years, we actually banned this species from the sale and cultivation within our state. And actually, that species is a tick magnet. And obviously, that's a huge issue in our state. But again, this is a new frontier with bioengineering and this is just a great committee to talk about all these really interesting issues. And so really appreciate all of the guidance you provide us, and Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the indulgence.
Thank you, Andre. We'll go to Rep Callahan, and then we'll go to Rep Anderson online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate you bringing the team in. I know we have an open line of communication with all of you, so I'll keep my comments brief because there's a lot of people waiting to testify. On HB 5525, which is the rapid response for aquatic invasives, you stated, I know, Commissioner, you went through things rather quickly, but you stated your concerns. Can you just expand on that a little bit?
Sure. Yep. Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, hello. So thank you, Representative Callahan. We first of all admit that Hydrilla is an issue here in Connecticut. It impacts our ecosystems. It also impacts our recreational users, boaters, anglers, et cetera. So recognize this is an important issue. One of the issues related to the bill is that Hydrilla spreads very rapidly. So the first year that Hydrilla is found in a water body is the most important year to enact some sort of treatment to that because it compounds so quickly and spreads so rapidly. So we've been working with the Connecticut Federation of Lakes, along with the environmental quality team, the permitting team, to develop a system of recognizing, especially in the first year when Hydrilla is identified, to be able, and knowing how important it is to do treatment that same growing season, to be able to approve a permit in most cases, not all cases, but in most cases within a matter of weeks in order to make sure that treatment happens during the same growing season. So I think that's one of the immediate concerns that this bill is trying to address, and I think we've got a process in place. I think the benefit in this bill related to the task force is helpful. I think it's important we collaborate, obviously, with the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station. And I think that task force some of the things in the bill could be improved by having the task force address them. So I think I hope, addressed the most immediate concern here, and then the task force should provide a way for some further study and collaboration to occur.
But in general, our comments on this are in the spirit of support, but, and I think we're directionally aligned with the efforts here. And I think it's a question of resources, and there's some certain details in terms of addressing, conflicts with some of our pesticide requirements with respect to the provision, authorizing the ag experiment station to conduct the herbicide treatments. These are sort of details which we appreciate that open line of communication. So we'd be happy to work with you and with the committee on ways to mitigate or address some of those issues that we identified.
Okay, thank you. And further comment, Representative Piscopo and I have met with some of the vendors that do harvesting. And I know there's dicot treatments that are very effective, but in certain circumstances, I've also met with the ag station regarding this. Harvesting, it can be used in certain areas. And I didn't know if DEEP was, I don't want to put you on the spot right now, but is that something that DEEP is considered?
Yes, we've considered it, and we're not absolutely close to it. However, what we found is in most situations, it actually allows the fragments of the plants to spread. And so we've seen examples here in the state of where it's actually made the problem worse. So we recognize that there may be some limited circumstances in which it's appropriate, but I think generally speaking, we're hesitant to pursue harvesting overall.
Understood, but boat propellers do a lot of fragmenting too. So it's just to limit some of the chemicals that end up flowing into Long Island Sound. And one more question, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind. Your concerns again for reciprocity on in the waters for fishing licenses, which is 5526. Can you just talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, sure. So there's two primary concerns we have, and I'll ask Colonel Newman to come up here to share about enforcement. But the first is revenue. So as we mentioned earlier, our fishing revenue budget is very tight right now, and so this would 13% of our license revenue is from out-of-state sales. So this would allow residents of New York, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island to be able to fish in Connecticut waters without buying a license, as long as they have a license in their own state. And while there are some water bodies on the border where we do have reciprocity agreements, we think generally speaking this would result in a loss of revenue, which again could have an impact on an already tight budget. We also have some enforcement concerns. I'll turn over to Colonel Newman to speak to those.
Thank you and good morning, folks.
Morning.
My name is Brian Newman. I am currently the acting colonel for the Division of Environmental Conservation Police. From an enforcement perspective, we have some concerns specific to parity in laws and regulations between the different states. There's different licensing requirements, different creel requirements, different take requirements. While our regulations are posted online and it's ultimately the angler's responsibility to know those regulations in that specific body of water, we do have some of those concerns that kind of come into our state. Additionally, we anticipate some operational concerns and administrative concerns. Officers in the field that make contact with an out-of-state angler. From an operational perspective, basically all of our online systems are proprietary, meaning they don't communicate with one another. So any officer who meets an out-of-state resident from Mass or Rhode Island New York would have to reach out to that state individually and verify that license status.
That makes sense. So I appreciate coming up, and that I can, offline talk to you further about it, but that makes it clear. And just lastly, I think, Commissioner, you said your concerns with the bottle bill was enforcement, right? The bottle bill, which is 457.
Yes, so we, our position on SB 457 is that we're, appreciative of the committee continuing the work on the bottle bill. We're supportive generally of the measures in here. I would say we're particularly enthusiastic about the provision that would require or that would support the formation of a beverage container stewardship organization. We thought that was a really important element included in the broader reforms to the bottle bill that passed several years ago, and it provides for the effectuation of a stewardship organization that would be able to address through diverse membership and that could provide for a more cohesive and unified management of the bottle bill program. That would might be able to address some of the enforcement challenges that we know have been becoming more pronounced with respect to cross-border redemption, as well as providing for ways to increase the redemption rates and ensure that there's adequate provision of redemption access for consumers. So that's one particular element that it ended up not moving forward in implementation originally, and we're glad to see that included here as well. But if there's other particular sections in here, we're happy to speak to those. I don't know, or if Emma, you want to add?
Yeah, I'm happy to. I would say in general, a lot of our comments here are really just looking for clarity on some of the provisions as the agency that's going to implement, many elements of this bill. I think just a little, we're looking for more clarity on some of the definitions used, some of the entities that would be impacted by this. There's a few places where, we're concerned we may not have the expertise to craft the regs on, reverse vending machines, for example. But overall, I think what our comments reflect is just, as the commissioner said, section 1 is, in line with previous recommendations we've made, and we just want to make sure we understand the goal of the rest of the bill as the agency that's going to be tasked with implementing.
Well, thank you. And I just last clarification point. Did you say you're in favor of a stewardship program with the bottle bill?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
think that that's been a positive practice in other states that have increased the redemption value. And so we are glad to see that included here.
All right. Thank you. And thank you for your comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Representative. Representative Anderson online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one question for the commissioner on 5520, the fish passage bill. I don't see the testimony of the commissioner uploaded yet, so I just would like to know what she said. She was supportive. But with modifications, if she could just briefly say the modification she has in mind.
Sure. And I apologize that we don't have that, or that's on its way to the committee. Let's see, let me look through here. I want to speak to that one.
Yeah, I'm happy to take it while the commissioner reviews. But so, you know, we are strongly supportive of safe and effective fish passage. You know, I think my EEC colleagues here can feel free to jump in on that point. I think what we're looking for in this bill, a lot of our feedback is, again, sort of about clarity. DEEP already has many tools, both through our dam safety permitting and our stream flow regulations and other tools like that to require fish passage. We also want to be have a little dialogue around the dams, the impacted dams, with respect to the FERC jurisdiction question, you know, which dams fall under FERC's jurisdiction, which fall under DEEP's, and just make sure that we understand sort of the goals in that space.
Thank you. I'm good for now. I'm looking forward to the written testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Next, we're going to go to Representative Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Morning, Commissioner.
Morning.
Morning, everybody. So I want to talk this morning of the continuing improvement, if we will, continuing tasking of sewage right spill, the right to know. I've been working on this for a couple of years, and we've certainly have made some strides in collecting the data. I'm not really sure if we're at our best or our peak on communicating that same data. And I'd like to hear from you, Commissioner, on what your thoughts on where this bill is right now and where we'd like to see it going forward. Because I think that I'll talk about the Connecticut River, the Housatonic River, and the Sound. Everything empties out into the Sound. And I think that our state and our constituents that play and live and work on that river should know what's coming down the river from upstream and upstate. So I'd like to hear your perspective on that, Bill.
Yeah, so again, I really appreciate the committee's leadership, consistent leadership, and your specific advocacy to ensure that we have the best-in-class IT systems available to make sure that communities are informed about when we have these sewer overflows. Because of that leadership, the department has invested a significant amount of effort in developing and maintaining the sewage right to know electronic reporting platform, and it's been a significant amount of work. At present, the platform includes live maps of all of the combined sewer overflow, sanitary sewer overflow incidents are found on our webpage, the DEEP Performance Dashboard webpage. And we've updated our FAQs and other kind of static information on actions that are being taken to reduce and eliminate sewage discharges from CSOs, to just provide greater context and information. We are working towards being able to provide for real-time reporting. That is a goal. There are a lot of things that we have to work through. For example, ensuring that the information that we're receiving from municipalities is the kind of information that is ready, consumer ready, right? Technical, translating sort of technical reporting into what's suitable for release to the public in a easily understandable, format. There are IT system costs, I think, that we would highlight as we've been working with Everbridge and other platforms to be able to provide for push notifications that would, as opposed to posting on, X or social media. And so I think that those, to the extent that the bill provides for this to be a requirement, that it would codify what is a goal that we're working towards. And so our concern is that, that step of codification without the identification of more resources that we need in order to achieve that goal could be, presents that's where our concerns come up. So we'd be happy to work with you in the committee on, how to address that part as we continue to work towards having real-time reporting be a feature.
I thank you for the update, Commissioner, and I'm just not going to stop until we get this right, because I think that at the end of the day, to take the risk of having people getting sick or ill out of something that they just didn't even know they're not aware. So I think this is very important And we could take this conversation offline, but I'd like to know, so when it comes from Massachusetts into Connecticut, at what point, what jurisdiction do you guys have as the commissioner of deep? And we can take that sideline if you're not prepared to talk about it. That's an important piece.
Yeah, I'm happy to quickly address that, but
Mhm.
always happy to discuss more. We have unfortunately very limited jurisdiction over activities in other states. Massachusetts last year, 2 years ago, implemented um, a pretty robust online reporting sort of mechanism for when CSOs occur in their three sort of CSO communities. And so often when we get questions, we direct folks to that online platform, and it tends to be quite helpful. You can also sign up for notifications from the state of Massachusetts, but in general, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of official jurisdiction. We do work really closely with the EPA, which oversees this issue in Massachusetts, and of course the state of Massachusetts. We stay in close contact.
Thank you very much for that answer. So at the end of the day, so Massachusetts is doing, they will let the state of Connecticut know of their discharge. There's nothing we can do.
Representative, maybe I could weigh in here
Please.
with a little bit more information. My name is Graham Stevens, the Chief of Water Protection and Land Reuse. Make sure I identify myself. So we do work with the EPA as it relates to the permitting of the individual systems in Massachusetts. Now, those are permitted under, federal Clean Water Act law. And, like permits here in Connecticut, when they go to renew a permit, there's an opportunity for public participation. We are often, commenting and participating on those permits to try to push the state of Massachusetts, the EPA, who oversees those municipalities, to do more work as it relates to not just mitigating overflows, but also addressing with greater with additional money putting into the nutrient reduction that we've done in Connecticut. What we've done in Connecticut with legislative support is really astounding to think. This infrastructure is integrated into our cities and towns. It's beneath us. It's tied to our homes, our cities, buildings, our offices, and the upgrade of those systems is incredibly costly. And what we receive from the federal government with respect to our funding for clean water pales in comparison to what this chamber and the governor support as far as upgrading this critical infrastructure, which is also critical to further developing Connecticut. So we do ask and seek Massachusetts and EPA's similar contribution.
But we are relying a lot on our, our commenting role and our regional collaboration and our relationships with the DEP up in Massachusetts. We've had recent meetings with them about this topic, including with their commissioner and the secretary. And so, and certainly as we know, we've heard a lot of outreach from communities here in Connecticut and from legislators in recent months about this topic. We have conveyed that to, our counterparts in Massachusetts as well as at Region 1 of EPA that has that regulatory role. But, and we are constantly, as Graham mentioned, recommending to them that they should be trying to fund more work, infrastructure work in this area at a level that the General Assembly and the governor have been doing through state bonding through the Clean Water Fund for decades here in Connecticut.
Well, thank you very much, Commissioner, and your team. Thank you for the update. And as I said, I want to continue this conversation because I think that at the end of the day, the folks that are out there trying to enjoy the river should know what's coming down the river. So I appreciate your testimony here today in supporting our sewage bill right to know. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks for your leadership on
I'd
this,
say
Rep. Reyes.
This may even be an area where it may be productive to have some direct dialogue between legislators on the equivalent committee of jurisdiction in Massachusetts, to the extent that they may be able, that may be another avenue to look for funding on the Massachusetts side.
If I could, Mr. Chair, so let me just answer that. So Commissioner, I am very friendly with many of the legislators in the House and the Senate, and we've had these conversations all the way from Lowell, Mass, through Springfield, and we are having these conversations in other rooms at the end of the day. So there should be some cross communication and cross partnership because at the end of the day, it all comes out to the sound. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you for that as well, Rep. Reyes. Thank you, team. I think we have, and I'll just note my commitment to working on this as well. It sounds like it's primarily an issue of resources at this point, and so we're going to keep pushing. I think we have two more. We've got Rep. Gresco. Representative.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner, for testifying again. I just have a few questions about 5520, the fish passageway, right? So in 1A, if anybody asked for a fish passageway around a hydroelectric dam, all right? So my understanding is we haven't built a new hydroelectric dam in Connecticut since 1955, which was in Southbury, which is my district. But how many hydroelectric dams do we have in the state? And how many don't have fish passageways?
It's a great question. We have over 4,800 dams in the state of Connecticut. Fun fact, we have more dams per mile of river in Connecticut than any other state in the United States. And that is, a hallmark of our long industrial legacy and, proud history in the state. But it also means that we have a lot of, fish chipping away at fish passage and providing that connectivity for our fish is a tall order. And so, but with respect to your second question was, how many have fish passage?
The question was how many don't have fish
Don't have
passageways?
fish
Yeah, I didn't expect that many.
Representative, I think I might tag team this with Dr. Davis.
Yeah.
So, I think that the new language in this, and that's being proposed for this statute speaks to, non-jurisdictional dams under FERC and that are hydro. And we believe, so we analyzed how many dams fall into that category. 3 dams fall into that category. And the fish passage provided at those 3 dams is not what we would consider adequate if we were looking at a new facility being developed and launched. And so 2 of those dams, there's actually a petition by an NGO to see if FERC would actually exert jurisdiction over those dams. So there's maybe only one potentially on what FERC's decisions would be that would be covered by this bill. And keeping in mind that there is an existing part of the statute, which if you look at the bill was deleted, but actually just moved to a new section 2 that covers a process whereby upstream property owners could seek an order from the commissioner to provision such dams with fish passage. Fish passage on some of these operational dams is challenging. I don't want to encroach on my good friends here's expertise, but certainly something that we encourage anytime a dam safety permit comes in, or if this were FERC jurisdictional, they would be required to get federal licenses, which include a state license through Section 401, where we, in all of those instances where it's feasible and required, we do mandate fish passage as part of that, hydro facility. And one, not to correct you, but we did repower a dam, the Upper Collinsville Dam. That was a historic hydro dam, during the COVID years. A private developer through the town of Canton, and with Deep's involvement, as that was our dam, was repowered for hydro.
There is one more recent than the one in Southbury. Thank you. And just one follow-up, and I think you've already answered it, but then in Section 1D, it talks about if 10 people petition for any dam or artificial obstruction, right, for a fish passage, and I assume that's the other number that you had previously provided, right? Yeah.
Correct. That
1,000,
would
yeah.
that would apply to, you know, the 4,800 plus
4,800.
the artificial obstruction number, which we don't have a number for you on that. But that again is the portion of the statute which was existing, although there were some minor modifications to it when it was added back in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Jensen. Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Davis, so a couple of years back, this committee and the state, working with the reestablishing our relationship with the Invasive Plant Council, we banned the sale of the burning bush. Thank you, Mary. But except for sterile cultivars. So is it your opinion that that was a mistake and we should have just banned it outright based on what you said earlier today?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Representative. I can't comment on the specific decision around burning bush because I'm not, an expert on that plan. I don't know what the ins and outs of that decision were. And also, I will admit that, not being fully up on the current state of the bioengineering science, I would imagine the science has changed over recent decades about how they're producing these sterile cultivars. I think the position of the agency is we're just taking a very precautionary stance about allowing sale of sterile cultivars, given the number of examples in the past when they have become non-sterile, when they've gotten out into the environment.
So who checks the nurseries if the cultivars are sterile? Is it you or is it Ag Station?
Yeah, thank you. That's an excellent question. So I think that is one of the other challenges with this proposal is that enforcement will be tricky. The sterile varieties of these plants may not necessarily be something you can identify just by looking at the plant, by the characteristics of the plant. It would probably require some level of genetic testing. So enforcement obviously is going to be a little tricky around that. So I think that is another challenge here is in, how immediate can enforcement be in terms of like going to an establishment and determining that the cultivars being sold are in fact the sterile variety of the plant.
Thank you. And if we're going to pivot to Senate Bill 457, if memory serves, Commissioner, there was a product stewardship plan that was submitted or was submitted after the deadline. Can we use that as a starting point or where are we on that?
If my memory serves, because we looked at this recently, what year is that? 23? In the bill that passed in 2023 had provisions that set certain timelines for a product stewardship organization to be established as a nonprofit, right? And then submit a stewardship plan to DEEP. The nonprofit portion occurred, but the plan was not submitted by the statutory deadline that was set there, and so that effectively sunsetted the implementation. So I don't believe we received a plan. We did? Oh, there he is. Chris, you want to speak to it? This is Chris Nelson.
Yeah, we know, Chris.
Good morning, Chris Nelson from our Sustainable Materials Management Group, and I've been involved with the BioBill for a long time. So we did get a plan last time. We were working through a draft, making sure there were certain provisions and safeguards in it. The plan was never finalized because, as you noted, Representative, that section of 2158 ultimately was kind of ended or revoked because of some missed deadlines. And so that plan never went forward. But we did work with the stewardship organization that was looking to move forward. We had a draft plan. I think that could be a basis, to start, if we go forward with this again. I think there was a lot of good work done to get to that point.
Thank you. And then my last question, and I'm going to put you on the spot, but I'm not going to ask you whether you're in favor or against, but what would happen in DEEP if we went back to 5 cents as instead of 10 cents? What does that totally upset the apple cart at DEEP, or is it just a number?
Well, DEEP is, we are we are here to execute, the laws. And so we are really, with respect to the bottle bill, what would happen within deep is simply just, it depends on, we would continue to implement the regulatory requirements that are spelled out for deep, but that's really a decision for the General Assembly with respect to, um, I guess the phrasing of your question of what would happen within deep is maybe what I'm tripping on.
Yeah, I think as the commissioner said, it's the will of the legislature how to design this program. I think the one thing we would say is, we'd want to make sure we were thoughtful about that transition to make sure consumers, were taken care of through that period of transition. It's one of the things we've seen with some of the containers that the legislature has included or removed. When that's sudden, you may end up with situations where consumers had paid the 10 cents, but the container may now be only eligible for 5 on redemption, depending on the effective date. So I think that's really where we would want to see, language or implementation that kind of smooth that transition for consumers. But other than that, I think, as the commissioner said, for us, programmatically, not much would change.
And I think as we managed the transition and our responsibilities there, from the 5 to 10, we certainly, some insights from that experience were, really important for us, that it was really important for us to have an open line of communication, to all the entities that are involved in this program. We created the Bottle Bill Advisory Group, so that we could, let people know ahead of time what we thought were the requirements that DEEP would have to implement in order to execute the law, and to make sure that we were, hearing from folks, providing for adequate notice, learning about, any unintended consequences or input that people had. So we would appreciate, if there was a desire to move to 5, just working with the committee on what that timeline would be so that we can ensure we could continue to build on that best practice of giving people enough heads up, so that we could have some input from folks on how to execute our responsibilities in a predictable way.
Thank you for the indulgence, Mr. Chair.
What an indulgence it was, Representative. Thank you for your questions. I wonder if there's any other questions from the committee.
Chairman,
Representative Mashinsky.
thank you. Couple of things. One is on the sterile cultivars. I was on a tour with a biologist at UConn who went to the firehouse at UConn and said, "You see these plants over here? These are all sterile cultivars. They were all fruiting at the bottom, underneath the plant. The seeds were all fruiting, and this is supposedly a sterile cultivar." So you're right. We can get fooled with that, and we'll have to be very, very careful. But I wanted to ask the commissioner if you have any opinion on the climate bill 453.
Yeah, so we did not submit any testimony on this one. I think we are, happy to work with the committee and understand, the intent here. I think that there are some questions that we would have about, the intent or the objective. I think, certainly this could, we have some programs like Reggie, for example, already that place a value on pollution associated with fossil fuel combustion and power plants. And we have a process for reinvesting revenues from that program, for example. So, some questions about the extent to which this would be duplicative of other programs that we have in place. It may be of interest to, those who are working on this proposal to think through what the cost impacts could be to consumers should any of these costs be passed along, for in the fuel prices and so on and so forth. So we'd be glad to work with the committee and try to be a resource if there were questions in terms of any of the implementation or other aspects. But that's sort of the extent of our views on it. We didn't submit written testimony.
Okay, so but we could talk to you about revising the bill.
We're always glad to be a resource if there's
Okay.
questions or technical questions that we can be.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Are there other questions or comments from the committee? Representative Reyes, for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, boy, I have my reservations about the bottle bill. I don't want to do more harm trying to deal with this 10 cents that are with the illegal bottles that are coming across our state line. And I'm just a little concerned that uh, there could be some unintended consequences here on the distributors level. And I just want to make sure that what we're proposing, if it, I'd like to hear your thoughts, but I'd like to know if what we're proposing is going to do more harm than good.
Well, I think this is, I mean, with respect to 457, I mean, our view is that, especially with section 1 and, you know, which signals to me that the General Assembly or the committee, is, interested in advancing and, you know, resuming support and pushing along the development of a beverage container stewardship organization. I've long felt that that was sort of a missing element of the transition to 10 cents, because we know at the time that we were, you know, looking at the Oregon model and considering other jurisdictions that had moved to 10, we were aware that this was an important element to ensure that all of the different entities that are part of providing for an effectively functioning bottle bill program, bottle redemption program, that this is, you know, it seems like this has been a really vital aspect to address some of the issues that now have emerged in the absence of a stewardship organization, such as, you know, regulation of cross-border redemption, right? And I think that we appreciate and share the concerns that I think have motivated legislation to already be enacted this session to address cross-border redemption. I think it's really important, you know, to keep an eye on making sure that as that, you know, those efforts are implemented, that it doesn't reduce the availability of redemption to consumers, right? Who are paying the 10 cents and we need to, you know, so that they have an avenue to get their deposit returned. So again, the stewardship piece is really important, really vital, I think, to provide for that sort of holistic way to address all of those different elements of making the bottle bill successful. So I think that that's my view, is that like if this bill is moving forward and can help bring that element forward, I think that you know, is very important to the continued success of the program at the redemption value that we have in place today.
Thank
And then I think the balance of
Yep.
the bill, there are some different, you know, I think we offer in our written testimony, we highlighted some specific areas where we might have some questions with respect to our authority on certain aspects, or would need to work with the AG's office to better clarify certain aspects. And we'd be glad to work with the committee to get into some of those details.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I vote, I've supported the bottle bill. I'm a steward of a good bottle bill. And I'll speak only for the city of Waterbury where I reside and live. The 10 cents has definitely kept our streets a lot cleaner. There's no question. I'm not even questioning it on a municipal level. I'm just concerned on the folks that are not following the letter of the law and bringing in everything in from Mass, Rhode Island, and New York, which unfortunately for those border cities and towns, they're feeling it, and I I, I fear that uh, that the fines that we're proposing aren't even going to scare them from stopping them from doing it. So I just wonder, are we putting a handicap on the distributors?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would say that, you know, it's a difficult issue. I think the committee has tackled this. You know, we tested, there are provisions that were discussed. This has been discussed at several sessions, and we are appreciative of the committee and the General Assembly really prioritizing tackling that issue this year. And I think that there are, you know, I think it's going to be important to see over, you know, you need a little bit of time to see if some of the measures that have been enacted, we have to get them implemented and see what impact they will have. But back to my earlier comment, I do think that the inclusion of some of these provisions, you know, signals that the General Assembly is continuing to prioritize addressing that issue of cross-border fraud. And that means we need to report back on how the implementation is going of the tools we provided to date. We want to give feedback to the committee on, some of the technical or legal, details that we would need to rectify with respect to some of these provisions that are in this bill. And then ultimately, I think the stewardship organization, anything we could do to help support the creation of a stewardship organization, I think is ultimately also a best practice that could help to address the issue. But we share the concern and appreciate the committee's continued efforts to address the issue.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you very much for your testimony. I said this is not an easy bill, but it's something that we obviously can't overlook. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the second time.
Thank you, Representative. Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for coming in to testify on several bills. So since we're talking about the bottle bill, thank you, Representative Reyes, and we're talking about cross-border redemption, I noticed that the testimony was submitted by the League of Conservation Voters, and stating that, quote, "It's worth noting that beverage companies could dramatically reduce cross-border redemption by using state-specific barcodes. This is standard practice in Europe. It is a choice," unquote. Are you familiar with what is going on in Europe? And would that be appropriate for us here in Connecticut?
Yeah. So, I think that state-specific labeling is something we've had a lot of discussion around. I'll defer to Chris and Emma if you're familiar with Europe. I can't speak specifically to that, but we do know we have been looking carefully at some of the within the United States and particularly the Commerce Clause framework that would apply here. What the extent of the ability of the state would be to mandate state-specific labeling.
Yeah. Yeah, just to add to that, I think this is a space where a stewardship organization could be really effective because it would be they're industry led, and could identify, the bill contemplates among other focuses for the stewardship organization, that exact question. And so I think as the commissioner said, there have been some constitutional challenges with state-specific labeling in other states, which we'd obviously want to avoid. And so I think having industry lead the way and identifying whether that's a viable solution, among many is really the way to go.
Thank you both very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative D'Amico. Representative.
I just have a question on, this is the bottle bill, but, by not bringing it back to 5 cents, I mean, I know right now, there's an over redemption because others are utilizing it, not particularly our state. But the additional cost to the distributors, okay, which we saw in our session, were not really made whole, especially the people with the cans, the bottles somehow won out. But then we also have the policing now of the redemption centers, which somebody is going to have to pay for. The additional costs to find a way to identify the bottles or cans coming from Connecticut that will eventually be absorbed by the consumer through higher pricing. So my question is, with all of this in mind, okay, are we really moving forward or not backward by keeping it at the 10 cents when our neighbors have it at 5?
It's a really good question, Representative, and one that we've, as the department, as with our partners in the legislature, with the rainbow of industry stakeholders who are involved in this sort of ecosystem, we've spent a lot of time talking about this. Other states like Michigan, for example, have done a lot of work and gone a long way to addressing the fraud challenge. It really takes robust enforcement. And that's something that, the bill, the legislature had previously considered, and this bill really tackles. We think it's possible. But, again, I think this is where we default to sort of having industry kind of lead the way through this stewardship organization to helping to identify the tools that are most effective to addressing the fraud challenge.
Okay. But through you, Mr. Chair, I just am looking at the dollars and cents of this, even environmentally too. that are we really going any further? Are we spending more money to police this and to put these things in place than we are seeing in this redemption?
I think, one of the things that I think these several pieces of legislation helps us get is data. And one of the key things we're going to be looking at for that data is, some share of the increased redemption rate, which is now in the low 90%, mid 90s. Some share of that is increased redemption, which represents savings, as you said, through environmental, sort of enhanced environmental protection, sort of stream and improvement. And I think that, this is one of the things we're going to be looking at is what share of that increase is an increase in redemption, that the policy is structured to encourage, and what share of that is really represents this fraud. I think we're hopeful that the share of increased redemption is higher, significantly higher, but that's one of the things we're going to be looking at with the additional tools that the legislature has given us.
And I think Section 2 of this bill requires DEEP to study and determine the efficacy of some of these provisions. So we have, I think to your point, I think it's great that the committee is interested in understanding the efficacy of the program and looking at the dollars and cents. And so I see this provision of the bill as effectuating that intent to make sure that the committee is informed on the continued effectiveness or performance of the program. And I think also the waste characterization study that we're doing will also be another complement to that to help us understand the extent to which we see, in terms of the broader goal of improving recycling rates for the materials that are covered by the bottle bill. I think that will also be another key data source for the committee.
One last question through you, Mr. Chair. With the information that is gathered from this study and the numbers that you get, will that determine whether or not this program goes forward?
Well, you will determine, the General Assembly will determine whether the program goes forward, but we, as the agency, my understanding from the scope of this study is that that will put you in a position to have that information from DEEP to inform those deliberations.
Thank you, Representative Reddington Hughes. I'll wrap us up with a brief comment. A couple weeks ago, we passed an e-cert bill on the bottle bill, which was possible due to a lot of the hard work of the people on the panel today, on this committee, in the room. That bill passed with overwhelming bipartisan support, even found a way to earn support from our ranking member on this committee, the minority leader in our House. We're very grateful for everyone's input on that. And so we know this is an important issue, and I think we've found success when we've moved forward with conversation and trying to find some compromise and agreement. So we appreciate the spirit that the agency brings to that. In this bill, we tried to put a lot of ideas out there and see what sticks. And there'll be a lot of conversation going forward. So appreciate you all taking questions on this. I know there's a lot of even maybe diverging ideas that was in that bill, and there's a lot that we have to keep figuring out going forward. I thank everyone on the committee for the thoughtful engagement. And with that, we release the
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, everybody. Next up on our list is the good minority leader of the House of Representatives, Representative Vincent Candelora. Good morning. Thanks for your patience with us, Representative.
Thank you. Good morning or afternoon now. And I'm not sure if I'm good, but I appreciate the kind words. Chairman Parker, Ranking Member Callahan, and members of the Environment Committee, I am here to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 457. As we all know, and the chairman alluded to, we did pass a bill, an emergency certified bill to try to address this crisis that we're in. And one perspective I just want to offer, which concerns me that we have not necessarily talked about, I believe a lot of these companies right now are being over redeemed. And I think that over redemption started in around August of 2024. Prior to that, no company was over redeemed in the bottle redemption. And what we were seeing is traffic coming over the border, bringing bottles through the redemption centers and impacting these businesses. I believe to the extent that these businesses are being over redeemed, it is a government taking without compensation. You can't require a private business to operate a government program and pay money out of their own pocket to operate that program. And that is starting to be what has happened. So we do know Star Distributors in West Haven, in particular, has actually been over-redeemed. Many others are hovering, at the 80% mark, at the 90% mark. But I put that out there because I do believe Connecticut is on the hook to pay these companies for what they've lost. And I don't want that to be lost in the conversation, because I feel like where this bill is going and the suggestion of a stewardship program seems to suggest that we have time to study this and try to fix it. And I believe that we're out of time, and we've got to come up with a solution before Connecticut is stuck paying a bill that we really don't want to pay or can afford. The stewardship model it's alluded to that is in Oregon, and many of you probably are familiar with it, it would require a whole revamping of a program that we propped up in the 1970s that's been administered for decades, and it's been operating pretty well, to now have to come in and try to vertically integrate a program with the state operating it. And I think that's why it had opposition in 2021 when it was proposed and never got off the ground. And we put all our eggs in the basket of going to 10 cents, putting money into creating redemption centers. And I understand and appreciate that goal, but we have to try to address the unintended consequence. This bill, I think, double down and makes it worse for our wholesalers. The distributors that are operating solely within the state of Connecticut have to eat the cost, whereas the larger manufacturers could sort of spread it out over the nation. And so what this bill is doing is requiring them to collect the bottles. And I think that's only going to exacerbate their ability to try to help ferret out the fraud. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative. If you have further remarks, feel free to share those. I'll just open it up broadly to say, appreciate your perspective and your partnership on this one. Are there other ideas that we didn't get included in the ESERP, but that you think could be helpful to this system going forward that you would like to see contemplated in another bill from the committee this year?
Well, I think, obviously the one area that I think we should look at is, we see a lot more redemption. And is that really redemption? How much of that is fraud? So if we went back to 5 cents, would that really lower the program's usage? Or would it just ferret out the fraud? I mean, I think that is worthy of sort of an analysis and a question. Aside from, I think we've got to look at enforcement. If we're going to keep the program, we're going to keep it at 10 cents. I think we've got to do a better job of looking at the redemption centers and how they're collecting with the hoppers. I know we did some changes in 298, but I think we have to double down on it. To have just with Star Distributors and some of their redemption, we're talking 1 billion cans and bottles that are coming in over the border. It's not small numbers. That's not a few people, filling up a pickup truck and driving over the border, which we do have. I think it is an organized activity where people are filling up tractor trailers. I would put the question out there, are New York redemption centers collecting their bottles and bringing them over to Connecticut? And we almost should have that broader conversation with New York, because that's the state that is benefiting from all of the escheats, because their escheats now are going up because their redemption is actually declining. So I just think we need to really hone in on those issues and the fraud and the crime.
Thank you for those remarks, Representative. Rep. Callahan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Candelara, for being here. You mentioned the constitutionality regarding this. Could you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so we have a takings clause in the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, and it essentially says that when the government requires a private entity to bear a financial burden for a public program, that the entity is entitled to just and fair compensation. And so we saw it actually in the cases I cite is Kelo and the city of New London, where we saw that ferret out with the use of eminent domain. And there's a lot of different case law that establishes that. And I fundamentally think that was sort of why we even have a handling fee that's associated with it, because you can't ask a company to administer a program and not compensate them. And so the other piece of this isn't just the 10 cent redemption, it's also the cost of running the program. And the handling fee is also impacted, because the sheets that we allow these organizations to keep, those sheets are going down. You know, when your rates are going from 50% to 80%, now you're losing some of those sheets that's offsetting the cost of the program. So do we have to look at the handling fee to make sure they're made whole? And I think that was sort of done and talked about. We did that in Senate Bill 298, but I think we just have to be mindful of that as a legislature, because I don't think we got that message out. And I don't know if the body appreciates how Connecticut really is ultimately on the hook for this problem.
And thank you. And to follow up, what worries me is we did pass an e-cert and several of us worked on it. If that fraud isn't circumvented, we're going to have these companies that are going to be in the hole for a lot of money. And I'm just concerned now, where do we turn? Where's that money going to come from?
Yeah, and when you say in the hole, these companies could go out of business. I mean, we have a tiered, liquor structure in the state of Connecticut. You know, I own a business. I do have a permit. I rely on these beer distributors for my business. If one of them has to up and close because of this redemption program, you have sections of the state of Connecticut that don't have access to their product that they need because the way those laws are structured, and the domino effect. I don't know how a business, I look at Star Distributor, who I actually do business with. I don't know how they're absorbing a $3 million payout. I know I couldn't do it. And I'm just concerned that while we fixed it short term, we really have to address that issue because it has far-reaching ramifications for our economy beyond just bottles.
Well, I appreciate it. And just you and I have met with grocery store operators, and I see it. I'm in a border town, so we have that coming over to our local grocery stores that are also bringing in pests from out of state. And I'm just I share your concerns. I think this is all done with very good intentions, thinking that the surrounding states would trigger a 10 cent, and that hasn't happened at this point. I'm afraid without that surrounding states triggering the 10 cents, we're going to continue to fight a losing battle. But I thank you, Representative, for coming in and testifying.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Reddington Hughes.
Thank you. Through Mr. Chair. My question has to do with, there were some suggestions early on about a specific labeling of bottles so that they could be identified as merchandise that was sold in Connecticut and not elsewhere. In the event that this would be something that took legs and went forward, who do you think should bear the cost of that?
So I mean, I think if they were able to do state-specific labeling and barcodes, it probably would be done at the manufacturer level, and I'm not sure what that cost would be. And I'm all for studying it and looking at it, if we could go there. But I think at this point right now, the technology is not there. I do believe there was a company, I don't want to call them out because I might misspeak, and I'll get the information for you, but they actually are sort of able to track what product that they're getting from New York and what product they're getting redeemed in Connecticut. So there's some level of tracking that they could do. It would be a matter of whether or not we got these machines to only accept Connecticut bottles. And I think that would probably be a pretty easy computer chip to change out of a machine for that to happen. But I think the bigger issue is these redemption centers that aren't using the reverse vending machines, that are using the bulk redemption, which is I think the bigger issue to try to cut down on the fraud. But I think it's worthy for us to look at. I just don't know if there's time enough to fix the problem. And the way I'm viewing this, every day that goes by, the state of Connecticut is on the hook for more money.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and great to see you, Representative. Really appreciated your comments today, and also appreciated your comments on the floor when we debated this legislation. You brought up distributors and represented distributor as well in Eastern Connecticut, as you mentioned, teetering on the edge of over redemption. I would note that in Southeastern Connecticut, New London County in particular, we do not have a redemption center. Most folks utilize the retailers to redeem their containers. And I think that is, I do it myself. It's very easy. And quite frankly, I think that should be the standard. Where we're seeing that over redemption is in those areas that have those redemption centers. So my question to you is, do you think it would be worthwhile for this committee to also look at sort of these boundaries and jurisdictions? Case in point, my distributor, they have a redemption center in Middletown, which is an outlying area from their catchment base, and therefore they're getting cans and bottles from areas of the state within, say, Hartford County that are not a part of that distribution network. So do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think we put money into the program to encourage the construction of redemption centers. But I think that is where we are seeing the problem with the over redemption and the fraud and the abuse. So I do think that needs to be part of the equation. We need to look at these centers, because I think that was the intent originally when the bill was passed, to get redemption centers built in the areas that we had deserts, and that would make sense. But I'm just reluctant to double down on a redemption program that I think that is the heart of the problem of what we're dealing with right now.
Thank you, Representative. Are there further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative, and for your partnership on the cross-border fraud that we've been taking on with the East and we'll keep working on it. Thanks for being here today.
Thanks.
Next up, you've got 3/4 of the Durham delegation in the room right now, with myself and Representative Candelora, and now Senator Paul Ciccarella. Thanks for being here with us. Good morning. Good afternoon. Take it away. Of course. Thank you. Would you please state your name, ma'am, when you get to the microphone?
My name is Angelina Carnevale, and I am a licensed wildlife rehabilitator here in the state of Connecticut, and I am in Senator Paul's district.
Thank you, Ms. Carnevale. Take it away, Senator.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank the chairs, Lopes and Parker, and our ranking members, Harding and Callahan, as well as all of the committee today for allowing us to speak and accommodating us going together. You know, I think this is the first time I'm testifying in front of you guys. I guess I'm really coming out of my shell. No pun intended here, because we are going to be talking about turtles. You know, I really don't testify often unless, you know, it's something that I think that is really important that we really need to talk about. And this is definitely one of those things. And how I got the privilege of meeting Angelina from Turtle Haven, my son, myself, my daughter, we were going for a little walk and we see a turtle, Shelly, who's right here. I know we're not able to have props, but we couldn't bring Shelly in. She got released into the wild after being rehabilitated. The turtle was hit by a car, and the shell was cracked in the back and it was bleeding, and my kids were traumatized. So they're like, "Dad, do something, help." I'm like, "What do I do?" I didn't know if it was a snapping turtle. I didn't know anything about turtles. I do now though. So we grab the turtle, bring it home. I start calling the vet. I start calling animal control. The vet wouldn't take them. Animal control didn't know what to do with the turtle. Called the state a couple of times. Finally, the state referred me to a list of rescues. And I started calling them, and Angelina from Turtle Haven answered the call, and she informed me she was at work. I thought that was her job, right? I thought she worked, you know, during the day rescuing turtles and rehabbing them. But she told me that, you know, I'm at work, but I will leave if I have to, or if I could come get the turtle right after, she would do that. So I thought that was interesting. So as the process plays out, we get her Shelly, and step by step, she showed us pictures because my kids were very concerned about the turtle. And I thought it was just absolutely amazing how involved she was, how willing she was to explain everything to us. And even when the turtle was completely rehabbed, she came back out to the area and released the turtle into a safer area. And I just thought that was absolutely amazing. And in that process, I started to ask some questions about how does this work? You know, how do you pay for this? And I was mind blown to realize that this is a huge issue. We have approximately 230 rescues for all different animals, not just turtles. It could be hawks. It could be really any species of an animal that simply a vet won't handle. So if you see an animal in distress, and I'm an animal lover, knowing that there may not be someone to help them is disturbing. And when I realized that they have to pay for a license, they have to pay for their class to be able to do this, not to mention all of the other costs associated with it. They have to pay for vet bills if they can't do something specific. And I just thought it's something that I think we would be able to do. We would be able to find a way to help these organizations that are providing the service that if they didn't do it, no one else would. You know, I know we have to be careful with spending money, but if they weren't doing it, we'd probably have to hire more, you know, state employees to provide these services. So if I may, if I could turn it over to Angelina to tell you a little bit about what she does and some of the issues that she's seeing within this space. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Angela, yeah, if you want to give a brief overview, and then there might be some questions from the committee. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you, Paul, for inviting me to come with you to testify here in support of this bill, which aims to fund wildlife rehabilitation in our state. I appreciate the opportunity to be heard, and I'm happy to share my experience with the committee and then also answer any questions you may have. So this bill is a good start, but it needs amended language in order to achieve its goals of truly helping rehabilitators. Some of the necessary improvements include setting up a wildlife rehab grant commission comprised of the DEP staffer who oversees the rehab program and representatives designated by our state wildlife rehabilitation organization so that grants are reviewed and monitored by those who have the necessary expertise. In addition, already cash-strapped rehab organizations should not have to shell out more money just to apply to the program. Please see my already submitted written testimony for all of the specific areas that this bill needs to be improved. So personally, last year, I took in 54 individual turtle patients. I housed another dozen or so seized or surrendered illegal pet turtles, which people had previously stolen from the wild here in Connecticut. And I incubated nearly 30 clutches of eggs from my turtle patients who had gotten hit by cars. So between the babies and adults, there are over 100 turtles that are alive today, which would have otherwise died last year due to man-made threats, mainly vehicle strikes. We have 8 native species of freshwater turtle in Connecticut. 5 of those are on the endangered, threatened, or special concern list. I spent around $6,000 last year personally on just supplies like food and medicine, never mind the extra utilities costs associated with keeping dozens of animals warm and clean, vet bills, and repeatedly filling up my gas tank when it came time to release the healed patients back to their wild homes all over the state. Is that my buzzer?
Yes, would you please give us one summarize?
Okay.
And then we might have some questions. Thank you.
All right, nobody pays me to do this. Nobody reimburses me for these expenses. Like most rehabbers, I've got a full-time job, family, and other obligations. I can't take in every single animal I get called about, and when I run out of money or space, it breaks my heart because I have to turn people and animals away. People will either then let the animal die, or they'll try to rehab it themselves with no experience and harm the animal further and expose themselves to zoonotic disease and injury.
Thank you, Angelina. Are there questions from the committee? Rep. Callahan, please.
Thanks for coming in, Senator Ciccarello, and bringing you in as well. What compassion, you know, we've got that. We hear from animal rescues as well, from pets, dogs and cats, funding. We need funding to try and do that. And we keep coming up empty. It comes from licensing and things like that, but there's just not enough. So so same thing with you. We've got compassionate people out there. They're trying to help rehab these wild animals, and you turtles in particular. And we always hear funding. So I think it's an important thing to do. And it's given us a lot to think about up here to help people like you out. So I appreciate you illustrating this and for the picture, Senator.
Great job. Just another interesting before it is. Thank you. Just another really interesting point though is, and we get it, funding is critical, but they have to keep up a certain standard to even be able to do this. And as these 237 licensees or people that are trained to provide this type of service at no cost to the state are going to be aging out or retiring. And I was talking with Angelina, and she said it's really hard for the younger individuals that would love to do this come into this profession because they can't afford to get out of their parents' house. So how would they even be able to get a location and be able to provide these type of services to rescue the animals? And again, not just turtles. I really urge support, and I do apologize, I didn't say the bill. It is SB 456. I do think it is crucial that we make sure we're able to provide some resources or maybe even lighten the restrictions or burdens that are put on place of these volunteers so they can continue to do the good that they're doing for our community. And especially some of these are endangered. Shelley's a box turtle, I learned, endangered species. So I think it's really important that we pay attention to this.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks. And just, is there any funding available at all too?
There is $0 available from the state. Rehabbers are not allowed to charge people who bring us injured animals. Veterinarians can charge people, rehabbers cannot. We can accept donations, but the little money that we do get from finders is barely a fraction of what it actually costs to rehab the animals.
Thank you.
Thank you both for being here. Thanks for the work that you do and for your testimony, and we look forward to keeping working on this issue. Oh, I'm so sorry. We got one more question from Representative Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Thank you for what you do. I worked for a nature center for almost 20 years, and we had rehabbers on site that actually took some of these animals, whether they were baby squirrels or rabbits or, tortoises. I've got to ask you, I don't think you had a total, but maybe you do. Do you know what you spent last year financially to take care of these roughly 100 turtles?
Including utilities and other costs, I probably spent about $10,000 to $12,000 out of my own pocket, and that's average each year to rehab the turtles that I rehab. And other rehabbers who do different species may have a different number, but we all spend collectively in the state, rehabbers spend approximately $2.5 million out of their own pockets to rehab wildlife, which should be the responsibility of the state.
Well, I thank you for coming in and testifying. Thank you, Senator. And thank you for your service, because it really is important and it's something that I think we need to consider. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thanks for being here, folks. Keep in touch. Next up, I neglected before to mention that after the first hour, we tried to jump back and forth between members of the legislature and other folks that are here. So we're going to quickly hop down to number 6, Raheem Eliezer, tribal counselor from the Mashantucket Pequot, and then we'll go to Rep. Renee Lamarck Muir. Mr. Eliezer, thank you for being here. Take it away.
Wikisak, Nataswis Rahim Eliezer, Kwa Natai Mashantuquak. Good afternoon, senators, chairs, ranking members, and members of the Environmental Committee. My name is Rahim Eliezer, and I serve as a tribal counselor for the Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Nation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of HB 5523, an act concerning tribal co-management of wildlife and fisheries. I've submitted more detailed written testimony for the record, and I appreciate the committee's consideration for those comments. I first want to thank the members of this committee, CT Deep, and other policymakers who have continued to prioritize state-tribal collaboration on natural resources stewardship. That collaboration reflects an important understanding that effective conservation benefits from partnership and shared knowledge. For the Mashantucket Pequot people, stewardship of the land and water is not simply a policy matter. It is a responsibility deeply rooted in our culture, history, and identity. For generations, our people have maintained a relationship with the ecosystems of what is now Connecticut, relying on wildlife and fisheries not only for sustenance, but as part of our traditions and community life. HB 5523 represents an important step forward in strengthening that relationship through meaningful tribal-state collaboration. The bill proposes the creation of a Connecticut Tribal Wildlife and Fisheries Commission, which would help guide cooperative management of wildlife and fisheries resources and bring together tribal ecological knowledge and state conservation science. That kind of partnership benefits everyone. I would also like to briefly highlight Section 2 of the bill, which directs the Commissioner of Deep to provide hunting and fishing permits at no cost to enrolled members of federally and state recognized tribes for lawful activities conducted off reservation lands. This provision recognizes something important. Tribal nations interact with the state on a government-to-government basis, which distinguishes tribes from other groups that may seek similar benefits. For tribal communities, hunting and fishing are not simply recreational activities. They are connected to culture, food systems, and traditions of stewardship that long predate the formation of the state of Connecticut. Importantly, this provision still maintains all existing conservation standards, seasons, and species protections, ensuring the wildlife populations and habitats remain protected. It is also worth considering this policy in the context of the longstanding relationship between the state of Connecticut and its tribal nations. Through the Tribal State Gaming Agreement, the Mashantucket, Pequot, and Mohegan tribes have contributed more than $10 billion in slot revenue payments to the state of Connecticut.
Would you please summarize, Mr. Leeser?
Oh, of course. With this in the backdrop, I'd like for there to be a larger consideration than just through a fiscal lens. And these measures strengthen tribal food sovereignty while helping build more resilient regional food systems and benefit tribal and surrounding communities alike. And any questions?
Thank you so much for your testimony. Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Counselor, it's always a pleasure to see you. Very much appreciate you and the Mashantucket Pequot tribal nations' continued collaboration. You are a sovereign nation. You are our first peoples, and you are the original stewards of this land. And it is an absolute honor to represent Southeastern Connecticut and, again, work with your fellow brothers and sisters to ensure that we prioritize food sovereignty and ensure that you have inherently can practice your natural rights to fish, hunt, and cultivate the land. And so my question to you is, as we've heard from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, the state recognized tribes have worked in the off season and engage in discussion. And if you can just speak to some of those conversations and also talk about the framework with respect to the commission and also the idea by DEEP to maybe narrow it in scope so that it is advisory in nature, maybe as a first step with respect to engagement on these issues.
Definitely, I appreciate it. And I appreciate all the support that you've shown over the years. I know we've had a relationship for the last few years. And so as far as the nature of the conversation, we've been in conversation about this specifically for the last 2 years or so when we first introduced a similar bill, or you introduced a similar bill last year. And we've had conversation with all the state recognized tribes in the short of, I think, Schaghticoke was not able to participate in some of these conversations, and we had very limited participation from Golden Hill, Pawgusset, but otherwise the other three were heavily involved in this. And then as far as considering what the structure of the commission would be, it's more to the point of DEEP, it'd be an advisory role in trying to distinguish some of the more minute details of what this would actually represent. We're talking about like where exactly would they be able to practice. I know that some of the conversation was around costs of where this money would be coming from. It was around what other species might be able to be harvested through our traditional ways. And I think it would be a structure of so the bill itself lines out some of the structure more specifically, but in general there'd be 2 representatives from each tribe in addition to DEEP, and the Yukon Ag would have a couple of representatives, and there'd be a few more sprinkled in.
Thank you. And lastly, do you expect if should the state of Connecticut institute a feeless license for fishing and hunting, more participation from the Mashantucket Pequot tribal nation in hunting and fishing within our communities?
My hope is that yes. As stated before, this is heavily tied to our traditional cultural practices. So I would love for there to be a lot more participation than we currently have. Right now, there is very limited participation from at least Mash and Tucket. But even then, I don't think there would be a significant number of people that would be participating in this.
Well, thank you so much for your testimony and support. I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the Mohegan tribe as well, the Eastern Pequot tribes have already provided testimony. We won't be hearing from them in person today, but again, very much appreciate the great work that state recognized tribes have done on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Are there further questions from the committee members? Representative Baumgartner, please.
Yes, I would note, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the Schaghticoke tribe as well, who is in the building, and we honor the Schaghticokes and the Golden Hill Gussets.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing that, no further questions. Councilor, thank you for joining us, and we look forward to keeping working on this issue.
Definitely. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your perspective. Next up, we are going to go to back up to number 4 on the list. This is Representative Renee Lamarck Muir. Representative, thanks for being with us.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I apologize for my voice. Chairs Lopes and Parker, Vice Chairs Hokedel and Baumgarten, Ranking Members Harding and Callahan, and all the distinguished members of the Environment Committee, thank you for this opportunity. I'm testifying in support of House Bill 5525 that establishes a rapid response protocol for aquatic invasive species and to strengthen prevention efforts. I represent the towns of Chester, Deep River, Essex, and Haddam in the lower Connecticut River Valley. In my district, the Connecticut River is central to our environment, our economy, our history, and our way of life. Aquatic invasive species, especially Hydrilla, are a serious and growing problem in the Connecticut River and water bodies across the state. In just a few years, hundreds of acres of infestation have been documented. It's estimated that more than 60% of our water bodies in Connecticut are infested with an invasive species. And the Connecticut River is one of our most important natural resources. Just for example, tourism generates almost $20 billion in economic impact and almost $12 billion in direct revenue. Of that, more than $9 billion are directly related to water recreation. The marine industry alone generates almost $4 billion. The loss of floodplains can increase flood damages by 20 to 50%, directly impacting residential and commercial property in the state in disaster relief and restoration. While Connecticut has begun taking important steps to manage hydrilla, we are far behind our neighboring New England states. Delays in permitting and a lack of resources hinders a coordinated and targeted effort. These delays in permitting have also left available federal resources unclaimed. For the past 2 years, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers have not been able to treat all of the areas that were scheduled because of delays in permitting. And so what lessons have we learned when we're faced with the next invasive species? House Bill 5525 creates a clear, rapid response framework so agencies can act quickly to contain new infestations. It also strengthens prevention through better public education at boat launches and by developing a plan to install boat washing stations. Early action is the most effective and cost-efficient way to protect our waterways. Simply put, the longer we wait, the harder and more expensive this problem becomes. And I encourage you to support House Bill 5525. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I'll just ask a quick question. Can you sort of speak to the status of your ongoing engagement with DEEP on this issue? We heard some, I think, what was the language? I wrote it down somewhere. Agreement on the direction, but maybe not quite in the details yet. How close are we to getting there on the details?
Well, DEEP has been a wonderful partner in working and pulling this all together. And as you know, bills, they require some fine tuning along the way. And I know that resources are a problem. So I'm looking forward to working with them on this, and also the Office of Aquatic Invasive Species and the Agricultural Experiment Station have been great partners too. So I think between legislative leaders such as yourself, we can get there on this bill.
Well, thanks for your efforts on it. I know you carry on a long line of interest in this issue in your district, and we appreciate the work that you're taking the mantle on now. Do we have other questions? Representative Callahan.
Representative, thanks. I'm sorry your voice is crackling up. It's tough to testify that way, but I appreciate you approaching me, and I've been talking to Deep about this as well, and I look forward to continued collaborative effort to address this with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, we thank you for being with us, and we'll move on. Next, we're going to jump back down one more person before we finish up with our legislators. Number 7 is Gregory Bugby from the Connecticut Ag Experiment Station.
Thank you. Co-chairs, Representative Parker, Senator Lopes, vice chairs, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. I'm lead of the Office of Aquatic Invasive Species at the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station. My colleague Riley Doherty is here as well. We strongly support the HB number 5525. We think it's very important that this moves forward. Aquatic invasive species, particularly Hydrilla, pose an escalating threat to Connecticut's freshwater ecosystems, recreational resources, and local economies. Prevention and rapid response are the most effective and cost-efficient strategies for managing invasive species. Rapid response efforts aim to eradicate, contain, or control newly detected populations while infestations remain small, localized, and manageable. By the second growing season, a small localized hydrilla population can become large, well-established infestation. Once it becomes established, it can be extremely difficult and expensive to control. The hydrilla discovered in the Connecticut River in 2016 represents a subspecies previously undocumented in North America. The subspecies currently occupies over 1,000 acres from Agawam, Massachusetts to Essex, Connecticut, and it has spread since 2023, I should say, to 11 lakes and ponds in the state. We've received reports from Kendall Lake where they intercepted hydrilla fragments on a boat, and this indicates the importance of the inspections. We anticipate hydrilla will continue to pop up each summer if prevention measures are not implemented. The Office of Aquatic Invasive Species is prepared to assist rapid response efforts by number 1, confirming reports of hydrilla through field verification and genetic analysis, surveying and mapping hydrilla and other newly aquatic invasive species, newly introduced species, documenting the presence and location and extent of relevant threatened and endangered plant species within a determined radius, working with the Connecticut Deep and their natural diversity database, coordinating or conducting rapid response control measures for new and localized hydrilla populations using best management practices, conducting post-treatment surveys, and making all data and maps publicly available on our website. Also, working closely with Connecticut Deep and other partners on an interagency aquatic invasive species task force to develop rapid response protocol for hydrilla and other invasive species, as well as developing an aquatic invasive species management plan. The Office of Aquatic Invasive Species supports all subsections of the bill. We respectfully recommend a few minor clarifications. Number 1, the bill should include full reference to the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station when referring to the Office of Aquatic Invasive Species. I'm just about done.
Okay, yeah, please summarize. Thank you.
Number 2, change on or before September 15th to within calendar year. Number 3, subsection G1, change Director of Office of Aquatic Invasive Species to the Director of the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station. And lastly, change all mentions of boat washing stations to watercraft and decontamination stations.
Thank you, Mr. Bugby. Thanks for your engagement on this. I know that your team has been really helpful in the development of this bill, and I'm encouraging you all, legislators interested in this, and the department of Energy and Environmental Protection to keep the conversation going so that we can try to get something that we can move forward in the process. I think this is, as you've heard, of interest to a lot of folks on this committee. It's encouraging to hear that I think you said you're supporting of all sections here, which is great. A few changes, which makes sense. To the extent Deep has some bigger changes that need to be made, I encourage the sooner you can work on those, representative and team, the better. So are there any other questions from my colleagues for our folks from Ag Station? Rep. Gresco.
Hi, Greg. So Hydrilla comes from Asia, correct? It
Comes from Eurasia, yes.
are the rivers in Eurasia clogged with Hydrilla like it's becoming here, especially in Connecticut River?
As far as we know, they are not. There are obviously some sort of natural enemies to the plant.
That's where I'm going with it.
Yeah.
Is where, how can we, without causing another problem, look at that as a possible tool, as opposed to, I mean, the dicot works pretty well, but if I had my druthers, I'd rather do it
Right.
natural.
We currently are working on a biocontrol insect. We have a scientist who's assigned to that, and he's moving along. It's likely that we may actually be able to do some introductions into the Connecticut River next year. There's a fair amount of work that has to be done in the lab to document how well these insects feed and that sort of thing, and that's being done now. But yes, a biocontrol would be great, and more work would be great if we could look at other ones that maybe are occurring in the native range.
Like a species specific bug?
Yes.
Really? Like a hydrilla?
It's a
bug?
hydrilla fly.
Side?
It's a small fly that bores into the stems of the hydrilla.
Huh.
You can name it after Joe.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's embrace that.
being worked on, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Lopes is in here, so someone's got to try to make some wisecracks. Would it be appropriate to ask you too about sterile cultivars, or is that sort of outside of your focus area on the aquatics?
Yeah, no, I really would not comment on those. It's out of my
Understood.
expertise. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Otherwise, thank you. Oh, I'm turning my head too quickly. Please forgive me, Representative.
Thank you. Well,
Representative
well,
Bernadine Hughes.
Thank you for doing all this work because it really is super important. We don't want to see more of this hydrilla spreading as well. But are there any types of fish that would resolve this problem that we could put in these waterways?
There's only one fish, it's called the grass carp, that I know of that is used as a biocontrol for aquatic plants. Unfortunately, it is not selective at all to hydrilla. It basically will eat anything.
Oh.
And there's some instances in the state of Connecticut, particularly like Candlewood, where they've been introduced and they've eaten basically everything in the lake, which is not good. You need ecosystems with plants. They are highly migratory and would likely move upstream if they were put in the Connecticut River. Again, these are all regulated by Connecticut Deep, and you could ask them more questions on that.
And one last question. Do you see that better monitoring as far as boat washing and other such things would be beneficial as well?
Yes, I mean, again, we've been surveying lakes since 2004. We've surveyed over 300 lakes with detailed aquatic plant surveys. And until 2023, we had never found Connecticut River hydrilla in any of the lakes. And from then on, we have now found it has moved to 11 different lakes, including some of the bigger ones like Gardner Lake, Lake Pocatapog, and some of those. So it's on the move, and it's likely being moved on watercraft and trailers. So inspections to keep it from getting into a water body, I think are important. And also inspections on the boats leaving the water body to make sure there's nothing on the trailers and boats, I think would be very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we have a lot of people. I'll try and be brief. The Ag Experiment Station has been pretty positive, and they took a good look at harvesting. Ranking Member Callahan and I had met with the, I think it's called C&D harvesters. They actually have a diver in there, and they actually pull the hydrilla up by the root, and then they take it away
Mhm.
right out of the waterway. And it's very effective. It's cost effective, no chemicals. And it seems to, and there's very little, like the DP earlier said that there's scraps that are left behind. There's very little of that. So
Mhm.
have you looked at that, and can you talk to the department about this? Because we're having trouble, if you will, selling it to the Department of
Mhm.
Environmental Protection.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
seems environmentally correct.
yeah, harvesting is probably one of the, earliest management techniques that's been done and been doing for decades upon decades. Um, I've seen it, you know, work to some extent, but again, it's often, particularly the harvesters that have been used in the past, they tend to just cut the plants and the roots remain and they grow back. It's like cutting your lawn. There is a new harvester called an eco harvester now, which may do a better job of pulling the roots out. We don't know how well it works, but we did establish an experiment in the Connecticut River last late summer to look into this particular harvester with the companies that you just mentioned. They actually volunteered their services. We won't know the results until this coming growing season to see how well it worked. So, I can't really comment on how good or not good it works until I see what's going on with our experiment that we set up.
Thank you. I appreciate you taking a look at it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Rep. Callahan, go ahead.
Mr. Bugby, thanks. And I know we met with the Ag Station. I appreciate your comments today. And I've talked to you many times over the years. I'll talk to you more. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Representative, and thanks for what you shared. Is there anything else that you'd like to add, ma'am? Great. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you both. Have a great afternoon. Next up, we're going to jump back to number 5 on our list. This is Representative Irene Haynes of the 34th District. Welcome, Representative. Thanks for being with us, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and co-chairs and our ranking members, Rep. Callahan and Senator Harding. Thank you for having us this morning. I'm actually here with Captain Mike Corcoran, who wants to speak on behalf of SB 452. But if I could take your indulgence and just ask that, make a small comment about the HB 5525. I'm in East Hampton, small section of Salem, was in Colchester, big proponent of the Connecticut River, and know very well about the hydrilla situation. And the fact that Mr. Bugby just talked about some of the lakes. We have Bashan Lake, Lake Hayward, Armudas upper and lower reservoirs. We have Lake Pocatapog over in East Hampton, and we have Gardner Lake in Salem, all experiencing big hydrilla blooms and issues. And we really do need to address this. And I'm very appreciative of this bill. I'm going to co-sponsor this bill. And again, to probably echo what everybody's been saying is we're hoping that gets through, and all of the issues around whatever language changes that DEEP has to make. I didn't miss it. I was in another meeting, so I missed those, but I will go back to look. I hope we can make those and get this through, because it really is evasive, and it is really going to invasive, excuse me, and it's going to hurt those inland lakes even more than the Connecticut River. And the Connecticut River is a beautiful heritage river that we have to keep our pride up and take care of it. So thank you for at least giving me a moment to make that comment. But I want to pass the rest of my time over to Captain Mike Corcoran. He has been one of the original 2 gentlemen that came to me 8 years ago about this issue. We're still trying to get this through, and go take it away.
Thank you very much, Irene. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm back again on the balloon bill. Like Irene said, we came here 8 years ago with an intention to try to eliminate the problem of airborne balloons losing their floating ability and coming back down to earth. And I used to see a ton of them on the water in the sound and in the ocean, as a matter of fact, as well. But, which leads me to comment on how there's a law, which many people do not know, that there's a law in the state of Connecticut right now that it's against the law to release 10 or more balloons in a 24-hour period. That law, with all the good intentions it had, has not been effective. And I believe it's because of enforcement. No one knows about it. And many law enforcement officers don't know about it, to be honest with you. So it's been ineffective. The bill that's being introduced now, as far as I'm concerned, eliminates that issue of unenforcement. If we can't fill the balloons with helium, they can't float away. It's pretty simple. So I believe that this bill does a number of things. First, it eliminates the problem that I would like to see solved. Second, helium isn't wasted on a balloon. It's a finite resource. It protects the environment, it protects the animals, and it's enforceable. Simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions from the committee? Rep. Gresko.
No, go ahead, Joe. Thanks. All right.
So polite. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Representative Haynes, and thank you for coming in, sir. I know you've been an advocate of this, and we are still working through the process to try and get something done that works. I've talked to Representative Haynes, I'm a clamor. I find these things in the water. I'm a fisherman. I find them in the trees and in the rivers, and it's a problem. So thank you.
In your last 8 years on the water, have you seen a decline at all in the amount of balloons that you find floating in your?
Well, I can't speak for the last few years because I've retired as a professional captain this year, or actually this past 12 months. So, I'm out there, but nowhere near as often. And I have to say that while I've been out there, I have seen somewhat of a reduction, but I'm not out there all the time like I used to be. So I'm not a good person to really ask that question to, honestly.
Thank you, Representative.
Director?
Representative Veach.
I just want to follow up on Mr. Gresko.
Representative Haynes, please.
Thank you. Just so that you know, there is a new event over in Long Island, and I'm not sure which town it was doing it, but they usually have like fishing derbies and things like that. This is a balloon derby, and they started this about 3 or 4 years ago, and they literally go out on the sound and they collect balloons, and somebody wins who collects the most balloons. So that's a new event that's happened over the last 3 or 4 years. So, maybe that negates what Mike has said in regards to being on the water, but this is now a new event, and it's getting more and more balloons every year, which is a good thing. It's really cleaning up the water, which is great. But that is happening out there. So I don't know if that helps to answer your question.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Veach.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you,
Veach.
Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative and Captain, for coming out and bringing this to our attention again this year. I think it's important. I too see lots of residue, if you will, whether it's the entire balloon or the strings that's attached, and it really is horrible. I don't think there's been much of a reduction because I'm still seeing it, particularly along the shoreline where I spend quite a bit of time. And let's see what we can do to take a look at this and do something. Thank you very much for both of you coming in.
Thank you, Representative Veach. Seeing no further question online, Mary Mashinsky.
Thank you.
Representative, please.
That was originally my law, with the limit of 10. That was the best I could get out of the Environment Committee. I couldn't get 0 because the lobbyists were working it. So that's why it doesn't say 0, it says 10. But in my other life, I work on river and Long Island Sound protection for a nonprofit group. And in the summer, we go out and water test. And we, every trip, or frequently, we net balloons in the water. They're floating out there with the strings attached, entangling animals. And our captain is a very decent guy, and he'll go off course just to get one of these things and retrieve it. So as far as I'm concerned, there's still a problem. And I definitely will support your bill, and I hope we can get it passed this year. It's been a very long time this bill's been running around.
Thank you, Representative Mashinsky. Thank you for your continued advocacy on this. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming up again, Captain. See ya. Next up on our list is number 8, Robert LaFrance, Policy Director of the National Audubon Society. Take it away, Mr. LaFrance.
Thank you, Chair Parker, Chairs Lopes, Ranking Members Harding and Callahan, Vice Chair Hokedal and Baumgardner. First of all, I just want to sort of pick up on where we were just a minute ago on the balloon bill. I've known Mary for a long time at this General Assembly, and I thank her for this service and other services that she has provided to this organization for many years. I hope we can get this bill done this year. She was one of the first people to get this done back when it was only 10. So thank you, Mary, for all of your work. I also am here to support, so we're here to support 452 and 5524, the materials management and polystyrene reductions. Both of those bills will reduce the amount of plastic that enters the environment and negatively impacts birds. You can take a look at my testimony, which provides some scientific information and some articles regarding the amount and problems that we have with the plastics, especially when it comes to water birds. The second bill I want to testify in favor of is House Bill number 5523. I really appreciate Council Elsinor's testimony here. We'd like to align ourselves with that. I also want to let folks know here that we appreciate their passage of the Wildlife Action Plan. The Wildlife Action Plan has really started to engage both Native peoples and the department. I just want to highlight one element of that is that the Wildlife Action Plan actually used the bald eagle as an example, that before the agency took a look at it and with the input from the Mohegan tribe, they took the bald eagle and made it a species of special concern because of the input from our native tribes. And I think this is an important bill, and I'd like to make certain that that gets accomplished this year as well. The last bill I want to speak to is Senate Bill number 453, which is a climate change and related surcharge premiums on insurance policies. This is a very complicated but really important bill. In my testimony, I've talked about a lot of different elements of why this is important, but also why the insurance companies, I believe, should be part of the solution. I think we've heard from the insurance companies that they recognize this is a problem, a coverage problem, making certain that resilience issues are addressed. And one of the best ways to do that is through insurance. I think there's going to be some structural questions about how that actually gets accomplished, but the department the state of Connecticut has started to take a look at a number of ways to improve resilience financing. And I've included in my testimony some examples from reinsurers about the importance of insuring these risks. The risk that we're facing from climate is significant and is not going to be changed unless and until we make the time to work with the insurance industry to get these put this process together. And I think it can be collaborative. And I think we're going to hear some positive testimony from the insurance industry today. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaFrance. Just two brief questions with respect to 5523. I was just reading through your testimony. You had wrote that we ought to consider maybe including some other stakeholders. Could you just briefly speak to what you envision?
Sure. So thank you for that. So one of the things that we believe that not only we have the structure of that, the way it's set up currently includes mostly entities, basically appointed or elected officials and members of the tribe. We believe that Audubon, for example, and other conservation organizations who believe that the voices of Native people should be expanded and included, we think we can offer some assistance to that organization, would be more than willing to be participatory in it. We think it's an important element of part of our, what we call flight plan, to make certain that we include all peoples in managing our species. So that's one of the things I just offer that as an opportunity for us to help participate in the solving of these issues and recognition of tribal folks.
Excellent. And just with respect to 5524, obviously Audubon represents a ton of waterfowl, And I know plastics can cause havoc on our ducks and waterfowl that are so critical to our environment. And so can you speak to some of the impacts that, for example, styrene has on those bird species?
So in my testimony, I actually provided an article. I think it's worth taking a look at. It was an article put together by Audubon, and in it, what it talks about is the fact that birds generally are ingesting these plastics, and it's causing problems in their guts and their ability to have nutrition. So when they eat this, they can actually have a choking hazard, but it can also get into their stomachs. And when it gets into their stomachs, it reduces their ability to actually process food. So the more plastics they ingest, the worse it is for the individuals, but it's also affecting them at more of a species level, which is what we get concerned about. So when you have these pollutants, plastic pollutants entering to the atmosphere that could be avoided, reducing the amount of those and keeping them out of the mouths of birds and not allowing them to be caught up in the plastics that, like, for example, or even the strings that go along with them, it's just helping protect birds. And it kind of goes to another, you're not gonna have to bring that bird to a rehabilitation center if you do find it, which is another issue we heard about today, the rehabilitators and how we need to help them as well.
Rep. Cresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pivoting back to the balloons.
Yes, sir.
Does the Audubon, with the idea of education, does the Audubon, when I get my, hey, contribute again to Audubon in the mail, and it says, we do this for birds, can you or do you do something to the effect of, hey, Audubon member in Connecticut or across the country, balloons are a problem. Don't release balloons, that kind of thing. So the onus isn't only on the retailer of the balloons to educate the clients.
So I guess I'll respond by saying balloons is a part of the problem, and we do educate. I mean, what we do, and I was happy to hear about what's happening in New York, the fact that people are actually going out and cleaning up balloons. We do work with other entities to do beach cleanups, and it's during those timeframes or when we're actually out with people, educating them about bird populations. We talk about the risks to birds. So we do that through our education programs. We talk to our students. We had a few students here today. They'll be educated about the different risks that are posing to birds. There are a lot of different risks to birds, not the least of which is climate change. So we try to educate people about all of these things, but as we look at the specifics of balloons, we can see evidence of that. But the broader question is, it's not only plastics that are in the balloon themselves, but also other plastics like polystyrene and others that are being ingested or causing harm to birds in a larger way. So I guess the short answer is we maybe should do more of it. And I think it's a good suggestion, but we do try to educate people generally about the harms that exist to birds and how we can avoid them.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chairs.
Do members have any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. LaFrance, for your testimony.
It's a full day, and I just also want to thank you for passing the Wildlife Action Plan bill today. That was really much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. LaFrance. Next up, we have Eric George.
Representative Parker, Representative Baumgartner, members of the Environment Committee. My name is Eric George. I am president of the Insurance Association of Connecticut. Honored to be here with you today to offer our testimony in opposition to Senate Bill 453. But I want to say a few things at the outset. We do not oppose creating a resiliency program at all. What we do oppose is increasing the cost of home and auto insurance to get there. The resiliency program that has been contemplated in 453 and other resiliency programs in other proposals would be a benefit to every resident in the state of Connecticut. And as such, it should be borne across the largest base. So what I believe is that if there is a commitment by this legislature to create a resiliency program, that resiliency program should be funded through the general fund. It is absolutely for the betterment and the benefit of every resident in this state. 453 would not do that. 453 would levy a 5% surcharge on P&C, property and casualty insurance policies that insure fossil fuel infrastructure. The insurance industry has been a leader in the area of climate change. We play a critical role in the transition of fossil fuels to more carbon neutral sources by providing risk transfer products for both traditional and renewable energy systems and infrastructure. We insure fossil fuel related companies during this transition, and that is important to maintain the consistent energy supplies and prices for customers. We serve an important role in overcoming the technological, financial, and regulatory hurdles in order to successfully transition to a cleaner and safer energy sector. We provide necessary coverage to the companies that provide renewable energies and particularly nascent technologies. We are significant investors in the global economy, and the diversity of our investments brings strength and stability to the capital that we have to protect in order to pay the claims that we are obligated and promised to pay. And there's one other point, you have my testimony. There's one other point I want to bring up about when a surcharge, an assessment, a tax, a fee of this nature is contemplated. And that is the nature of how insurance companies, domestic insurers, are taxed. But that is my time, and you should feel free to read that in my testimony if you like.
I would love if you'd finish that point.
So domestic insurers pay the premium tax in the state of Connecticut. And it is an accepted system across all states that what we have is a retaliatory system of taxation. The purpose of this was to avoid a state, a particular state, not to pick on Delaware, but let's just say Delaware, that would do a 0% premium tax so that all insurers would domicile in the state of Delaware. What the retaliatory tax says is that, okay, if you're an insurer from a state that has a higher premium tax, you're domiciled in the state of Connecticut that has a higher premium tax than, say, the state of Nebraska. And those, I don't know if those are right. Don't hold me to that. I'm just using these as examples. The state of Nebraska will not impose its premium tax on those Connecticut domiciled companies selling in Nebraska. They're going to apply Connecticut's tax. So you can't get away from that. So it is an adjusted taxation. It's not just the premium tax. It's all of the assessments, surcharges, fees, levies in total. It's adjusted for that. So as we consider a tax like this, it's important to recognize that the companies that are going to be most aggrieved are our domiciled companies, our domiciled P&C companies that operate in every state in the union and internationally. They operate everywhere. So I just want this committee to be mindful of that. My point here is to stress that resiliency is important. A resiliency program is something that we would support if it's structured correctly. We're asking this committee not to use the insurance industry as a cudgel against another industry just because we're an attractive option.
Appreciate your response. Can you just explain why you say this would raise costs on?
Sure. Well,
Folks
it
in
would
Connecticut?
be a 5% surcharge if you are insuring that. So that would be absorbed and then passed on to the consumers
Why would it be passed on to the consumer?
because it's part of the cost of doing business. If you structure it so it's absolutely cannot be passed on, that'll definitely trigger your retaliatory taxation in other states. But just like every cost is, I mean, it's a for-profit system. That's how it works.
I appreciate your point. I don't know. Maybe I wish it were different, but I can understand why the companies you represent would make that decision to pass that cost along. I take your word when you say that you believe in resilience and you want to work on it. I appreciate that. I'm curious, do you have any other ideas for ways to approach that, given the strategy of this bill, which is there is an industry that seems to be creating more emissions and climate damage and a cause of the expensive problems that we're dealing with, how can we have that industry be held accountable? Any ways we haven't figured out to try to approach that?
I'm not here to vilify any industry. And while I appreciate the invitation, I'm going to say that there are other states that have developed resiliency programs. I would encourage this committee to look at the state of Alabama. And perhaps the funding structure is not something you necessarily want to mimic, but it might be something that can use as a guide. Because Alabama has faced a lot of severe weather concerns with all the convective storms that come through the Gulf. So, and a lot of states are looking at this. I'll tell you, and in Connecticut, we have our fair share of climate-related damage, weather-related. A lot of that has to do with our tree canopy. We are extraordinarily fortunate to have a barrier reef known as Long Island Sound that shoulders us from a lot of convective storms. But that doesn't mean that we're out of the woods, because we've had some storms that have dumped inordinate amounts of rain. We've flooded towns. So it's not something that is not important. It's extremely important for the state of Connecticut.
Appreciate your remarks, sir. Are there other questions or comments from the committee? Representative Bennington Hughes?
One quick one.
Yes.
And that is, are you aware of any other states that have implemented a policy that would mimic what is in this present bill?
I'm not.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your question. Representative Gresco?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what about the 5% surcharge as opposed to going down the line to everyone, just target the most egregious offenders who we are insuring?
The state of Connecticut doing that?
Yes.
As a public policy decision, as not being an elected official, I am reluctant to opine on that, but I encourage you to talk to all of your colleagues to see if that is a public policy avenue that you want to go down.
If we go down that road, what would the implementation effects be to you and your industry?
It would all depend on how it's structured, Representative Gresco.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Chafee online.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm off camera at the moment. Just have a question for you. I mean, seeing that insurance, you're basically calculating the risk of something happening and covering for that. Do you have any data? I'm assuming, the insurance premiums are increasing due to the increased risk of storms. Do you have any information on that by any chance?
So in terms of the increased costs, storms are obviously taken into account, sure. But in Connecticut, inflation has been a much larger driver for the increase in premiums, as has litigation costs and significant litigation awards. So as a state, we are not as harmed as states like California and Florida. The information, I know that a lot of the information, Representative Chafee, is disclosed via the NAIC annual survey and the TCFD. And I would be happy to talk to you at greater length about about that survey, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, I'd be happy to have that discussion. My reasoning here is, right, like, people are going to bear the cost of this one way or the other. So to me, it makes sense logically that, we would impose those costs on the people that are causing it. I'm not saying that that's the insurance industry by any means, but I'd be happy to look over those surveys with you at some point. And thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks for being here, and thank you for joining our informational hearing before the session got
I was very
started.
happy
We
to do that.
appreciate
Thank
your
you for
engagement.
inviting me.
Yeah, of course. I'm sure we'll see you again, Mr. George. Next up, let's see, we're about 10% of the way through our list. It's 1:21 on a Friday afternoon, so I will try to do a better job of being briefer in my questions and moving forward so we can get everyone the opportunity to speak today. With that, I'm excited to call up two folks together. Thank you, Tracy McDougall and Paul Larson from Connecticut Farm Bureau, for joining us today. Take it away, folks.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Parker and the rest of the members of the Environment Committee here this morning, or this afternoon, rather. I'm submitting testimony and speaking on behalf of our support for House Bill 5521 that deals with these sterile cultivars. As a nursery owner for the past 30 plus years and the Connecticut Nursery and Landscape Association representative on the Invasive Plants Council for 17 years, beginning with its inception back in 2003, I have a pretty strong knowledge of the invasive plants issue. One of the goals of our segment of agriculture dating back to the early days of discussion regarding invasive plants has been to develop sterile cultivars for many of the popular invasive plant species so that consumers can enjoy the benefits and attributes of these plants in their landscape without contributing to existing or future populations of invasive plants in the environment. After many years of development work and even more years trialing and evaluating these new sterile cultivars, we now have several cultivars for at least 3 of the non-native invasive plants on the Connecticut list. These new cultivars do not produce viable seed and therefore are not going to pose a threat to increase the numbers of invasive plants out there in unmanaged areas or in create new infestations that are currently free of invasive species. We now have a certified sterile cultivars, and it's time to officially permit their production and sale within our state. New York and Pennsylvania have already done this. New Jersey has it in the hopper right now in their legislative session. And I hope you'll pass this bill to allow the nurseries in Connecticut to grow these plants and allow our consumers and homeowners to have access to these sterile cultivars. This acceptance of sterile cultivars should also include species that are currently or may in the future be banned in our state. I'd also like to take a few minutes of my time before I pass it over to my Executive Director, Tracy, to speak in support of Senate Bill 455 concerning the jurisdiction of farming on state-owned lands. We are in support of Senate Bill 455. Simply put, this bill appropriately places the oversight of farming activities that occur on all state land within the most relevant agency, our State Department of Agriculture. While I have a great deal of respect for the staff and leadership at the DEP, that agency simply doesn't have the expertise and depth of knowledge of modern farming practices that our Department of Agriculture has. Having our Department of Agriculture provide the required oversight and help ensure that farmers will have quick access to department staff who have the best possible knowledge of the challenges and realities of modern agriculture. I believe the farmers of our state and ultimately all the citizens of our state will be better served by changing this jurisdiction. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Tracy and then answer any questions you might have.
All right, here we go. I'll be quick. I'm here to comment on a section of Bill 5521 that has to do with the purchase price cap for farmland preservation. And I have 3 points that I'd like to make. Our land values are rising, so when we have a cap on how much we spend on farmland preservation per acre, it makes it hard for the preservation initiative to compete with the open market. Second, the cap is an arbitrary valuation of the farmland and doesn't really reflect the actual real-time value of the land, including inflationary costs or the value of the farmland, which can be different based on whether it's tillable or pasture. Third, the fixed caps present a problem for farms that are in more valuable areas, more valuable counties, like farmland in Fairfield County, as you could conclude, is probably more expensive than farmland in a county in eastern Connecticut. And these farms are even more at risk than farms in more rural areas. So those are our concerns with the cap, and we ask that you support the removal.
Thank you both for your testimony. I appreciate it. Are there questions? Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The sterile cultivars that are certified by whom?
Very good question. I'm glad you asked that, Representative Gresco. And because it does build on the comment that was made by the fisheries biologist from DEP, who admittedly wasn't really familiar with that whole process. We've come a long way. I will admit there was a variety of winged euonymus or burning bush about 15 years ago that was released and touted as being sterile, and it proved to not be sterile. So, but that was 15 years ago. It was a variety called Odom. The technology that's being used today and the evaluation process is extremely rigid, and they have 10, I think Dr. Mark Brand will be speaking to the committee this afternoon. He's from Yukon and has developed some of these sterile cultivars of Japanese barberry. He has 10 years of monitoring to evaluate any seed production on those cultivars. So, and there's also a couple of varieties that have come out of North Carolina that, again, have been through many years of ongoing testing and evaluation. So they are, that was done by the North Carolina State University, I believe. So a lot of rigorous testing and monitoring that will back up the statement that they are indeed sterile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Gresco. Just checking online. Seeing no further questions, thank you both for being here for the feedback on this. We're going to keep trying to figure it out.
All right.
Thanks.
Well, thank you for your time.
Next up, we're going to go to Ayana Melvin. Ayana, it's nice to see you. Thanks for being with us.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, everyone, for hearing me out today. My name is Ayana Melwan. I work for Aquarium Conservation Partnership as the Executive Vice President, and I'm here today in support of House Bill 5524. I was here last year and we chit-chatted about a plastics bill, and I'm going to say pretty much the same thing and then allow you to ask me questions. We as aquariums across the country, including 2 here in Connecticut, Maritime Aquarium and Mystic Aquarium, have reduced plastics on our campus or eliminated them entirely. We're doing it in the front of the house and back of the house with single-use plastics. In the front of the house, reduce them in our retail stores, in the back of the house, even with shrink wrap. Why I'm mentioning this is because in this bill, the polyurethane, the ban, just makes sense for the directionality that businesses are going in, including the restaurant industries, because consumers want it overwhelmingly. They want to see us reducing plastic on our campuses across the country. We're 35 campuses that we have reduced plastic since 2017, and they want to see it when they're going out and have alternatives. And so I'm here to offer support and help on how to implement the bill. Confidently, I'm going to say when it passes, because that's the biggest challenge, is to work with the vendors, work collaboratively, make sure nobody's losing their jobs, while also managing the task at hand, which is eliminating these products, because they're extremely harmful, not only to the animals in the ocean and the fresh water, but also to our own human health. And I will see if you have any questions for me.
Thank you, Ayana. Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and very much appreciate your very brief testimony under the clock, and also appreciate your very comprehensive written testimony, which we've reviewed. I will ask the same question I asked of our feathered friends from the Audubon Society. Obviously, you represent one of my most important institutions in my district, the Mystic Aquarium, where they are have long been stewards of marine and aquatic life within our state. One of those important creatures, the loggerhead sea turtle, of course, mentioned earlier today about just the health impacts to these precious creatures. You know, in many cases, plastic straws getting stuck in their nostrils, ingesting styrene. And so can you speak to what the Mystic Aquarium has done, and also really the kind of the crisis that we're in because of the plastics pollution?
Absolutely. And I know some of my colleagues and friends are here from Mystic Aquarium and providing testimony, and I'm happy for that. But I will mention some of the statistics that over time, you know, the scientists have put together all the information, and half of all sea turtles on the planet have ingested plastic. And scientists estimate that by 2050, over 99% of all seabirds, which you asked before, which is 90% of individual seabirds, will have ingested plastic. So this is really significant. Most of the cases that come into the aquariums for rescue and rehab experience several different things, including cold stunning and things like that, but also the it can include getting wrapped up into plastic and plastic items or ingesting those items, and requires an enormous amount of care and effort to rehabilitate those sea turtles to then release them back into the wild. And the Mystic Aquarium has been a champion at that in partnership with New England Aquarium, and all the East Coast aquariums right now, if you look online, are starting to release those sea turtles back into the wild.
And lastly, what are your member organizations, and that obviously would include the Mystic Aquarium, Maritime Aquarium in Norwalk, doing on their own to be better stewards of our environment, implementing circular economy, zero waste, because I know there's some really cool things happening over there.
Sure. So the Mystic Aquarium and Maritime Aquarium, along with other aquariums of part of ACP, are in sustainable business commitments. And so the first sustainable business commitment that we have is our plastic reduction and elimination. Our second one is our climate commitment. And then we have a sustainable feed so that our animals and folks that visiting us on campus are eating sustainably and locally caught and procuring those sustainably. So with that, we're walking the talk. That's why I think that we can provide a service for Connecticut and showing how we've done that and how we've managed and worked with vendors to make sure that we can bring in not only alternative products, but solutions that match the region. And so Maritime Aquarium has been great at putting in new infrastructure that has reduced their emissions. They just celebrated that a few months ago, and I was happy to be there. Mystic Aquarium had a win a little over a year ago by having all of their products turn over to aluminum, and so there's no more plastic bottles on their campuses on the front of the house or back of the house. So a lot of good wins, and they are held accountable by going into database and systems that we've developed as ACP with our third-party consultant, including Veritas Group. And so what that means is there's a greenhouse gas emissions tool that manages and maintains how the aquariums are doing as they're reducing their carbon footprint and reaching net zero. And this year, we're going to be launching a plastics database, which will show how they're reducing their plastic footprint all the way down to elimination.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Anna.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative. Just checking online. Any other questions in the room? Seeing none, thanks for all your testimony and input on this. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Next up, Keith Bishop. Is Keith with us? Great.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Bishop, hello.
Hi there. Glad to join you, Representative Parker and members of the Environment Committee. I'd like to follow up on two bills, Senate Bill 455 and House Bill 5521. I have submitted testimony on that is fairly extensive, so I urge you to please look at that. I do follow up my colleagues at the Connecticut Farm Bureau, both Tracy and Paul, who spoke a few minutes ago. So I'm supportive of what their testimony, and I will be fairly brief here. For Bill 455, managing state-owned farmland is a specialized process, and we feel that the Department of Agriculture should be undertaking that process instead of being under DEEP as it currently is. DEEP focus more on regulatory management of things. The Agricultural Department has a focus on operational and a moving relationship ongoing with farmers. And to that end of it, it's better equipped for the Department of Agriculture to support farmers that are leasing farmlands and manage that particular properties. Second one is on the sterile cultivars. Paul Larson spoke extensively to this, and he is more of an expert on it than myself. We'll be also hearing from other speakers from UConn on it later on, as he referenced. This is a needed piece of continuing our assault on invasive species, but also recognizing that there are value to similar cultivars that are not invasive, that are sterile, so that they will not reproduce and continue on life cycle that will burden our state with the invasive species that we currently have. Both of these bills are common sense. They represent scientific-based mandates that go along with that. And I think that's critical to note. So I urge the committee to support both of these bills and to continue to support Connecticut's agricultural economy has been in front of you numerous times before. That is my quick synopsis and ready for any questions that might be a tip.
Thank you, Keith. Thanks for what you and your family do for the community. We're big fans of Bishop's.
Thank you.
I should say. I'm sure. Do we have any questions or comments from the committee? All right, seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. We appreciate you making it to join us today, and I'm sure
All
we'll
right.
touch. Have a good afternoon.
Good. Thanks for the time. Appreciate it.
Next up, I don't believe that Margaret Singer is here, correct? Okay. We'll try to circle back later. All right, how about next up, we've got a group coming our way. This is number 15, Christopher Edwards, who will be joined by number 57, Ashley Sodipo, number 77, Michelle Russo, and number 95, Allison Valentine. Did I get that right? Okay. If you just
push the button, is that better?
Perfect. Thank you.
Hello there. I think they're speaking after me.
You're welcome to. Are they virtual, the other three?
I think so, yes.
I see. Okay. I didn't realize they were virtual. I thought the doors would be getting banged down any second here. So the folks that are online, I see Allison, you've been promoted, and we've got a few other folks that will be joining. Why don't you go ahead and get started, Chris, and then we can hear from the others as we move forward as needed. Thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Hello, my name is Chris Edwards. I am the owner of Beach Party Balloons. They're in Milford, Connecticut. We sell balloon decor for celebrations, graduations, and the like. We are opposing Bill 452 for the banning of helium for intention of balloons. We believe that there is a middle ground between, the obvious environmental concerns, which as professionals we are deeply concerned about, and the enjoyment that people can get out of balloons, and the effect of have on our businesses. Many businesses in the balloon world are very small, and these are the livelihoods of a lot of families. Sorry, I'm not good at public speaking.
Thank you so much. Allison, do you have anything you wanted to share? I didn't mean to cut you off, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, if Allison's got more to add, I've got a couple more other points I wanted to bring up.
Please, go ahead.
So yeah, we are advocating for a responsible use framework instead of a complete ban on the helium that would fill our balloons. We think there should be a zero tolerance for intentional releases. Currently it's at 10. We think that should be brought down to absolutely no. We believe that any balloon sold with helium in it should have a weight before leaving the premise. That would ensure that there's no accidental releases as well. We believe that there should be point of sale signage through any place where you can buy a helium balloon. And I think that there should be more education regarding the effects of releasing balloons into our environment. I believe that we can find a middle ground between the environmental concerns, and the businesses which would be affected by this bill.
Thank you, Chris. That's a great job. Allison and Michelle, anything else you'd like to add?
Sure. I'll take a second. So my name is Allison Valentine. I'm the owner of a small balloon business called Pop Studio. We're located in Fairfield. I'm also a Fairfield resident and a former public school teacher. I founded my business in 2020, and today it supports my family of 5 while serving schools, nonprofits, businesses, and families across my community. I've submitted a written testimony, but I just wanted to briefly share my perspective as part of the small business balloon community. Balloon businesses were not against environmental protection. We strongly support it, and many of us are already leading when it comes to responsible practices. In our industry, balloon releases are strongly discouraged. Helium balloons are securely weighted, and businesses are educating our customers on proper balloon handling and disposal. Many of us are also working to participate in balloon recycling programs where available. A ban on helium sales for balloons would have a significant impact on our local small businesses like mine. And I really urge the committee to work with us small businesses, work with the ones we're already part of the solution. And we want to work together to develop policies that protect the environment without harming our local businesses. Like Chris mentioned before, that's current state guidelines. Yep.
The timer actually has gone off. So I'm going to turn it over to Rep. Thank you for your comments. I see Rep. Frank Smith has a question. And maybe Rep. Smith, when you ask for a question, we can ask Michelle Russo to respond to that as a part of this group. So go ahead, Representative Smith.
No, that's fine, Mr. Chairman. I was actually reacting to Chris. I believe, Chris, you are from Milford. You're one of my constituents. And anyone can answer this, but some of the concerns, we're a beach community, so obviously the issue of helium balloons sometimes weighs very heavily on the environmental impacts along the coastline. In fact, even the coastal center here at Audubon down in Milford Point is very fond of having birthday parties where they have metallic and helium inflated balloons that which you would think at a environmental center that it wouldn't happen, but it has, because I don't think everyone's completely aware. Chris, from your standpoint, you mentioned in your written testimony that you would like to recommend some remedial different types of actions that you could take to limit the exposure and the deleterious effect on our environment. Can you just briefly state a couple of those? You started to, but I don't think you finished it in your testimony.
Yeah, I mean, I can go over those again. Zero tolerance for intentional releases. That would lower the limit that we currently allow here in Connecticut, which is 10 in a 24-hour period. All balloons should be weighted before leaving the place of purchase. That would, help, the small children from accidentally releasing balloons into the environment, The point of sale education, I think it's going to be a big key there, not just, as professionals, we know the effects that loose balloons could have in the environment, but the average consumer probably doesn't. So having signage and resources available for businesses to make that known, I think is going to be super key. And yeah.
And also, as I think Commissioner Dykes mentioned, enforcement is a big component in this too, which I don't think that DEEP also, I think they share that belief that this is going to be a very difficult statute to enforce. But I appreciate your input today, Chris, and everyone on this subject, because I know it's something that comes up particularly down here in our area. So thank you for coming in today.
Thank you, Representative. We got a question from Rep. Gresco.
Thank you. I guess, Ms. Russo, if you're still with us online, my question would be how are you educating your clients? Do you have a huge sign behind the checkout and saying, hey, if you're buying 200 balloons, I hope you're not going to let them loose, that kind of thing? I mean, we've been talking about this for years, and I'm wondering if the industry was that interested in preventing the environmental fallout of this, and they would have taken upon themselves to do what I just kind of described.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I can tell you that my business is a little different. I don't have a brick and mortar. I work from home, and I'm strictly delivery. And I can tell you though that most of my delivery is corporate. I deliver to Amazon, many of the headquarters. I deliver to universities, to corporations. And I can tell you that I have personally spoken with many of the heads of these businesses, and I have personally given them information on, proper balloon disposal. And they're all very interested. Everybody wants to be a part of this. Two things I just want to say. Number one, at least for my jobs, I set up and I tear down. I remove everything. Most of my businesses, if the event ends at 3:15, we're tearing down. So it's being, they're being disposed of properly. I believe a big part of this solution is education. And a lot of people, unfortunately, they're not aware that they're doing something wrong by leaving a store without a balloon being on a weight. Balloons, just like Chris said and Allison, balloons need to be sold with a weight. They need to have, we need to tell them verbally, which many of us do. They need to, just like years ago, people threw rice at weddings. They didn't know that it was dangerous to birds. They were educated, and now they don't do that. And I think education is very, very important. I proposed this, 2 years ago. I think this would be a wonderful lesson plan in schools, art classes, gym, social studies, environmental classes, science classes. You could do school-wide assemblies. I think that there's so many ways that we can tackle this rather than just having an all-out ban. I have always said there's power in a piece of latex. It just spreads such joy. Why are we trying to pop that when we can just put safety measures in order?
Thank you, Michelle. I think we have a question online from Representative Chafee.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been on this committee for 5 years now since I was first in the legislature. We've heard this every time, and the discussion of education keeps coming up. I guess my first question would be, how long do we reasonably expect to educate the population on this issue?
I mean,
So sorry. Go ahead, Chris.
sorry, I would say, it should be continuous. Education in any form should not just stop. New generations and new kids and new families and people moving in, they all should be educated. And I think that, a big part of that's going to be, obviously at the point of sale, but, there's also, PSAs we can put out to the government. We can start, doing some small experts in schools. I think that's a great idea from Michelle Russo, I don't think education should stop. I think that if anybody thinks that any education should just be, oh yeah, we're done, we've already done our job, is not thinking of education in the right way.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. I guess I just don't see this education happening right now, and it has not really seemed to be happening over the past 5 years of discussion on this. My second question was, the concept of weighting the balloon has come up several times. I'm guessing when you're saying they're weighted, that's at the end of the string, or is that actually inside the balloon?
So it can't be inside the balloon if they want the balloon to float. So an arrangement would have to, if it's an arrangement, you would tie it to, a balloon weight would tie it down. Sometimes people do loose balloons for their house, and I've got big old balloon bags that I'll put a weight inside the balloon bag to weigh the whole thing down. So if somebody lets go of the whole bag doesn't go up into the sky. Things like that. It should not be easy for somebody to release them into the environment as it is now. We used to see people go to party cities and have a handful of balloons and try to shove them all into their car. Well, that's just a terrible way of doing business because people are going to lose part of their product, but also terrible for the environment. So, getting on board with retailers, to make it easier for consumers to enjoy the product without, damaging the environment for sure.
So it sounds like I understand putting the weight in the balloon will cut down on its buoyancy. It won't be aerial anymore, but that's kind of the problem we're trying to address here is the balloon flies away and flies into a tree or into the ocean. So I'm guessing you'd be opposed to having some sort of weight to make it more neutral inside the balloon.
I don't know how you would weight inside of a balloon. The balloon would be on the ground then.
You could put a weight in it before you blow it up,
and then it would sink. So honestly, if I took a regular latex balloon right now and I sprayed it with water, it would sink. The buoyancy of balloons is not great. It's lighter than air, but just barely so.
Okay, that's all my questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Chafee. Seeing no, go ahead. One more question. Thank you.
It'll be quick.
Representative Brennan Hughes.
My question has to do with, I know that there are a lot of, people do balloon arches, they do all these different newfangled things today, but a lot of them are just filled with air. They're not filled with helium. So my question is, in the industry itself, is it organically actually going away from the helium anyway?
So most balloon artists that I've seen, if they could find a way where helium wouldn't, where they don't have to use helium, they won't.
Yes.
In some cases, you want that floating effect. But we used to make arches and columns out of helium. It's no longer a thing. It's become prohibitively expensive to do so. And also, structured balloon arrangements end up being a little bit better, So most people will try to structure their things if it's possible and fill them with air. So it's not the only way we, use balloons. Is
Yeah.
through helium.
So if you had to guess, what percentage of your balloon business requires helium versus filling the balloons with air?
I would say probably at least half is
Okay.
helium based. Anytime you've got to make a structure and build on that, it takes more time, effort, and expertise to do than just blowing up a couple helium balloons. And again, those tend to be typically a little bit more expensive.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much.
Of course.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, we appreciate you folks being with us today,
Thank you.
and we'll look forward to keeping in touch. Next up on our list is number 16, Christine Bartlett Josie.
You got me?
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Rep Parker? Who's there? Rep Reyes? Good afternoon. Oh, I'm Christine Bartlett Josie, and I currently serve as the State Director for Clean Water Action Connecticut, representing thousands of members across our state who deeply care about protecting our waterways, reducing waste, and building healthier communities. I was going to give a shout out to Rep McClinsky, but she, for her being a champion for all these years, but she is not here. I've lived in New Haven for 30 years. In many Black and brown neighborhoods, residents live closer to waste facilities, landfills, and incinerators, and often bear disproportionate share of the environmental and public health impacts of our waste system. Because of that, improving how Connecticut manages materials and reduces waste is not just an environmental issue, it's an environmental justice issue. For decades, large waste facilities such as incinerators have been concentrated near urban communities like Hartford and New Haven, Waterbury and Bridgeport, where residents already face higher pollution burdens. Policies that reduce waste at the source help reduce the need for these facilities and the pollution that comes with them. I also bring the perspective of someone who grew up on the Caribbean island of St. Lucia, where rivers flow directly into the Caribbean Sea. These same rivers that run through our towns and cities in Connecticut eventually run and reach the ocean. And as someone from St. Lucia, I've seen firsthand how plastic thrown away upstream can end up on the beaches of the Caribbean. House Bill 5524 takes important steps towards modernizing Connecticut's material management system. Section 2 limits the use of polystyrene foodware, a material that easily breaks down and pollutes our environment. It's also linked to health concerns because chemicals can leach into our food and beverages. Many states have already moved to restrict this material. Section 3 often refers to as skip the stuff, requires single-use food services items like utensils, napkins, straws, and condiment packets only be provided when requested. In other states like New Jersey, they've been very successful in successfully adopting similar policies. Section 4, prioritize food donation before disposal at a time when nearly 1 in 7 residents in Connecticut faces food insecurity, while about 40% of our food is wasted. This provision will help enable eligible food to feed people's first and not go into the dump. It could also be used in programs supporting farms and other wildlife rehabilitation programs. Section 5, which seeks to use the use of DEEP's material management grants, allows investments in infrastructure such as cold storage for food recovery organization and dishwashing equipment for schools, transitioning away from disposable foodware. We already know that these solutions work here in Connecticut. Through Clean Water Action's Rethink Disposable program, we've partnered with the Middletown Public Schools to transition 10 schools away from single-use cafeteria items to reusable plates, bowls, and utensils that are washed on-site using commercial dishwashers. That program alone is expected to eliminate more than 3 million single-use items every year while saving the district money that can be reinvested in healthier food for residents. Middletown is probably saving about $80,000 per year. We're also seeing such leadership at the local level in Stanford, where we have partnered with them to do the very same thing in the Stanford schools. But for these solutions to succeed, consistent funding is essential. I think DEEP's material management's grants do not currently have reliable funding that could be used for those programs. Reducing waste at the source is not only better for our environment, it is also one of the smartest ways for Connecticut to control rising waste disposable costs for municipalities and taxpayers. Without sustained investment, we risk paying for more in the future for waste disposal and pollution cleanup. Investing in waste reduction today will save Connecticut money tomorrow while protecting our waterways, our communities, and the places we all call home. As I know this committee understands that responsibility very well, HB 5524 gives Connecticut the opportunity to reduce waste at the source and build a materials management system that works for every community in our state. Thank you for your leadership on this matter, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Christine. Appreciate you being here with us. I did not realize you were the state director with Clean Water Action. Thank you for your advocacy. Do we have any questions or comments? Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A brief comment. Great to see Ms. Bartlett Josie. Always a pleasure. I would note that the work that Clean Water Action has done in this space is absolutely incredible, especially with respect to the case study. You had referenced the Middletown Public Schools. Last year, when we heard HB 6229, Middletown Public Schools did submit as an addendum that case study, and I will certainly work with you to submit that into the record for this year's bill so that our committee can review that study and the great work you've done. I think it can help contextualize, again, the important work we're doing with schools to ensure that we're building, having reusables and supporting dishwasher, putting in place dishwashing equipment, et cetera. So thank you for this, the important work you're doing in this space.
Thank you.
Are there other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here with us. Next up, we're going to hear from number 17, Juliana LaRue of the Sierra Club, along with Jeffrey Gross, number 20, also of the Sierra Club.
All right, press the button when you speak, Jeff.
Go ahead.
Hi, everybody. Senator Lopes, Rep. Parker, members of the Environment Committee. I'm Juliana LaRue, and on behalf of the Sierra Club and our more than 30,000 members and supporters, thank you for the opportunity to testify in front of you today. Sierra Club submitted testimony on several bills, which are included in our written testimony, and you'll hear from a few other volunteers on a few other bills today. But today, we're going to focus on Senate Bill 453, an act concerning a climate change related surcharge on certain insurance policies. SB 453 proposes a surcharge on insurance policies for fossil fuel infrastructure in Connecticut. Revenue from this surcharge would go into a climate resilience fund, which would be used to prepare for and respond to climate impacts such as storms, flooding, and other related damages. The surcharge helps shift some of the financial burden back onto the industries that help contribute to the problem. And a new report on Connecticut's climate costs find that the state has experienced 11 federally declared disasters between 2011 and 2024, totaling more than $564 million in just federal assistance costs, plus many of the other costly disasters that the state has been hit with. So, this policy will help stabilize the insurance system itself. As climate risks grow, insurers are increasingly exposed to higher losses from storms, flooding, and other disasters. And investing in resilience reduces those risks and helps ensure that insurance remains available and affordable for Connecticut residents. But I'll yield to Jeff for the rest.
Thank you, Juliana. Jeff Gross here. So I'm familiar with two programs in Connecticut that actually solve for adaptation, which I also call resiliency. The first was the 2021 bill, an act concerning climate change adaptation, which really focused on town level remediations, and the Deep Climate Resiliency Fund, DCRF. Both of those have limited funding, right, and not it's episodic funding basically. So they don't really solve the problem. So we need something more robust. And the second point I want to make is, why is it sound policy to levy a surcharge on insurance premiums, specifically on larger fossil fuel infrastructure? Now, the surcharge is not intended to punish for past pollution events. This surcharge is a forward-looking policy addressing the obvious negative externality of commercial interests like these industries causing emissions for free of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. Just like the medieval or overgrazing of the communal town pastures that early economists called the tragedy of the commons, the Earth's atmosphere needs regulation or it will be overused. Now, a prime driver of these CO2 emissions is the fossil fuel industry, and it needs some incentives, negative incentives, to reduce their negative externality, which are, in fact, the downstream impact of their products being used. I have worked for insurance companies. Insurance companies play a role as an enabler of this business activity. I will point out that insurance policy climate disclosures would include policies in many jurisdictions, maybe not in the US yet. The IFRS International Financial Standards makes that a standard. It's used in Europe, Australia, etc. However, I see no material impact on the insurance industry as a result of this surcharge, reciprocity or not. I see a huge benefit in that they can use this surcharge to promote their own transition plans to a 2050 carbon neutrality. Final point, affordability, consumers. Worst case, assume that the surcharge is indeed tacked on to pass through to consumers, but it's a very small increase because, well, an insurance premium is a small percentage of the business. 5% of that is even less, so 1% of 1 per 5%, very small. In sum, resiliency is less expensive than recovery. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks, both of you.
Happy to answer questions as well. Thank you.
Are there questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your feedback. Ms. LaRue, thank you for your leadership. Next up is Diane Keefe. Diane, I see you online. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Thank you, distinguished members of the committee, for hearing my testimony. I agree wholeheartedly with the previous two speakers and also Christine Bartlett-Josie. I'm here to support HB 453, the act concerning the surcharge on certain insurance policies. I think it's clear from the testimony of the Insurance Association that they do not oppose a resiliency fund. And the question is how to finance it. They suggest the general fund, but when you look at who is actually generating the problem and who is paying for the problem, putting it into the general fund taxes all taxpayers, whereas focusing it on the generators of the fossil fuels that create the problem is really the right way to finance it. So I encourage this committee to bring this forward and to emphasize that the insurance industry has been raising premiums in response to increased climate-driven intensity in storms, wildfires, floods. And because of our large coastline, we really do want to tackle this before there's an insurance industry failure, meaning that everyone, for example, we see in Florida, is being forced to get insurance through a state insurance fund, which is inadequate grossly to meet the needs of the very high property values we have here. Also, I wanted to address 5524, fully support that. Again, the financing question, Just to remind folks that the solid waste fee has been going into the general fund for decades now. And even though the municipalities didn't want us to increase the fund the last time this bill came before you, or similar bill came before you, I think it's time, with the surplus that we have of $4.5 billion, to retrench some of that solid waste fee into actually dealing with building a composting system and building a more robust system for dealing with our food waste issues. And also wanted to encourage the adoption of these polystyrene choice provision. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Diane. Seeing no questions from the committee, we appreciate your testimony, and I'm sure we'll see you again soon. Have a great afternoon. Next up is number 19, Susan Eastwood, also from the Sierra Club. Welcome. Nice to see you. Push the button down there. Would you push the button? Yep, perfect. Thank you.
Better. Okay. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today. I'll be speaking on behalf of Sierra Club Connecticut on HB 5524, and you've already heard some great testimony on that. So I'll try to add my extra points if I can manage to do that. Last second. I've also submitted my own written testimony on the balloon bill 542, on the insurance surcharge 453, and on the bottle bill 457. But this bill 5524 is a great first step for reducing our growing municipal solid waste problem, with associated high disposal fees to towns, harmful health impacts, and environmental degradation. As a proponent for the zero waste methods, and I am a member also of the Connecticut Zero Waste Coalition, I strongly support these efforts to refuse, reduce, and reuse before the need to dispose. On sections 1 and 2, food waste and food surplus for donation. Food waste, as you know, is a low-hanging fruit of our waste crisis. It makes up over 22% of our waste stream. It's bulky, wet, heavy to transport, and difficult to burn in our incinerators. It's methane producing and wasteful, since much of it is good for consumption. So this bill addresses two fronts of that. It will strengthen existing law on food waste collection, and also support donation of surplus food. I have some suggestions to strengthen the bill. Lowering the tonnage threshold in the current law to expand more the number of entities required to separate organic materials. Include animal feed as a consideration for food donation planning, as in the bill. Adding food scraps to the list of mandated recyclables. And also, of course, more funding for education and enforcement would be very helpful. In sections 2 and 3, polystyrene and single-use plastics, this would significantly reduce these plastics in our waste stream and in our environment. Single-use plastics made from petroleum-based materials have many chemicals added, including BPA for hardness, phthalates for softness, to add those extra properties. These are toxic, and they're associated with many diseases, including cancers and reproductive disorders. Major source of pollution as well, littering the land, emitting dangerous toxins, including dioxins when incinerated, as we insist on doing. So 5524 would prohibit restaurants from distributing single-use plastics unless requested, as modeled on the New Jersey Skip the Stuff law, which has been quite successful. And also, this bill would prohibit restaurants from using polystyrene containers or distributing them. And that would benefit the environment as well as public health. Polystyrene has the chemical styrene, which is linked to cancer, vision and hearing loss, impaired memory and concentration, and nervous system effects. It can also leach out of our styrofoam coffee cups, for example. So remember that with your next morning sip.
Susan,
yes.
Your time has expired. Would you please summarize? The bell is being, it was like, bling. We're trying to get it more robust.
I didn't hear it.
Not your fault. I barely heard it myself. But if you'd please summarize.
Sure. 11 states have already banned polystyrene, so we can do it too. And the last section on the grants, I think Christine handled that really well. So I'll stop there. But thank you for raising the bill.
Thank you so much.
All
Thanks
right.
for all your testimony.
You bet.
Seeing no questions from the committee, we appreciate it. Have a wonderful afternoon. Next up, we are going to have Representative Jamie Foster who's with us, and then Jamie will be followed by number 21, Sean McLaughlin. Representative Foster, welcome.
Hello to the distinguished members of the Environment Committee. It's great to see you all on this Friday. I'm here today to testify on House Bill number 5522, an act concerning the Sewage Right to Know Act. I'd like to share that I think that this conceptually is a wonderful idea, living close to a river contaminated as well. And I support the goals of this legislation, and I appreciate the committee's work to strengthen transparency and public awareness about environmental contamination. The threat to drinking water has been a recurring issue in my district, largely rural. Most of my communities served through private drinking wells. And often, private drinking wells lack the same monitoring and security that's offered from being on a publicly regulated utility. It is, of course, advised that homeowners check their well water annually, but we know that this advice is not often heeded. An example I like to share is that I was door knocking my first year when I was running for election, and I met a gentleman whose number one issue to me was that people needed to know how important it was that their wells could be contaminated. This young father tested his well water when he decided to homebrew beer, which he informed me was very much a chemistry effort, and he needed to know the composition of his water before he began. He was mortified to find out that the water he was using to make his baby's bottles for the last several years had been contaminated with both nitrates and road salt. These kinds of issues are not a few occurrence. And one of the things that's happened for me often in my district that I've realized is I'll meet one neighbor who has a contaminated well, and the source of contamination is likely environmental because house number 1, 3, 5, and 7 all share the same contaminant. But no one is responsible for warning houses 11, 13, 15 who might not have tested their wells and might not have the same neighborly relationships with their neighbors to be warned. So I recommend that this bill be amended to include notification systems when there is a known contaminant affecting the groundwater supply and private wells in the region. And I recommend that you might consider a trigger limit. So if another house is within 200, 500 feet of a contaminated well, that deep, notify the neighboring abutting properties that they should also test. And that there's also a community notification procedure that has deep as the primary point of contact for environmental contamination of well water, also helping that individual navigate the other systems that might be available. Sometimes well water contamination is a local health district issue. Sometimes it's the State Department of Public Health. But lay consumers are having a very hard time navigating our system as it exists. And what is happening is as people are passed between state agencies, they're falling between the cracks and continue to live in homes without potable water. And so I appreciate this committee's consideration for these amendments. I have detailed written testimony that's being submitted, and I'm happy to answer any questions from members of the committee.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate you finding a bill that you could share this on. I applaud your work in your community. I know this is important to you and to your constituents. I myself did some testing this year. I reached out to you because I was overwhelmed, didn't know quite where to go. And it was a humbling experience. And so I'm glad that in the context of Sewage Right to Know, which is talking about clean water and ways that the state can support the community, I'd like to think there's a way to keep working on this. So appreciate your testimony today. Appreciate your written comments. Are there questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Have a great afternoon. We'll keep in touch.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Jamie. Next up, we'll go to number 21, Sean McLaughlin.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to the committee. My name is Sean McLaughlin, and I'm with the National Association of Mutual Insurance Companies. And I wish I could be there in Hartford today. I unfortunately have pre-Cana, if there's any Catholic, married Catholics in the audience there. So I want to, keep my wedding schedule and be in compliance with my fiance and the church. So I have all of that tonight. So I can't be there in person. So apologies for that. But I do appreciate the chance to be here. We are, which may come as not much of a surprise, in opposition to SB 453. And for a lot of the reasons that my friend Eric George from the Insurance Association of Connecticut detailed earlier. And I want to just echo one thing that Eric said earlier in his testimony as well. The insurance industry is committed to being part of the solution. We are extremely supportive of Fortified. IBHS, which is the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety, is funded by the insurance industry. They're the creators of the fortified standard. We see fortified as a real answer to changing climate and a way to mitigate that risk. We are in opposition to 453 just because we don't believe that insurance, an insurance surcharge is really the way to go about this. And I want to talk a little bit about that issue from an underwriting and actuarial standpoint, right? So insurers want to match rate to risk. That's the principle that insurance is based on. And a 5% surcharge on these policies is kind of outside that risk calculation. And it's something that we talked about when I was here back in January in that pre-session informational hearing as well. That's a policy judgment, right? That's not an underwriting determination or calculation. So that's a concern. It kind of is it's a variable that isn't part of the equation when matching rate to risk. Eric detailed the retaliatory tax situation. That is definitely a concern of ours, but he kind of went into that. So I'll leave it to the side for now. But just from an underwriting perspective, a surcharge is not part of that equation. And it does get in the way of insurers being able to match rate to risk. And it also, this bill would use the insurance industry, as Eric put it, as a cudgel as a punitive cudgel towards another industry, which we don't necessarily believe is the role of the insurance industry. If you all want to legislate or regulate, another industry, by all means, right? That's the policy determination that you all make as legislators and as regulators. But we don't see that as the role of insurance, especially when this determination, when we're trying to match rate to risk, when this surcharge kind of falls outside of that calculation. So that's where we stand. That's why we're in opposition to this bill. We certainly would love to be part of the solution to expand fortification and home mitigation in Connecticut. As Eric said, the general fund is our preferred way to fund that, and we think that makes more sense.
Thank you, Sean. Your time is up. Would you please summarize?
Okay, great. I was finished anyway. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hey, of course. Appreciate that. I'll just make a brief comment. I can understand the comment around not wanting to use the insurance industry as a cudgel. There may be a sense that, in fact, the insurance industry is profiting off of companies that produce and create greater risk. And so I would just encourage it. I don't think it's as simple as using the insurance industry as a go-between to get to another industry. I think there may be folks that are in this conversation that are indeed concerned with the activities of the insurance industry, or maybe think that if there's just greater risk or greater cost baked into this, there should be a way to calculate for that. But I appreciate your thoughts. And again, I'll thank you for coming to our earlier conversation on this when the committee had a working group, an informational session early on in the session. And I know that you'll stay at the table with us. So seeing further questions, we'll go next to number 22 on our list. This is Joshua Levin. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Parker. Good afternoon, co-chairs and committee members. My name is Joshua Levin, the Legislative and Advocacy Manager for Connecticut Votes for Animals, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. On behalf of CVA and all of our Connecticut members, I respectfully urge you to support both Senate Bill 452, an act concerning the release of lighter than air balloons, and Senate Bill 456, an act concerning a grant program for wildlife rehabilitation facilities in the state. For Senate Bill 452, while they may seem harmless, lighter than air balloons are a serious risk to wildlife and cause significant environmental damage. What's worse, all of the harm these balloons cause is entirely preventable. Wildlife will often mistake balloon fragments for food or become entangled in their strings, leading to injury in the best of circumstances, but more commonly death. Research shows that ingesting balloon debris is 32 times more likely to result in death than ingesting hard plastic. And nearly 40% of seabird deaths can be attributed to balloon fragments, despite making up only about 5% of all debris. Balloons also pollute our oceans, our forests, and our waterways, and remain there from anywhere between a few months to a few decades. So that single balloon that was purchased for that 5-year-old's birthday party will still be around when they're going on 30. Mylar balloons in particular cause just under 600 power outages across the country in 2023 alone, placing an unnecessary strain on our electrical grid and creating avoidable costs for communities. So Senate Bill 452 addresses these preventable harms and helps protect our wildlife, our environment, and our communities. So I respectfully urge your support. Please support Senate Bill 456 as well, as it would establish a much-needed grant program for the state's wildlife rehabilitation facilities. Our rehabbers provide critical services by rescuing injured, orphaned, and sick wildlife, the majority of them harmed by vehicle and window collisions, habitat loss, pollution, and other human-caused hazards. Despite their critical work, most rehabilitation facilities are nonprofits, supported primarily by volunteers and donations. The cost required to properly care for wildlife is significant and only is continuing to rise. These financial barriers force some facilities to close and discourage others from even entering the field. So a state grant program could provide critical support by covering some of these expenses, including food and dietary supplies, construction and maintenance costs for proper enclosures, veterinary care and medical supplies, and required vaccinations and trainings for staff. Several other states have already begun supporting their wildlife rehabbers, including California and Colorado and Washington. And Senate Bill 456 would allow Connecticut to do the same. So please support both Senate Bill 456 and Senate Bill 452. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much, Joshua. I appreciate your testimony. Seeing no questions or comments from the committee, we thank you for your time. And we'll move next to number 23, Thomas Metzner. Hello, sir. Welcome.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Tom Metzner. I'm here to testify on Senate Bill 457 concerning the bottle deposit program. I would first say briefly that the formation of a stewardship organization is a good idea. It's worked in other jurisdictions in terms of administrative challenges with the bottle bill. I asked for an amendment to this bill to give municipalities the right to ban the sale of nips. I know this bill had a hearing 2 years ago. It didn't go anywhere. There were 7 co-sponsors. There were more than 60 letters of support, but it was not given a hearing last year and not given a hearing this year. I find that hard to swallow, to be honest. But I want to point out a couple of things. The per capita number of nips sold in Connecticut is astounding. According to the Container Recycling Institute, the national average of nip consumption for states that have liquor control is 2.2. In Connecticut, it's 25. So if you account for people over the drinking age and people that drink, which is roughly estimated 54% of the population, that number is 70. And not everyone that drinks nips. So you can see it's a highly addictive product. The problem is not litter and drinking and driving. Those are the foreseeable consequences of the problem, which is the design, marketing, and consumption of nips designed to go out the window. And that's where we find them, on the sidewalks, on the beaches, right outside the package stores. The issue of litter is not being addressed by the nickel per nip program in any effective way. And it was never meant to deal with the issue of drinking and driving, which should be of great concern for us. But I also wanted to say about citizen government. Massachusetts residents can ban the sale of nips. And in my town of Glastonbury, a petition was forwarded that you can stand on the corner and say, do you want a moratorium on turf fields? We got the signatures. It was put to a vote by the citizens. The citizens decided. Now, that result didn't go as I wanted, but that's okay. I'm asking you to empower a process where the citizens can decide in their town if they want the money or they want to ban the sale of nips. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Tom. Appreciate the conversation we've had on this and you keeping in touch. I'm glad you found a way to come testify and bring this up today. Seeing no questions. Oh, Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To be clear and on the record, you are Tom Metzner, citizen.
Yes.
Here today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How do you, let's take this out to a logical conclusion. We do this, certain municipalities pass bans on nips. Those other people are still going to get their nips in a different municipality, most likely an urban municipality, and the stigma that goes along with that. How do you answer that concern?
Every town has the right to choose. I would say the entire state of New Mexico banned nips because of the alcohol problem. The city of Kansas City, Missouri is currently banning or considering a ban on nips. Every town should have their right. If people go to the next town, then that next town should have the right to say, you know, this is too much for us. It's causing too much in terms of litter or drinking and driving. So just give every town the right to decide for themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, thanks for being here. Thanks for your advocacy. Next up is number 24, Stephen Sack. Stephen's here in person. Welcome, Stephen.
Thank you for welcoming me, committee. I am here today. My name is Stephen Sack. I own Sack Energy. I'm a 5th generation energy provider in the state of Connecticut. I live in West Hartford, and I'm on the West Hartford Sustainable Committee. I'm here to oppose Bill 453, an act concerning a climate-related surcharge on certain insurance policies. The way the bill is written, it's very vague. It doesn't really define what type of companies exactly will be affected by this. And what I see as some issues with this, the way it's written, is you're carving out heating oil trucks. But the problem with it is a lot of companies, either retail heating oil companies or common carriers, 18-wheel tractor trailers, haul both heating oil, diesel fuel, gasoline, biofuels. They do pool water, haul freight, all different types of stuff. And what this is, it doesn't define as to, well, if you have one policy and you do many things, what part of the policy is hit with the 5%, which part isn't. And if you have common carriers that are in Springfield who come to Connecticut all the time to pick up fuel in New Haven, I don't think that they would be subject to this 5% where the Connecticut companies would be. So it's then putting everybody in an unfair playing ground. Insurance is just going up so much lately. These companies, they're going to pass it on to the consumers. So it's just unfair to put this burden on companies. You know, I know they're looking for a place to grab money from to get this money together for climate resilience. But as history shows that these special funds have been raided many, many times, like the gross receipts tax. And so it'll actually never make it there, most likely. It's just been what's going on. You're looking at, you know, this could hit trading offices of just commodity traders in Stamford. There's a bunch of them down there. It sounds like they would be hit. But then if there's a big out-of-state company that owns a couple of the terminals in New Haven and they're from out of state and just in their one insurance policy, I don't think it's going to affect them. So it's going to hit some people, not others, and it's just not going to be effective in doing what I think you're trying to accomplish here, the way it's written. Thank you.
Great timing. Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no questions, thanks for taking the time to be with us today and for what you shared. Next up, number 25, Andrew Ginsberg from Hartford Distributors.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Representative Parker and esteemed members of the Environment Committee. My name is Andy Ginsberg, and I'm the General Manager of Hartford Distributors, which is a Connecticut-based distributor who supports roughly 200 local jobs, many of which are Teamsters. As a distributor, we are considered a deposit initiator, meaning we collect, account for, and remit deposits for the beverage containers we sell in Connecticut. I do appreciate the opportunity to speak today regarding Raise Bill 457. While I understand the intent behind the bill, I respectfully oppose it as written, particularly the proposal to create a beverage container stewardship organization that deposit initiators would be required to join and operate. The premise of the stewardship model is that it will somehow fix the challenges currently facing our bottle bill system. But from the perspective of those of us who operate inside the system every day, it does not address the root cause of the issues that we are seeing. For decades, Connecticut's bottle bill functioned without major logistical problems. Distributors, retails, redemption centers all played their roles and the system worked. The challenges we are discussing today do not arise from the structure of the system itself, but rather from the changes that have occurred more recently. Creating a stewardship organization does not solve those underlying issues. Instead, it primarily shifts the additional responsibility and cost onto the distributors who are already acting as a mechanism to help the bottle bill function. But distributors are not regulators, and we are not a governing body. We do not have the authority to impose fines, pursue criminal charges, or regulate behavior across the marketplace. The authority rests with the state and its agency. Expecting distributors to administer what is effectively a statewide regulatory program places responsibilities on private businesses that they simply are not equipped or authorized to perform. I also want to acknowledge the meaningful progress that has already been made. With the leadership of this committee and others in the legislature, we recently worked together on Bill 299, which included targeted measures intended to address some of the challenges the system is currently facing. Those efforts deserve time to work. Moving immediately towards stewardship structure risks adding another layer of complexity to an already complex system before we even have the opportunity to evaluate the impact of the reforms that were enacted. I just want to say, I appreciate the work that has been done by this committee and the inclusion of all of us in the system, and I look forward to questions and furthering this conversation.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the ongoing conversations and you being here today. Heard on stewardship. So I'll just ask, anything else in the bill that you think is important to pass?
I think, as I said in my testimony, I think we passed the e-cert. I think we did some good things there. I think it deserves time to let it settle, see what comes of it, and we always have future sessions to make changes as needed.
Understood.
And continue the conversation. Sorry.
Understood. Thank you. Rep. Cresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would contest your assumption that the structure of the bottle bill was working well before we fixed it. We had an under 50%, probably under 40% redemption rate. So something was amiss and needed to be fixed. But would you say that the stewardship model idea, if properly given enough time to be implemented, look, the stewardship idea is appealing to me because it takes the state out of the equation. We would no longer probably be needed to track all of the items. It would be something that was done from within the industry, much like the electronics self-regulate themselves. What do you feel about that?
On your first point, Representative, I appreciate your comment on the system not working beforehand, and I respectfully disagree. The part that I'm talking about is the collection of the empties to bring them back into their life cycle, which is what we're responsible for, not the front end redemption rates of the bottle bill itself. So distributors picking up from redemption centers, retail locations, bringing them back to our location, processing them effectively, reporting to the state, doing our job. That part of the process is what I was referring to. On the stewardship program, that is exactly what I'm afraid of, is that the onus is going to be passed solely to us as distributors. Again, we don't have certain authorities in our industry, and I know we've looked at other instances of stewardship working specifically in Oregon. However, that model was created at the inception of the bottle bill. So it's a vertically integrated system, and I know you've heard all these terms a million times over. And in order for that to work in the state of Connecticut, we would have to blow the entire system up, which I don't think anybody wants, and start over. We are beverage distributors. We are our only businesses in the state of Connecticut. We are a mechanism of the bottle bill. We are happy to play our part. However, we've already made financial investments into this bill to help serve this bill as is, baling machines and trucks and second shifts to strip the trucks and process the empties. Asking us to step up and make future investments, it could be devastating to our bottom line.
I understand that logic, but I wouldn't imagine a stewardship group that was formed looking to implode the whole existing system, just possibly take over for what the state is doing. I mean, besides your financial your financial situation right now with the over redemption. I mean, this bottle bill modernization, if you look at it strictly from an environmental point of view, has been a huge success. The bottles aren't coming from Connecticut, but they're being turned into, old bottles are being turned into new bottles. And besides the financial hit that you're taking, is the system, the way you're doing it now, are you handling this increased volume of material? Not so much the money, but are you handling this increased volume of items and material, or is that a problem as well?
No, we're able to handle it.
So there you go. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your questions, Representative. Seeing no further questions, thanks for being here.
Thank you for
I'm sure we'll keep in touch.
Sure.
Next up, we're going to hear from number 26, Susan Pronovost.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Susan Pronovost, Executive Director to the Connecticut Greenhouse Growers Association. I'm here this afternoon to address Senate Bill 453 concerning the surcharge on certain insurance policies. Bill being a framework leaves open some concerns that we have as to agriculture becoming an unintended victim of the language. We believe the language intends other entities and not agriculture. However, when you see language that says including but not limited to, you get a little nervous. I think the committee needs to understand that the larger greenhouse operations, and in fact, most of the farms in the state of Connecticut have gas pumps, have their own oil delivery trucks that they go and fuel their vehicles or their burners with #2 heating oil. They have storage tanks because they buy in bulk. And that's #2 heating oil, that's diesel, that's gasoline. So we're concerned that agriculture will wind up being tossed in with big oil, and the refineries, et cetera. And clearly, I don't think that's this committee's intention. And please know that agriculture in general in the state of Connecticut is a bit different in that we're a hazard risk assessment, limiting the number of insurance carriers that will insure us. Putting the surcharge on does change the assessment risk according to one of the larger insurance groups that deals strictly with agriculture in Connecticut. So there is some reason for concern, and that is the basis of our opposition to the bill, because we don't know if it's going to include us or not. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Susan, for your testimony. Do members have any questions? I'm not seeing any online. Thank you again for your testimony, and have a great week.
Thank you, and have a good day.
Next up, we have Dustin Nelson.
Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, Vice Chairs, Ranking Members, and members of the Environment Committee. I'm Dustin Nelson of Tolland, Connecticut. I'm testifying in support of House Bill 5521, Section 1, an act concerning sterile cultivars. I'm a past president of the Connecticut Nursery and Landscape Association, an industry with a jobs impact of 43,000 and an economic impact of $4.7 billion. Sterile cultivars are plants that cannot reproduce utilizing sexual manners. These plants are often developed utilizing several different techniques, and two breeders of sterile cultivars from the University of Connecticut will speak during today's hearing later today. UConn has done extensive breeding and research on sterile cultivars of Japanese barberry and burning bush. Consumers continue to demand both plants, and they remain economically important to the horticulture industry. Timing on this bill is extremely important because it can take several years to grow a shrub to reach marketable size. While Japanese barberry and several other plants are not prohibited by statute until October 2028, growers are already phasing these plants out. The bottom line is impacted for both green industry businesses as well as Yukon. Royalties from plant patents generate about $160,000 in annual revenue for the University of Connecticut, with about 20% of those royalties coming from sterile cultivars. Many plants are sold under brands, and the companies that own the brands, trademarks, and plant patents do a very robust job enforcing their plants and brands. In the case of sterile plants, they would ensure that only their sterile plants are utilizing the special tags and pots, which make them easily identifiable. You would not see sterile plants sold in regular pots. Several other states are currently allowing sterile cultivars, including New York, Pennsylvania, and Minnesota. New Jersey is also considering a bill that would allow sterile cultivars. Additionally, I serve as the chair of the Connecticut Invasive Plants Council, where we are researching and building a framework to provide. I'm sorry?
My apologies, Dustin. Can you please summarize?
So we're going to provide further guidance on sterile cultivars and a framework. In my written testimony, I have provided a suggestion for an amendment to this bill and encourage you to please support it with the suggested amendments.
Thank you, Dustin. I do have a question with respect to interest from Connecticut residents regarding native plant species. I know there are many residents, especially the constituents I represent, who care deeply about this issue. And I was wondering if you can share some of the work that your landscapers are doing, or nurseries are doing to ensure that we are restoring native plant species here in Connecticut.
Yes, the native plant sector of our industry has been an extremely popular segment. It is not something, though, that caters to everyone. There's native plants are not always as showy or look as perfect as everybody would demand. So there definitely is a market for them, but we're also trying to address those who want to have some additional variety. So a lot of nurseries are focusing on growing native plants and have that as part of their overall plant palette. But a lot of nurseries are also looking to utilize these sterile cultivars as well to help provide more options for their clients, which also from an ecological perspective, you know, the more variety we have, the better we're able to combat things like diseases and insect pests, because we get away from having a monoculture.
Rep. Grosko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Dustin, you said in your testimony that customers come to the nurseries and say, "Hey, I want a burning bush," and I find that hard to believe. But is it more commercial customers?
I would say more retail customers are coming and looking for plants like burning bush because they value the striking fall color on them. So that's where I see most of the demand. A lot of the demand on the professional side, I see designers and landscape architects getting away from using those plants. The Japanese barberry, a lot of people are after that on the consumer end because they, again, have striking color to them as well as the compact size. So by introducing these sterile cultivars and allowing them for sale, we are able to meet that demand without having the negative environmental impacts.
And then real quick, Dustin, what would that amendment that you referred to call for in the bill?
That amendment would call for changing it from being under the purview of the Commissioner of Deep in consultation with the director of the Ag Experiment Station, and it would put that responsibility and duty over to the Invasive Plants Council. So then that way we can have an effective and cohesive plan for invasive plants in our state.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do members have any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Ben Pichet.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you all today. My name is Ben Pichet, and I work for Coca-Cola Beverages Northeast. I'm here today to testify on Senate Bill 457, an act concerning the bottle bill. Quickly about Coke Northeast, we're an independent bottler that operates across New England and upstate New York. In Connecticut, we have 3 sales centers, 1 production facility, and are proud to have operated here for over 100 years. Now on to the bill in particular. There are both good and bad concepts I would like to discuss with you all today. My first concern is in section 2, relating to state-specific labeling. We oppose this section as it would require the Attorney General to assess the likely outcome of state-specific labels. This is a concept that has already been struck down in court twice, the first being with the 6th Circuit and the second time being with the Southern District of New York. Both times were due as they found them violations of the Interstate Commerce Clause. Beyond that, implementation of state-specific labels would be complicated and difficult to administer. So every beverage we sell in Connecticut has the redemption value and the deposit indica. However, all the states around us have different eligible products and different deposit values. This leads us to a situation where the beverages we sell would only have a limited area in which we could do so. This becomes problematic for us as we have hundreds of different SKUs across our states. So this would lead to our warehouse having to stock multiple versions of the same product, and we simply don't have the time or space in those facilities to comply. The next concern I have is with section 3, relating to operations and conditions for accepting containers. This section proposes a strict 7-day limit on pickups for redemption centers, and this would lead to inefficiencies in our process. The underlying reason is that low volume redemption centers would need to be serviced more frequently than they currently are, and this would come at the expense of high volume redemption centers, many of which need multiple pickups per day. Pickup schedules should be established through mutual agreements that are beneficial for both parties involved, not some arbitrary timeline. Now, changing gears into what we can support within this bill, I'd like to start with section 7, which relates to penalties for misrepresenting brands and bag counts. To start, short bagging is a process where a full bag, such as 180 or 240 units, are billed to a distributor. However, in reality, the amount of containers in that bag may be well less, or it may contain brands that don't belong to the distributor. Regardless, we're on the hook to pay for the full bag. As a result, having a clear enforcement and authority on this issue is appreciated and will help allocate costs properly. And lastly, I'd like to touch on section 6 relating to transshipment language. We fully support this section and appreciate its inclusion. All right, and I just heard the timer. So to summarize here, I'd just like to finish by saying thank you for your continued work on all of our concerns around the bottle bill. I know SB 299 was passed recently and took a big step in alleviating those concerns. And I truly believe that parts of SB 457 discussed here today can continue pushing the ball in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben, for your testimony. Representative Grosco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ben, so in the Eastern bill that we did, there was a requirement for the redemption centers to have optic scanners for barcodes. Let's say that, well, when they implement that, does the need for this section in this bill to make you take the returns back go away? In other words, they've scanned it through the optic scanners that we now require them to have. Now you have to take the bail. You follow me?
Yeah, so it definitely helps, to your point. So once we have those optic scanners up and running and they're fully accurate, we would feel much more confident with the ability of the invoicing side of things, knowing that it is our products we're being billed for.
Well, we passed that in the law. So why are you opposed to this if you feel that the optic scanners are going to do their job?
Let me just clarify what I'm saying here. So what I'm opposed to in particular were 2 different points within the bill. And those points were the first being the state-specific labeling, as I would just create nightmares for our supply chain, as well as there's other legal precedents that have already been set there. And the second concern I had was with the 7-day pickup policy, in terms of having to physically get out to redemption centers within 7 days. And the main concern there is that we would be allocating resources to the smaller redemption centers that may not be able to need a full pickup every 7 days. And this would divert some of the resources that we're putting to the larger facilities in the state that need multiple pickups per day.
And how's that 10-cent bill coming in New York?
It's not, to be honest.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just a clarifying question. Obviously, you covered the bailing in your testimony at the redemption centers. What do you do with respect to the retailers? And I guess as far as your involvement in terms of the collection of the commodity, the aluminum and the plastic material?
Yeah, happy to answer that. So the way we get involved with the retailers is we have a third party that we contract out, and they'll go out to those retailers and secure our material, and they'll bring it back to a local facility that they own. They will bale that material on site, and then we'll have a different contractor, whether it be the aluminum or PET, come in, reclaim that, and start to reprocess that material in a way in which we can then put it back into our system to reuse as new bottles and cans.
All right, thank you for that. Do members have any further questions? I'm not seeing any online. Thank you so much for this comprehensive testimony. Have a great day. All right. Next up, we have Mark Brand online.
Good afternoon. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak before you today. I'm Mark Brand, and I would like to give testimony in favor of House Bill number 5521, which would provide sterile cultivar exemptions for banned invasive species. I've been a professor in the Department of Plant Science and Landscape Architecture at UConn for the last 39 years, where I've been involved in the field of ornamental landscape plants and plant breeding. Over the last 25 years, I've focused a significant amount of my efforts on invasive ornamental plant management, particularly working on Japanese barberry and winged euonymus. I will use invasive Japanese barberry as an example to raise various issues related to this bill, since I have experience with this plant and it is likely one of the first important plants to be significantly affected by laws related to bans and exemptions to bans. At the encouragement of prominent members of the Connecticut Invasive Plants Working Group, including Les Merhoff and members of the Connecticut Nursery and Landscape Association, I began work to create sterile cultivars of Japanese barberry in 2004. A dozen years later, I was able to release and introduce 4 different sterile cultivars that were selected for patenting, licensing, and landscape use. Data about the sterile barberries has been published in a refereed scientific journal, which is the standard for scientific information. The data shows that sterility in barberry has been stable for 16 years, and there are many incorrect beliefs that sterile plants revert to a fertile condition. Without a sterile cultivar exemption, the sterile and safe barberries that have been created cannot be used. Barberries are particularly useful in landscaping due to their compact habits, colorful foliage, tolerance to urban conditions, and noteworthy solid deer resistance. The loss of barberry comes at a cost to the state's nursery and landscape industry, which is the largest ag sector in Connecticut. Over the last 5 years, I estimate that sterile barberry sales have been worth about $1.5 million in profit for the nursery industry and $150,000 to the University of Connecticut in royalties. Sterile cultivar exemptions can be an effective way to allow the continued use of valuable plants while not incurring the risks of harm to the environment. Several states have already adopted exemptions for sterile cultivars. In the Northeast, New York was the first state to approve the use of Yukon sterile barberries beginning in 2014. To my knowledge, this situation has worked out well in New York with no issues over 10 years. As Dustin said, other states are now following New York's lead, including Minnesota, Pennsylvania, and then New Jersey, and some Midwestern states are also considering exemptions. I've heard some concerns about how Yukon sterile barberries can be differentiated from other invasive barberries. They can be morphologically differentiated from fertile plants by thicker,
Thank you,
larger
Professor
leaves.
Brent. Can you please summarize?
Yes. So basically, I'll just wrap it up with pointing out that today's marketplace for sterile barberries are in branded pots. They can only be sold in those pots. It's easy to track them. If you see barberries in unbranded black pots, they are probably illegal barberries. So it's easy to track.
Thank you. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Brand, for being with us. Man, this is a hard one for me because I feel like on one hand, we've got scientists from the department saying that this is a concern. We can't know they won't return back to unsterile versions in the future. And I appreciate the cautious approach when we are in a state that's had such challenges with invasives. And now I'm hearing from you, as someone that's been deeply involved with this, saying that you are pretty opposed to that. Can you help me try to understand why we might have heard concerns from DEEP before? I think I'd asked a question earlier, like, is there new science that they might not be aware of, a new approach to how these are being created? Can you just help explain why we're getting such different viewpoints on this?
Well, I could try. I don't know exactly what DEEP's particular concerns are or where they're coming from, but things I've often heard. So there's an example with Bradford calorie pear, very common flowering tree, was brought into the US, a single genotype. It is self-infertile, so it cannot self-pollinate and create seeds. You need a different genotype to get seed set. So it came into the US as this one genotype, existed for a long time, and then other genotypes were brought in that allowed for cross-pollination, and suddenly a plant that people incorrectly believed at the beginning was sterile, what was obviously not sterile and produced seeds. It was just a situation of its biologies. I don't really know of any examples of a created truly sterile plant that has reverted to a fertile condition.
And you said you've seen this happening in other states. There's been no issues that you are aware of with the program in New York or otherwise?
I have not heard of any issues with the New York program. No, as far as I know, it's working well. People are not, trying to sneak fertile bad barberries onto the market.
I guess I'll ask one final question. Oh, go
I
ahead.
think the other important thing is in the New York's case, and I think everybody's kind of writing this in. You have verbiage in there that says, if anything proves to be other than it was originally thought to be, the law will be, or the plant will be, lose its exempt status.
Do you think in the bill as written, the DEEP commissioner is the right person to make that decision?
That I'm not sure about who would be the correct. Probably they could evaluate, substantiated scientific information. Yes.
I appreciate that. And my last question is just to, I think what you sort of shared feels like a disclosure. I just want to be able to understand that. So there's a potential financial interest from institutions that have created and licensed these products to having them be sold in the state of Connecticut. Is that the case? And if so, can you just help us understand that?
Well, the sterile barberries were patented and they are licensed. So yes, there is some financial return to the university. But I think it's mostly just a lot of effort was put into creating these plants with the expectation that they would be provided exemptions. That's kind of the understanding that there was in the beginning, and it seems very unfortunate to not give them the light of day after so much work and resources have gone into developing them and testing them.
To the extent you can share, and happy, and I think we're actually getting email connected as we speak to continue this conversation. But when you say that understanding existed, who is that among? And
Well,
what?
I think it was academics, people um, in the Connecticut Invasive Plant Working Group. You just had various meetings, and people were of the general consensus that developing sterile cultivars was one way you could go by preserving very useful plants and protecting the environment at the same time. And I don't think any of the evidence that has been produced, says the situation is otherwise.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Professor, for being with us today. Towards the end of your testimony, you were talking about identifying the sterile cultivars, and you mentioned the potting. Are there any other ways to identify that, or did you exhaust your testimony there?
No, the pots are one clear way, but there are morphological characteristics that you can look at on the plants. Gross features like size of leaves, thickness of leaves, how stout the stems are. The floral parts are much larger on the sterile ones. And this is because they are polyploid plants. So they have extra copies of their chromosomes, and that leads to their infertility, but it also gives an added benefit of larger features. So the differences are subtle, but they are recognizable. You also, since they're polyploids, you can look at things like stomatal size. Certain cells on the underside of the leaves are easily visualized. They're larger on the sterile plants. Or you can do what's called flow cytometry, which basically gives you a measure of how much DNA is in each nucleus. So the sterile ones would have double the amount of fertile.
Okay, thank you. Are those things that a layperson will be able to look at the plant and identify, or you basically need to be a botanist to tell the difference?
Well, if you had the right tools, you could, the morphological features you can look at and see, measure sizes. The stomatal guard cells, you probably would need a microscope. And for the flow cytometry, you need a flow cytometer. So those two might be for sure, one would be out of reach of a resident, let's say.
Okay. Well, thank you for the information. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry if that's already been discussed. I missed the beginning of the meeting. I was in another meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I'll ask what I mentioned to to Deep. With respect to Japanese barberry, obviously that would be under consideration of species we banned in this committee. Should we create a sterile cultivar, for example? One issue, for example, with that plant species is it sort of supports through its its respective climate, right? The proliferation of ticks. So do you think some of the other underlying issues with the plant outweigh some of the benefits, or if you can speak to that at all?
You're asking me? Sorry.
Yes, sir. You have the floor.
Okay. So the issue with the ticks is the reason barberries, well, it's barberry thickets that were shown to harbor more ticks, primarily because they create an environment of high humidity, which the ticks like, and also mammals tend to want to bed down or hide amongst thickets. So likely, though, you would get exactly the same scenario with a thicket of native plant vegetation. The way barberry is typically used in a landscape where you have individual plants or small groups, you don't get thickets, and it would not necessarily provide any better environment for a tick than any other native plant or that you might use. So Obviously, barberry thickets, escaped barberry in the woods can lead to higher, populations of ticks. I'm not sure that translates into one or two barberries in someone's yard. And you could get the same scenario with, native plants as well in thickets.
Thank you for that response. Seeing no further questions, thank you so much, Professor, and have a great weekend.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have Danae Whitaker. Is Danae with us in person? All right, we will move on to Madison Spramuli.
All right. Good afternoon, members of the Environment Committee. My name is Madison Spramuli, and I am the organizer of the CT Zero Waste Coalition. I am here today to testify in strong support of House Bill 5524, an act concerning the state's materials management system. Our current waste management system is unjust, unsustainable, and expensive. We produce more waste than we can process. We truck nearly half of our waste far out of state to Pennsylvania and Ohio, and we send the remainder of our waste to 4 incinerators in the state. All of our incinerators are over 30 years old, and keep in mind the average lifespan for an incinerator is 30 years. Soon, our aging incinerators will close, and out-of-state landfills will charge more based on increased demand and eventually reach capacity. It may not be felt by all right now, but if we do not address this, residents, businesses, and municipalities will experience higher waste disposal costs. This bill would improve the state's materials management system by reducing waste. It focuses on the diversion of organic material from the solid waste stream, limiting styrofoam and single-use plastic foodware, prioritizing food donation, and expanding funding opportunities for waste reduction and reuse initiatives. While House Bill 5524 takes great steps to advance waste reduction, I would like to see stronger policy from the Environment Committee. I suggest the addition of funding for waste reduction initiatives. This could be done by allocating money in this bill, reallocating existing waste assessment fees from the general fund to waste reduction initiatives, or allocating bond funds to DEEP or Recycle CT Foundation for waste reduction infrastructure, programs, and education. There needs to be consistent funding in order to achieve significant waste reduction. Without it, the state will be forced to pay more for waste disposal in the next few years. I also suggest lowering the tonnage threshold in the commercial organics recycling law. Section 1 of this bill alters the existing law to include all entities generating 26 tons or more of organic material each year. While this update will capture a few generators that are not currently included in the law, it will not result in significant organic waste diversion. The 26-ton threshold has been in place since 2022 and should be lowered to follow the gradual progression of the law. And lastly, I want to suggest the addition of animal feed to Section 4 as an option for entities included in the commercial organics recycling law, so that food that is not acceptable for human consumption can be donated to farms and wildlife rescue facilities before it is disposed of. So to conclude, I just want to reiterate my strong support for House Bill 5524, and I ask that you please vote out of committee. So thank you for your continued leadership and the opportunity to testify before you today.
Thank you so much, Madison, for your testimony. And I do want to take a point of personal privilege to acknowledge the Zero Waste Coalition, all of your teammates who have long advocated for sustainable waste solutions here in this building. So thank you so much for some of those suggested revisions. I would ask, do you have any suggestions with respect to Section 1? I know there have been a few questions about how we define entity and maybe some areas on how we can strengthen that section.
Yes, so just reiterating, I think for the definition of entity, it should be all generators who are generating, as it's written right now, 26 tons or more. No one should be excluded from that if they're generating that much organic waste. However, like I suggested in my testimony, it would be great if we could lower that threshold. The law, since it has been put in place, I believe it was 2014, has been gradually lowering that tonnage threshold And so the last time we did that was 2022. So I would like to just see it, all entities included, like it is already suggested in the bill, but lowered even further. I think that would make more substantial waste reduction, organic waste reduction, and we are seeing increased capacity in the state as well to process organic waste. So with all that in mind, I think it's time that we lower that threshold.
Thank you so much. Do members have any further questions? I'm not seeing any online. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, June Malone.
Good afternoon, Representative Parker, Representative Baumgartner, Representative Callahan. My name is Jude Malone. I'm with the Connecticut Beer Wholesalers Association. Thank you so much for allowing me to come here today and talk about Senate Bill 457. So I really want to start by thanking all of you and Representative Parker and Senator Lopes. You did such a great job on 299. And 299 was important because it did a few things, right? First and foremost, and you know, because I've talked to all of you so many times, that one of the most important things to me is that deposit initiators that have been over-redeemed have a way to have compensation. And 299 did that. But the surprising thing that 299 did was that it raised the conversation in this building on February 25th and 26th, and to a point where there wasn't a disagreement that we have a problem, right? And it's not deposit initiators. The problem is a policy that was passed. And so, you know, the other thing that it did that I think was so important is it provided for RVMs. And this was a huge step forward and a tool that deposit initiators can use. In contrast, Senate Bill 457, I think, takes a step back. And the reason I say that is the stewardship program is certainly a concern, as you heard from my good friend Andy, that it shifts the burden, and I think unrealistically shifts the burden to deposit initiators that magically we are going to solve the redemption cross-border fraud issue, which we can't. You can't, we can't. This container looks the same whether it's in Connecticut, Massachusetts, New York. That's everybody agreed to that. So to go to a stewardship program, and I'd have to say the beer wholesalers for 46 years have invested in men, trucks, equipment, $700,000 in balers in order to get ramped up for the 2004 when the 10 cents went into effect. This is on the operational side. I don't think that we can be held responsible for a redemption rate because we are distributors. And so I would say the other piece of the bill that I really have a concern with is, again, in 299, you put in RVMs. That's a tool that we really appreciate. In this bill, it takes it away. It says that we cannot refuse the handling fee, the deposit, or any other fees for any material that goes through that RVM. What happens is that we get a printout and we can see what went through there. So we could say, for example, that size container is only sold at Yankee Stadium. We are not going to pay for that. Under the law today, we can do that. If this is passed, we can't. So in finishing, I would just say that I would ask you to just take a breath. Let's not move forward with this proposal, but I would ask for a continuing conversation about deposit initiators that are over-redeemed, because we haven't stopped the fraud, and we are going to, month after month after month, we are going to be more in debt, and the state is as well. But not only for those that are over-redeemed, but also for those that are inflated. We need those as sheets, and this bill contemplates changing the schedule and how much we share. And it's just really important that, you know, we continue that conversation. So thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Thanks, Jude.
Thank you.
Quick question, anything in the bill that you are interested in seeing move forward?
I would, and certainly I so appreciate you because you talk to me all the time. I would say that I would forego anything in this bill and just see how 299 works. And I would rather have a conversation about how we make deposit initiators that are overinflated and over-redeemed whole going forward.
Understood. Thanks for your perspective. No promises.
I understand. I'm not giving up, though.
The good ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jude, as you said, we've talked a lot about this. We've got 299 that's starting to work now. Let's see how that goes. I hopefully it reduces the fraud, but if not, if those sheets continue to get reduced, I think we're going to be in a tough way. I'm not sure if this just muddies the waters more because we've got a couple cogs in place, and let's see how they go. And if not, we do have a system that worked fine for 5 decades. So I appreciate your point of view, and you're always a source, a good resource for me. So thank you for taking the time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Hey, Jude, got a question. I had to. It was obligatory. So looking at the landscape, right? We heard earlier from Coca-Cola. Later today, we'll hear from Primo. We heard time and time again on the House floor about how they too, like the distributors, have been over-redeemed. What is unique about the distributors is that you do not manufacture your product, right? What you distribute is manufactured by a lot of different companies. In the case of Coca-Cola or Primo, right? Not only are they manufacturing their product, but then also collecting that product, whereas you're not manufacturing, but still having to collect that product. So is that kind of an important distinction? And if so, why?
So thank you so much for that question, because there was a lot of made on the House floor. As you know, in 299, it only spoke to beer wholesalers were made whole. And I'm in a coalition, and proudly with my friend Liz Donahue from Primo and Coca-Cola and a lot of other non-alc beverages. And I certainly think all of us that are over-redeemed need to be compensated. The state owes us that, and the state doesn't seem to believe that they owe us that. And I fought last year for the grant, and Star Distributors, which they're $2.4 million over redeemed, they weren't eligible for the grant because of some of the language, but other companies did get that grant. So, my advocacy for in 299 was that Star hasn't gotten anything. At least others under the grant process receive some. So I would never say, you're a national company and we're just in-state companies, so you don't deserve it. We all deserve it. We have to be paid, because it is no fault of our own that we're in this situation. It is a state policy, and that at least on February 26th was made very clear that everybody understands this is not our fault. And I wouldn't say we should be proud that we're taking containers from other states and that's a reason this is working. That's a reason it's not working. And so, yes, our manufacturers, we're the only ones in this system that don't manufacture the product. And we have a lot of other expenses that we don't even talk about in these rooms. Right. So I think that
not to interrupt, and is that relevant though to the conversation about the stewardship model?
Well, I think the stewardship model adds more cost to us. And I don't see the benefit of, it says right in that language that, how you prevent fraud. We can't prevent fraud. How do we prevent fraud? You can't prevent fraud. This container looks the same in anywhere you go. So the fallacy that the department can't do it, the state police can't do it, but deposit initiators, you can do it, is just wrong. And then to say on top of it that about access to consumers because the rate wasn't high when we were at 5 cents. You know, I think we talk about this a lot in this building, is that people like their blue bins, and that's not even counted in the whole discussion. So when we looked at or maybe a redemption rate of 44%, but people like, and it's convenient to put the containers. I've talked to many legislators say, I don't bring them back. I put them, or I give them to a band, or I do whatever. So, you know, but I ask you not to hold us, especially beer distributors, responsible when all we do is distribute the container. We pick it up. We've done this for 46 years really well. And I don't think a stewardship program that adds more layers onto us. And, you know, other people say about a stewardship program, well, the state isn't even involved. In this case, the way that the language is written today, that's not so. And, you know, so I have never supported a stewardship program. I don't think it works for in-state companies. We are able to, with our men and our trucks and our process that we've been doing, have the lowest cost of picking up and most efficient. And, you know, and even there's a section in the bill that talks about we have to do it in 7 days. And Representative Parker and I had that conversation, and I'll share any data that you want. We pick up 2 to 3 times a week at large redemption centers, 1 time a week for most of the smaller ones, but one distributor will go every day because that's what the redemption center asked.
And lastly, Jude, 41st House District, Groton, Mystic, Stonington, a border community, bordering a state without a bottle bill, therefore no redemption value. You buy your containers in over in Westerly, bring them over the border, right? That is a 10-cent return just on that container alone. In New London County, I would note we do not have a redemption center. Therefore, you can only bring your containers to retailers. And we're seeing within New London County, the redemption rates still not to the tune what you would see at the redemption centers. Whereas, and I would also note, F&F Distributors, which serves New London County, also serves some of the other surrounding counties in Eastern Connecticut, including Middlesex County, inclusive of Middletown, where there is a redemption center. And so within that landscape, and I asked this to Representative Candelora about kind of these jurisdictions and kind of these maps that are unique to the distributors and not unique to the larger, you know, the Coca-Colas of the world and the Primos, which is, you know, statewide.
Right.
So can you speak to that kind of nuance as well?
So I proudly have F&F Eric Filardi as a member of my association, and so we'll start a little history here. Is that so? The manufacturer determines the territory, right? So in this case, like Eric does have New London County, but he also has Middlesex County. And you're absolutely right, is that we always have had a problem with the on the Rhode Island side. So, you know, you're my representative. Proudly, I say that. And I live in Mystic, and so we see trucks come to Big Y, right? Or in Pawcatuck, the Stop and Shop, U-Haul truck. But on that side of the border, there's just not the organized activity. And it is really an organized activity in the Fairfield County area, right? Coming from New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York. So the sheer volume, Rhode Island just can't have. People laughed at us for years and years, the whole Steinfeld thing, but for Eric, it's real. And for Levine Distributors in Norwich, it's real for them too, right? And like Andy he's statewide, so he has it on all the borders, Massachusetts, New York, Rhode Island. So if you're asking that, because Eric picks up, and Eric's the one that picks up every single day in Middlesex, because that's the kind of guy Eric is, right? This guy asked him to do it, he does it. And all he wants is, I think, some recognition and some assistance with these sheets to help offset his cost. Now, he's inflated like many of the other distributors. And 457 contemplates taking away that escheats for him. So that would hurt him a great deal, right? But he, the territory is set by the manufacturer, and so he just has that one, but he gets it from, the over redemption. I mean, the cross border from the Rhode Island side as well.
Thank you so much, Jude. And I know the good ranking member appreciated that Seinfeld reference. I think as Newman Newman to Kramer, we're going to be rich. I don't see any questions online. Got a lot of people. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Beach.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Jude. Always nice to see you. How much are your folks alone over redeemed by dollar-wise? Can you share that with us?
So, and I talk about Star Distributors all the time. And so Star Distributors is over redeemed $2.4 million. But in 299, and I thank you so much, and really Representative Parker, for helping them. So they have an opportunity to recoup some of that money. But so the first time they were over redeemed was August of 2024. And that was the first time anybody was over redeemed. The statute contemplated over redemption since 1978, but nobody has ever been. And so in August, so it took from January to August for the activity to, kind of get up and organized and whatever. And so since that time last year, there were $1.9 million over redeemed. In January alone, even with all the things that we did the prior year, the 2,500 containers, the 5,000 containers, the state police, they were over redeemed in this January 149%. Last January 140. We're not going in the right direction. And we put in, and this committee worked very hard to pass enforcement. That's why I say enforcement, there is no enforcement. Right, redemption centers work on volume. I can't blame them. They want the volume. They only make it on a handling fee. We pay them 2.5 cents per container. They need that volume. But that volume is what's causing the problem, because then we're over redeemed because we're not selling as much as we're taking back. Beer sales are not very good. So it's not because we're selling a lot.
So would you suggest that we hold off, since we just passed that other bill, to see how things move forward?
That would be an excellent suggestion. Okay. Yes. And just continue, please continue to see how we can make people whole and help those that are inflated.
Okay. And thank you again for coming up to testify. Thank you.
And my apologies, Representative.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you so much, Jude. Have a great night. Next up, we have Rachel Briggs.
Hello. Good afternoon, co-chairs and members of the Environment Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Rachel Briggs. I'm a staff attorney at Conservation Law Foundation, which is a regional environmental nonprofit working in all 6 New England states. I'm here this afternoon to testify in favor of HB 5523, with many thanks to this committee for considering this bill, and particularly to Representative Baumgartner for introducing it. We stand behind the comments made earlier by Councillor Eliezer from the Mashantucket Pequot, and I'm just going to add a few points as well. This bill would do 2 primary things. It would provide for tribal members to receive no-cost hunting and fishing licenses and access to trainings, and it would form a Tribal Wildlife and Fisheries Commission to advise on conservation, integrate traditional ecological knowledge, and create recommendations for co-management. CLF strongly supports both of these objectives. Providing no-cost hunting licenses is an important step towards protecting tribal access to wildlife for subsistence, cultural, and spiritual practices, and also for recognizing the sovereignty of Indigenous peoples and their historic stewardship that protected an abundance of wildlife for generations. Indigenous peoples have lived in relationship with this land since time immemorial and hold deep knowledge on how to best steward it. It behooves everyone in the state for us to create structures for tribal members to share that knowledge and participate in managing our fish and wildlife. Creating those opportunities for co-management and returning authority to our tribes is also, frankly, a moral imperative. The federal government has recognized the importance of co-management for all involved, and there are a growing number of effective systems in place across the country. I would direct this committee to the University of Washington Law School, which has a fantastic library of agreements and relevant legal documents that might provide a helpful starting point and, finding a format that works well for Connecticut. And I have linked to that resource in my written comments. Again, thank you so much for hearing this bill. We're very appreciative, and we would encourage this committee to pass it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rachel, for your testimony, and appreciate all the great work that the Well Foundation does. When you've read through your testimony, did you take a look at what other states do with respect to some of these issues with respect to tribal co-management?
Yeah, I'm not, I think it's a little bit different state to state, especially, differing states have different relationships with tribes. Across most of the country, those direct government to government relationships are with the federal government. So most of our examples are there. And other states, like for example, the state of Alaska, has hunting and fishing preferences for all Alaska residents, not specifically for tribal members. Whereas in the state of Hawaii, where there's a direct relationship between state and Native Hawaiians, there are actually constitutional protections for hunting and gathering rights. So it looks a little bit different depending on those relationships across the country, but I think this type of thing, is a recognition of some of those inherent rights that, existed and in some instances are protected in treaties, but again, also is just a really common sense way to benefit everybody with that deep reaching knowledge.
Thank you for that. Do members have any further questions? Seeing none, thank you again, Rachel, for your testimony, and have a great weekend.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Sarah Callan from the Mystic Aquarium.
Oh, is my video not working?
I do, you know what, and actually my oversight, we are, before we get to you, Sarah, I do want to acknowledge Margaret Singer, who has joined us, an early testifier. And so Margaret, you've got the floor.
Hi, thank you. I had class earlier, so I couldn't testify earlier. So thank you for squeezing me in. Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Singer. I live in Haddam, Connecticut, and I'm an environmental studies and global studies major at the University of Connecticut. And I'm also a proud intern with the Active Voice. I'm testifying in strong support of HB 456, an act concerning a grant program for wildlife rehabilitation facilities in the state. And in respect for your time, I'm going to summarize the written testimony that I already submitted. But as someone who studies the environment, and one of the first things we're taught is the importance of biodiversity, and that's exactly what wildlife rehabilitation facilities do, is they support, the injured or the orphaned wildlife. And as someone who knows someone, or I know some people who work and volunteer for these places, I know that they're honestly like heroes for what they're doing, because usually it's volunteer work or very little pay, and it can also be really depressing of a job. And then on top of it, many of these facilities operate almost entirely through volunteer labor and donations. So yeah, as someone who would love to see, Connecticut protect its wild animals, and yeah, I would just love to see this grant like follow through. So we could protect the people who are protecting our biodiversity. So yeah, I respectfully urge you to support HB 456 and ensure that wildlife rehabilitation organizations across Connecticut have the resources that they need to continue protecting the animals and ecosystems that make our state so special. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Margaret, for your wonderful testimony. Chair Parker.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Ms. Singer. No question, just a comment to say thanks for taking the time to testify. I appreciate you sharing your voice with us today, and you did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Margaret. And I would note that we heard today, we will actually be hearing from shortly the Mystic Aquarium and represent a couple wildlife rehabilitation centers as well, the Denison Bequetzbus Nature Center. And so I think they can attest to the importance of this legislation, and very much appreciate the proposal that came from really a bipartisan proposal that's been put forward, and appreciate your time and attention here today. Best of luck with school. All right. So seeing no further questions, have a great night. Next up, Sarah Callan from Mystic Aquarium.
Awesome, thank you. I had to do a little computer change here. But good afternoon, members of the Environmental Subcommittee. I am here today to testify. Oh my gosh, sorry. I'm here today to testify in support of Bill 456, which would create a program to support nonprofit wildlife rehabilitation organizations operating in Connecticut. My name is Sarah. I manage the animal rescue program at Mystic Aquarium. We're the only organization that's federally authorized to respond to stranded marine mammals and sea turtles in Connecticut, which many of are listed as threatened and endangered species. The continuation of our program's work is essential to the health in the marine ecosystem. There's really no typical day here at the aquarium. Our program actually operates a 24-hour hotline 7 days a week, and we receive calls anywhere from 4 a.m. About seals on the road, all the way to sunset when a lot of people are walking the beach. We've responded to a well-known seal named Chappie that I'm sure many have heard of, and these are just a few examples. We make every effort to call every single person that reports an animal to our hotline back. We want to make sure that we address any concerns that they have about our animals that they report to the hotline, as well as part of our commitment to public outreach. Over the past decade, we've observed a significant shift in species distribution and stranding trends due to the environmental changes of the ocean and warming temperatures. We're seeing a lot more bait fish that are closer to shore, so a lot of whales that might have passed through our coverage area before are now spending a lot of time near the surface of the water and near our shoreline, which is leaving them more susceptible to human interactions with vessel strikes, entanglements, and accidental hookings of sea turtles has been on the rise, especially in West Haven and Bridgeport area. As a result, our hotline calls and response cases have significantly increased. In 2025 alone, we received 497 hotline calls, responded to 203 stranded marine animals, admitted 24 sea turtles and 31 seals for rehabilitation. Behind a lot of this work is a lot of field response, medical care, diagnostics, and staff time. And these responses, especially responding to animals with sharp teeth or marine mammals that weigh anywhere from a couple 100 pounds to 40 tons, requires a lot of specially unique trained staff. And so that's something that we really specialize and focus on with our team here. We also are very volunteer based. So over the past year, we hosted 15 trainings and we've onboarded over 500 volunteer first responders with our program since our coverage area is so big. Our goal here is to return every animal that comes in for rehab to the wild and the ocean as quickly as possible. On average, a seal will spend, or a sea turtle might spend anywhere from 2 to 3 months with us, but it costs about $9,000 to $10,000 per animal that comes in for rehabilitation. We also have a unique pools here where we can do rehab for cetaceans and even manatees, because we've had manatees in the area recently. And so with this, we collect a lot of samples on these animals, which helps inform the health of our oceans and also the health for the public as well in our communities.
Thank you.
The data. Yep, the data helps inform conservation strategies and long-term environmental planning for the state of Connecticut as well. So thank you guys for listening and for hopefully supporting this bill to support our wildlife rehab programs.
Thank you so much, Sarah. I would note we spent a lot of time together at the aquarium, but my favorite experience together had to have been the seal release over at in Charleston, Rhode Island. There have been also several seal releases in the last year in Madison, represented by our good chair as well. And it's truly one of the most moving experiences. Obviously, the volunteers commit so many hours to support these really precious creatures, but they are struggling, and it's really nice to know that there's an organization like the Mystic Aquarium who is giving back to our critters here. And so can you just speak to what you're seeing as far as the seal population is concerned, and also really the and the work you do with DEEP as well, to coordinate the the rehabilitation of certain species? I know they've got you on speed dial in many cases.
Yeah, actually, just the other day we had a seal in Stratford, Connecticut, that we were coordinating with some animal control officers in Deep on for monitoring. But these animals can carry zoonotic diseases, so that's a risk to public safety as well. And a lot of people don't understand the protections that these animals have, the federal protections and the laws. So helping to educate people on not approaching seals and what to do if you find one is so important. But we are seeing more seals in the area. We're not sure if that is due to seal population actually increasing or if it's just redistributing from other areas due to there being more bait fish in the area and prey for them. But it is interesting that even Long Island Sound is very active right now. Lots of humpback whales and dolphins in Westport area even. So there's a lot of activity and we get lots of calls about animals in the Connecticut area all the time. So it's great to see the support from the community at the releases, especially Hammonasset. I think we had about 2,000 people at that release. So, people want to get involved and are interested in it. But it is a lot of resource on us now that there is so much enthusiasm around it too, just with the outreach, the hotline calls, and then people don't realize when an animal comes in for rehab, all the other work that goes on behind the scenes to get them to that release stage. So, yeah,
And
it's busy.
does the aquarium have any immediate needs as far as your rehabilitation clinic / center?
Yeah, I mean, we're getting we have more and more field responses. I think a lot of the needs come along with like life support and water quality for each pool. We have the same facility pretty much that we've had, for 20 years. And so a lot of our needs have to do with the ozone and filtration systems for our pools that are really old and outdated. And to comply with the state of Connecticut regulations and stuff too, a lot of stuff has to get updated.
Thank you again, Sarah. Rep. Arseno.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for coming today. And are you aware if the Norwalk Aquarium has a rehabilitation facility also or not?
They don't. They don't do any marine mammal or sea turtle rehabilitation. A couple of their staff members take our first responder training, so they are authorized to respond to animals through our stranding agreement with the federal government, but it has to be under us. But yeah, they don't do any separate marine mammal or sea turtle rehabilitation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you again, Sarah. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too.
Next up, we have Mary Ellen Mataleska.
Oh, good afternoon, Chair, Co-Chair, and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Marielle Madalesta. I'm the Vice President of Education and Conservation at Mystic Aquarium and a resident of Pawcatuck. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Raised Bill 5524, which takes meaningful steps to reduce waste, strengthen materials management practices, and ultimately protect Connecticut's environment. Through Mystic Aquarium's conservation programs, both through the education and conservation team and the animal rescue program that you just heard from Sarah, we are regularly supporting shoreline and community cleanup efforts and plastic reducing and educational outreach throughout Connecticut and Rhode Island. During these events, volunteers remove thousands of pounds of trash from parks, beaches, roads, and waterways. Among the most common items we collect are single-use plastics and expanded polystyrene foam items. These materials are lightweight, easily transported by wind and stormwater, and extremely difficult to recycle. Once in the
Excuse me, sir.
Will you please mute? Thank you, and my apologies, Mary Ellen. You may proceed. You may proceed, Mary Ellen. My apologies. Mary Ellen, you're muted.
Sorry about that. These materials are lightweight, easily transported by wind and stormwater, and extremely difficult to recycle. Once in the environment, they break apart into smaller fragments that contribute to long-term pollution that harms wildlife and marine ecosystems. However, cleanup efforts are not the solution. Without proactive measures that address waste at its source, the problem will continue to worsen and place increasing pressures on both our waste management systems and our natural environments. Raise Bill 5524 addresses one of the most problematic forms of waste by prohibiting expanded polystyrene food serviceware. Expanded polystyrene is frequently collected and can persist in environments for decades. The bill also thoughtfully allows flexibilities for schools that participate in recycling programs and permits municipalities to adopt stronger local standards if they choose. The bill also reduces unnecessary waste by requiring restaurants to provide single-use items such as utensils, napkins, and straws only upon request. This simple change can significantly reduce the number of disposable items that are automatically distributed and then immediately discarded. Importantly, the bill also ensures single-use drinking straws provided by restaurants do not contain intentionally added chemicals, often referred to as forever chemicals, which persist in the environment and pose risks to human and environmental health. Reducing unnecessary single-use plastics and expanding polystyrene products is an important step towards protecting Connecticut waterways, coastal habitats, and wildlife. Policies that address waste at the source are far more effective than relying solely on cleanup efforts after pollution has already entered the environment. As an organization committed to conservation, education, and protecting marine ecosystems, Mystic Aquarium strongly supports Raise Bill 5524. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much, Mary Ellen. I would note you referenced the PFAS or the language regarding PFAS for straws. I note the good representative from Chaplin, Representative Dubitsky. That was an idea he came forward with, and I think very much germane to the discussions we're having. So I appreciate your support for that section as well. Representative Dubitsky, I see that you've joined us.
Yes, I have.
You've got the floor.
I have no questions, but thank you.
No worries. Mary Ellen, just quickly, what is the worst health impact you've seen to marine life due to plastics pollution within the Mystic?
Yeah, it's many faceted because it's not only ingestion, which we see that comes in through our animal rescue clinic for marine mammals, but it's also the animals that we don't see. So when we're walking on beaches, we will see animals that are entangled, whether they're ghost nets, fishing lines, but then it's also a lot of just the trash that's around. When we see animals that like crabs even that are sitting there and just trying to eat bits of plastic that are on the ground, it's all of those impacts that we don't see unless we happen to be on the beach. And quite frankly, those are the ones that scare me the most.
Thank you for that. Do members have any further questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony, Mary Ellen.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Mike Finley.
Good afternoon, members of the Environment Committee. My name is Michael Finley, and I serve as the Senior Director of Government Affairs at Mystic Aquarium. Promise you I'm the last one from Mystic Aquarium. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of Senate Bill 452. At Mystic Aquarium, our team works every day to protect marine wildlife and the ecosystem they depend on. Through our animal rescue program, our staff and volunteers respond to stranded and injured marine mammals along the coastline of Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Fisher's Island, New York. Unfortunately, marine debris is a frequent threat to the animals we rescue, particularly seals and sea turtles, and balloon fragments are a recurring part of that debris. Balloons released into the air can travel long distances before eventually landing in waterways and the ocean. Once there, they can resemble food to wildlife. When animals ingest balloon fragments, it can obstruct their digestive systems, cause internal injuries, or lead to malnutrition and infection. Our rescue teams have seen these impacts firsthand. In April of 2025, our animal rescue program rehabilitated an adult harp seal that had ingested balloon fragments and later passed the pieces of that material during rehabilitation. While that seal was fortunate to be able to pass that material, ingestion of balloon debris can be life-threatening for marine animals. We also see the scale of this problem through the beach cleanups that our staff and volunteers conduct throughout the year along Connecticut's shoreline. During these events, we routinely remove large amounts of balloons and balloon fragments from beaches and coastal habitats. While beach cleanups are important, they are not a long-term solution. They are reactive and temporary, removing debris only after it has already entered the environment. Preventing balloons from becoming marine debris in the first place is the only sustainable approach. Many balloons, particularly foil or mylar balloons, are not biodegradable and can persist in the environment for many years, continuing to threaten wildlife and coastal ecosystems. For these reasons, Mystic Aquarium believes Senate Bill 452 is an important step in helping reduce the amount of balloon debris that ultimately makes its way into our waterways and ocean. We respectfully urge the committee to support this legislation, and thank you for your time and for your continued commitment to protecting Connecticut's marine environment.
Thank you so much, Mike. And we heard from Representative Haynes earlier about proposals she's put forth. Many Representative Mashinsky's long worked on this regarding balloons 10 below intentional release. Today before us, we have obviously language regarding helium. Do you think that could be an alternative proposal that's worth considering?
I certainly believe so. I feel at this point, after this concept has been proposed for many, many years, and I feel like you have to get creative when it comes to solving this issue. Obviously, other proposals have not worked in the past, and I think eliminating the source of the issue, the fuel to the balloons that are hurting our environment, I feel could be a very proactive step towards addressing this.
Thank you, Mike. Do members have any further questions? I'm not seeing any online. Thank you for testifying in person.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have Mark Selu from Pride's Corners Farms.
Thank you for this opportunity. Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, Senator Harding, and Representative Callahan, I appreciate this opportunity to comment to you on the important bill 5521 concerning sterile cultivars. I am Mark Slew. I am president owner of Pride's Corner Farms. We're the largest wholesale nursery in Connecticut. We have 4 locations in Suffield, Cromwell, Lebanon, and Ledyard. Our 700 plus strong workforce works hard to be great stewards of the environment and to grow great plants for homeowners and landscapers throughout the Midwest, Mid-Atlantic, and Northeast. We have been a strong proponent of stewards of the environment. We're the largest native plant grower in the Northeast and have pioneered an American Beauty native plant brand. The importance of controlling invasive plants is absolutely paramount for the environment and for the nursery industry. And we're strongly in support of banning invasive plants. But I'm here to talk to you about science, innovation, and partnerships that have created amazing alternatives to these invasive plants. We have partnered with our flagship university, the University of Connecticut, to bring forth sterile cultivars of barberry, a great landscape plant with a serious flaw. It is seriously invasive, but Mark Brand and his work has changed the genome and has created a sterile plant that has great integrity. And we have worked with the state of Pennsylvania, the state of New York, and the state of New Jersey to get a cultivar exemption for these sterile varieties. So other states are going forward with this by letting science rule and innovation. And we are very proud of our partnership with the University of Connecticut, proud of the royalties that are so vitally needed for the plant science department there. And again, we strongly support the ability for science to prevail and to have sterile cultivars as an option for these seriously invasive plants. Again, I thank you for this opportunity to talk to you, and that is my testimony.
Thank you so much, Mr. Selu, for your testimony. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thanks, Mark, for coming out. Very much appreciate it. Is there any fear that some of these cultivars are going to start reproducing? You know, we all saw Jurassic Park. So any chance that we're going to, you know, go out in the field one day and find a sack of seeds hanging off of one of these things?
You know, I strongly believe that would not happen because you have to look at the genetics of this. And because of the ploidy change, the chromosome, it's impossible for this to reproduce.
Okay, and that's with regard to all the different varieties?
Correct.
Okay. Well, that was my only question. I appreciate your coming out, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Mr. Selyu. See no further questions. We're moving on to number 38, Peter Myers. Welcome, Mr. Myers.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for having me again today for the Environment Committee. My name is Peter Myers. I'm the Senior Policy Director at the Connecticut Business Industry Association, where I have the honor to represent thousands of member companies across the state of Connecticut, with 90% of those member companies being small businesses in our state. And I'm here today to submit respectful opposition to Senate Bill 453, which is the 5% surcharge on fossil fuel infrastructure. And our main premise of our concerns on this legislation is around the cost that will be passed along to our employers of Connecticut. I know I've come before this committee and shared that concern before in an informational hearing we had earlier this year, and thank you again for including the business community in that. What I hear time and time again from our members is about the topic of resiliency. Is we ask them each year, how can we help you invest in resiliency efforts or renewable energy efforts at your facility? And the main feedback we hear is the lack of capital to be able to do that. I've shared with this committee before, we've helped champion CPACE loan expansion, and I think there's more work we can do there. And I look forward to working with the Green Bank on that in future years, as well as disaster savings accounts and discussions around that. But I think the main focus for this committee to look forward to is ways we can help reduce red tape and create greater access to capital for businesses to be able to make those resiliency investments. And unfortunately, Senate Bill 453 would only reduce the capital that a business would have to be able to make those investments by seeing increased costs, whether it is in the energy costs or within fuel costs as well. And additionally, I also want to highlight, I already hit that point actually, so never mind. So thank you so much. I'll wrap up right there.
Now you're making friends.
There we go.
Seriously, appreciate all your engagement on this. I know
Yeah,
you're
of
an open
course.
line of communication. Thank you for the work you represent in CBIA. Rep. Callahan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Hey, Pete. What I'm hearing is that you have a lot of businesses that are willing to do this on their own, and they're looking to do that on their own, and yet another cost could be detrimental to that. Is that what I'm hearing?
Absolutely, Representative. And thank you for that question. I think we have a lot of businesses, whether it is up in down in Fairfield County or up in Litchfield County, that want to make resiliency efforts at their facility, and barriers to doing that around access to capital, permitting issues, and those are areas where CBIA is focused on streamlining that, reducing barriers so businesses can make those resiliency investments and reduce the costs and streamline the timeline to do that.
Looking at the cost of doing business in Connecticut, where does the cost of insuring the business come? One of the higher costs, or?
Absolutely. Yeah. We are consistently right now ranking as one of the more expensive places to do business in the country. But I think through the efforts we've made in recent years and continue to advocate for, we can hopefully reverse that trend.
Thank you, Pete. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah,
Thanks, Representative. Representative Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Myers, do you think that increasing the insurance cost for petroleum product infrastructure will decrease the demand for these products?
Thank you very much for that question, Representative. And I do not think it would decrease the demand. I think there's nothing that would change our current demand on that. I think it's evident, and something we've highlighted with CBIA in the recent this past winter and through several storms. We were incredibly reliant on our fossil fuel infrastructure. And I also want to highlight too, while fossil fuel infrastructure is there and we know it as the backbone of our community to help power our state, those are also thousands of jobs, and those are great employers in the state and in the region as well. So I certainly want to highlight this bill would not change the reliance on those, and I want to highlight and thank those great employees and those businesses of our state as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, thanks for joining us, Pete.
Thank you again.
Next up is number 39, Laura Simon.
Great, thank you very much. I'm the president of the Connecticut Wildlife Rehabilitators Association, which is a statewide group that represents wildlife rehabilitators. As you have heard, these volunteer rehabilitators are inundated with phone calls about wildlife that are injured and orphaned. We have about 220 rehabilitators around the state. They handle about 10,000 animals a year, and way more calls than that. And we are literally overwhelmed with more wild animal calls and more public distress calls than we can handle. We provide a public service because there is nothing in the system that is there to take in orphaned and injured animals. 99.9% of our members do this without any pay. We can accept donations, but we get no pay. And we get extra calls because DEEP has cut down the number of phone handlers that they have in the wildlife division. So all the more calls are upon us, and we handle a lot of the burden for DEEP. I will say we support the concept of Senate Bill 456. We do feel it needs some major improvements to strengthen it and make it a viable program that actually works to provide assistance for rehabilitators. Although we support the intent, some of the areas that critically need to be improved are one, it needs a designated and defined funding mechanism. The language in the bill is a bit murky. It's not clear. It says it may accept donations, may set up a general fund item for it, but it's not definite. So it's likely there won't be any funding. It also needs a commission to oversee the grants that is comprised of people who have expertise in the field. And that's why we recommend that the staffer who oversees the rehabilitation program for DEEP be included, as well as 3 members designated by our organization to ensure that all the grant applications are reviewed and monitored with people who do have expertise. We'd like to see the program apply to everybody, not just not-for-profits, because most rehabilitators operate out of their homes and they are not incorporated. So we want to open it up for them. There are many deserving rehabilitators. Other states, as you heard, have done grant programs like this. Colorado, California, and Washington are 3 of the states that do provide a state-funded grant program to support rehabilitators. And they provide per year, Colorado, $39,000 a year in grants, and California, $500,000. So there is precedent for this kind of program. And we feel it would be fantastic for Connecticut to set something up that's similar, because rehabilitators really need the boost, and we're losing them just because so many people cannot afford to keep rehabilitating wildlife and keep affording spending thousands of dollars out of pocket for this to meet the public need.
Would you please summarize?
Yes. So basically, we support this bill with necessary improvements as outlined in my testimony.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions from the committee, we appreciate your time. And we're going to move on to number 40, Liz Donahue. Welcome, Ms. Donahue.
Thank you so much, honorable members of the committee. My name is Liz Donahue, and I represent Primo Brands, known locally as Poland Spring Water. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak to you today. Primo Brands is a leading branded bottled water and beverage company headquartered in Stamford. We have more than 300 employees in Connecticut across our corporate and delivery operations in Berlin, Stamford, and Waterford. Primo Brands is focused on providing quality drinking water responsibly, with a focus on water stewardship and circular packaging. We bottle in recycled plastic, aluminum, and glass. In 2025, 40% of Primo's PET bottles were made from recycled plastic, well ahead of the Connecticut recycled content requirement. Additionally, Primo has the largest reuse and refill network in the US through our 3- and 5-gallon business. Primo Brands wholeheartedly supports enabling a circular economy and bottle-to-bottle recycling. In fact, we helped fund the 2025 Clink Bag Drop pilot that made redemption much more convenient for everyday Connecticut families. We are very appreciative of this committee's leadership and passage of Senate Bill 299 that established the tools to restore integrity to Connecticut's bottle bill system just last month. In contrast, Senate Bill 457 undermines Senate Bill 299. It is a public policy whiplash. While Primo supports Sections 6 and 7, the other sections are problematic policy. 299 preserves and enhances the right of initiators of deposit or distributors like Primo Brands to audit and verify bottles redeemed. Senate Bill 4057 does the opposite. Currently, the statute ensures that distributors provide information so that containers can be identified, thus enabling a distributor to verify and collect only its bottles. Alternatively, Section 4 would require distributors to accept unidentified bottles with no way to verify if they were properly redeemed. Distributors are the customers of redemption centers and RVM operators. We are the ones that pay for the collection of redeemed bottles, and we need to be able to verify and audit whether redeemed containers are properly processed. As an example, as a parallel, if the state of Connecticut decided to build an affordable housing project, and then the builder came to this legislature and said, we want in statute that the state will pay us and they will have no right to verify that the building is built and that people live there, you would be appalled. You would just pay someone without any recognition of the work done. That's a problem. That's what fraud is. The language without the ability to verify and audit redeemed containers, whether handled conventionally or through reverse vending technology, distributors are operating at a deficit. Fraud is enabled and higher costs from the fraud will eventually impact consumers. The system cannot rely on the same technology both to count and audit. There must be a double check on the system. There are numerous examples of how technology has been misappropriated to enrich fraudulent actors in the bottle deposit world.
Thank you, Liz. I think you'll have some questions.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative O'Day, it's good to see you up there, buddy. How you feeling?
Hey, everybody. Sorry I'm not there. I had a little surgery on the eye, but I'm recovering. So thank you, and sorry to miss there in person. And Liz, thank you so much for your testimony. Just real quick to my friends on the committee, I'm surprised you didn't ask any of Peter Myers if his brother Mike is doing anything here on Friday the 13th tonight. But in any event, a little humor. Liz, again, thank you for your testimony. Can you, and I appreciate the fact that you took the time to meet with me down at your headquarters. Can you give me some examples of how fraud is being committed on you all?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm going to give some previous examples from what we've seen around technology in particular, where people, there's a number of things, but one of the operations was called lick and stick, where you would cut a UPC symbol off of a bottle and literally put it on a stick and just run it constantly through a machine so that it would show up as a bottle being returned, but there was no scrap material or scrap bottle on the other side. And the only way to combat that is to be able to verify that there are bottles on the other side to stop that from happening. There was a time about 10 years or so ago where we switched pickup agents, and when they were handed the list of addresses for the pickups at reverse vending machines, it turned out there weren't even buildings, let alone machines at those addresses. And so all of that was fake. So those are some of the examples. Right now, we are also seeing, the issue of not just of cross-border redemption, but when we look at our data, it seems to reveal that there's some kind of double redemption going on, where bottles are being run through the systems multiple times. A classic example for us is we went out into the field and visited a redemption center in central Connecticut. And when we got there, we saw bags of New York bottles. We use a separate, specifically branded Primo Brands New York bag that only go to New York redemption centers, and there were piles of them at the central Connecticut location. So there's been plenty of examples. Thank you for the question.
Sure. And I know what I had asked you this question, but it's come up as to why you can't just simply change the barcode so that only Connecticut labels can go through to get the 10 cents. Why doesn't that work?
Okay, so we've taken a lot of steps to prevent fraud and bring it down our rate. Our rate in 2025 for the whole year was 112%, but it peaked at around 140 over the summer, 140% redemption. We switched, we made several changes going into the fourth quarter, which helped to start to bring that down. One of the things that has been done since Connecticut went up to 10 cents was to have a red bar around our barcode. And that is on bottles that are sold, Poland Spring bottles that are sold outside of the state of Connecticut and New York. It is a separate barcode. It only works, we can only run it on, our most high volume products, which are, 24 packs of Poland Spring water, or the Costco ones, the big 40 packs, because there is such a huge volume. But we have to do it. We have to keep the barcode for just the states outside of Connecticut and New York, and then New York and Connecticut have their own barcode. It doesn't matter that we do that. Those bottles still end up in Connecticut, and that is why Section 6 of the bill is really important, talking about transshipment. In fact, 3 weeks ago, when I was last chair, I bought a bottle with that red label on it in the LOB cafeteria, which shows that we don't have control once we sell it into the market, and distributors are selling that product into the state regardless of whether or not it can be redeemed here, right? So someone else pocketed that 10 cents, but no one here will. And so it's just another example of how people exploit the law to make a quick buck.
And can you just describe a little bit on the Clink pilot? Because I actually saw them at a legislative conference, and I thought it would be great, and I'm hoping to see Clink around here somewhere soon.
That would be great. Clink's fabulous to work with. We've been partners with them for a long time. So Clink operates a bag drop program that's very convenient for the typical person. So they've been running in upstate New York and in Maine out of partnering with Hannaford's, which is a sister company of Stop and Shop. And now they're opening some here in Connecticut with the partnership of Stop and Shop. They ran like a 5-town pilot or 5-location pilot last year. One of them is in Simsbury, a couple in Bristol, I think one's in Enfield and Southington. So what happened, well, I'm sure Clink's going to testify too, but you download a Clink app onto your phone. It gives you a QR code. You buy their bags, which are cheaper than regular garbage bags, but there's a QR code on that. And it matches when you go to this box. You scan your code, you scan your bag, it opens the door and you throw your bag in. And now that bag is linked to your account and you get the redemption value for that. The other day I dropped my bag off, and the guy in front of me, when it was walking away, to no one in particular, just goes, "Love the Clink." So the point is one of the big things that was missing pre 10 cents in the bottle deposit system is it wasn't convenient for most people, right? Not many people have time to stand and do one bottle at a time. But what you can do is just drop a bag off and get redemption. And I think that has made, as that program rolls out, that will have a huge impact on just making regular people redeem more bottles. I think that'll have more of an impact than moving to 10 cents.
That's all the questions I have. Liz, thank you so much. And thank you, chairs and ranking members, for letting me go there. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Liz, can you explain the idea of the double audit, the RVM reading, and then you need physical verification? So if in the Eastern bill that we passed requiring redemption centers to install the barcode readers, wouldn't that put the onus on you guys to take back that rather than have the option to not take back the product because the barcode reader had been installed? Well, answer the first question first.
Okay, so just because it's run through the machine doesn't mean that it was properly redeemed. Right, correct? Like you could buy a bottle out of state, come to Connecticut, run it through a machine, and it would show on our bill that there's a handling fee, and we had to pay out that deposit. But that bottle, even though it's our bottle, was not properly redeemed because it wasn't purchased in the state of Connecticut. That's one way. The other way is that you could run that bottle multiple times through that barcode. And so instead of having 100 bottles at the end that, in scrap value sitting there, there's only one bottle sitting there, right? And so we need the physical bottle to verify that there in fact were 100 bottles that ran through that barcode machine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Callahan.
Thank you. And thank you for coming in. I'm just curious, how much have you been over redeemed?
So for all of 2025, we were over redeemed we were 112%. That was our redemption rate.
Dollar wise?
Well over $6 million.
And what do you do? Just take the hit?
We took the hit. We are grateful for the legislature. We did receive one of the reimbursement grants that was given for our over redemption in Q1 and Q2 of 2025, but in Q3, our number was even higher. So we took more dramatic steps that were within our control at that time. One, we do more field visits. We will not pick up. If we see in the field that they are not our bags of bottles, we will not pick them up. That's one of the things, the idea of just, you should clear out every redemption center every 7 days. Well, if they're not our bottles, we're not going to clear you out. We're not going to pay for material that is not ours. We expanded that red label that I just talked about that are on Poland Spring bottles. We added it to our Pure Life, which is our purified brand. So that's because we started to see those coming across the line from New Jersey. And we switched pickup agents as well.
And so how do you absorb that? How is your business dealing with these deficits? You're raising the prices, or what do you do?
That will likely happen. It has not happened yet. We absorbed it. We had a terrible 2025. No one got bonuses. It's not.
So it's affected your business in many ways.
Yeah.
I will say one comment on the red line. There's a company out in New Milford I visited with a $250,000 Invipco machine, and it takes the bottle, puts it on a conveyor that goes up. It reads the label. It takes the weight. It takes the size, and it has about 1,400 barcodes in it, and it shoots out the ones that don't work. And they were showing me some of the red labels, and they kick them right out. And so there's some good. The Invipco machines are pretty interesting. So, but I was interested in how it affected your business, and there some of the technology that you're talking about is interesting too. So thank you for taking the time to sit here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for coming by, Liz. Been a long time. Nice to see you. So I'm curious to understand this red line that you described a little more closely. So your company did this voluntarily? You put this red label or red line on your bottles?
Yeah.
And why does this not result in a solution to the problem of cross-border redemption? I'm not quite understanding.
Well, it's by choice, right? So there's nothing that holds people, right? No one is standing at that redemption center or to we don't just, we're both distributor and we sell to wholesalers, right? And where those wholesalers buy their product and then, where they then resell it is not up to us, right? I don't know why that bottle I bought in the LOB, I don't know who that came from, right? That went through a variety of people, that we lose sight of that supply chain or where that goes within the supply chain. So that is part of it. Part of it is the way the distribution system works in general, right? Again, you're selling to wholesalers. They are not selling within state lines. It's all over, it's much more varied. We're in a unique spot as Connecticut, as we're next to one of the largest, metro areas in the world that operates in a very different way than anywhere else on earth. So those are the problems. We cannot keep, maintain exactly where everything is going or describe something or have a label that's just for one place.
So again, I'm trying to understand this. What was the motivation for that red line in the first place?
To show it, to visibly give a visible cue to redemption centers that can't take this bottle.
So why can't that be replicated for all the redemption centers to be able to follow?
because all of our customers, the Walmarts and Targets and Big Ys and Stop and Shops, right? They don't want to carry multiple SKUs of the same product. It becomes too logistically difficult to manage. And that my colleague Ben Peach spoke of that earlier.
Okay, I'm sorry that I missed his testimony. Okay, so it's really up to the middleman, so to speak, to make this system work. To make to have that state specific marking work to prevent the fraud, it would be up to the distributor as opposed to the manufacturer.
No, I think there's multiple people who are in there that would have to be paying attention to that. And it would just become exceptionally complicated. And I think that's part of it. There's also been, New York tried to have a specific, we are doing this by choice. We're not doing it on all of our products. We are doing it on the ones that are the highest selling, where we see the most cross-border fraud, right? But New York tried to do a separate barcode about 15 years ago or so, that I think Bree Deatley, who's coming up later, will testify about. But they tried to do this, and it was thrown out on the basis that it impeded interstate commerce to such a high degree. And that's why it cannot be required.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
To the extent there are multiple players that would need to work together to fix this, do you want to comment on a stewardship organization that might create the structure for that?
Sure. Typically Primo Brands is very supportive of stewardship organizations, and we have actually helped co-found a coalition for legislation in other states that would do exactly that. I think Connecticut is unique, and I don't think the language in this bill would enable a successful system and the success of a pro to happen. I think the conditions are not ripe here for it, given that there is a handling fee that's set in statute, that the sheets are not kept within the system, that it's already at 10 cents as opposed to building the infrastructure that then would encourage the right kind of redemptions. I think it's a unique situation, and would make it very difficult for it to work here.
I appreciate that. I'll just say that everybody, if in the future we have to continue this conversation, there's no reason, at least from my perspective, that those factors are not on the table for negotiation if we need to design a better system that's going to work. So I appreciate you pointing out it's about a sheets. It's about go ahead, tell me your three again.
The handling fee.
Handling fee, sure.
That it's already at 10 cents.
Sure.
Right. I think just as Hawaii is considering adding a stewardship program, but they remain at 5 cents, which I think gives the time and space to try. But backing into a stewardship organization in states that have it existing will certainly be difficult in comparison to, or in contrast to a greenfield state that has no policy in place.
I appreciate that perspective. Seeing no further questions, thanks so much, Liz.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you. Next up, number 41, Alex Rodriguez online. Go ahead, Alex. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony in support of HB 5524. The reason why we're Save the Sound and supporting this bill is because Connecticut is currently navigating a significant waste management crisis driven by the closure of key disposal facilities, rising costs, and a reliance on out-of-state landfills. This crisis is also a climate issue. And to combat this issue, we need the legislature to enact legislation that separates organic materials from other material in the waste stream that is either burned in one of the state's incinerators or shipped out of state, and that bans polystyrene products. The largest category of waste entering landfills is food waste, and food waste produces methane when it decomposes in landfills, which is at least 28 more times potent than carbon dioxide as a global warming pollutant. Composting food waste not only decreases the methane entering the atmosphere, but it also helps lead to a circular economy. This legislation also bans polystyrene foodware in restaurants and single-use straws containing PFAS, which would protect the environment and public health. Polystyrene is commonly littered and breaks easily into tiny pieces that do not easily biodegrade. Honorable committee members, please pass HB 5524 to better protect public health and the Long Island Sound. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. Seeing no questions or comments, we appreciate you. Have a safe ride over there. We'll talk soon. Next up is number 42, Kippen Kolensinska. I'm so sorry. You're going to have to help me with that. Kolsinskis. Thank you, Mr. Kolsinskis.
Answer to a lot of things.
Yeah, welcome.
Dear Co-Chair Senator Lopez and Representative Parker, Ranking Members Senator Harding and Representative Callahan and members of the Environment Committee. The Working Lands Alliance appreciates the opportunity to present testimony regarding 5521. Working Lands Alliance testimony is limited to sections 2 and 3 of the bill, which we strongly support. My name is Kip Kolsinskis, Chair of the Working Lands Alliance, a broad-based statewide coalition dedicated to preserving Connecticut's farmland. Section 2 of the bill would amend subsection A of section 1650K of the general statutes. This change would enable the Connecticut Department of Agriculture to review proposed solar projects that impact prime farmland soils with a capacity of 1 megawatt to over 65 megawatts. Currently, they can only review systems that are between 2 and 65. So this may not seem significant, but a 1 megawatt system can convert 4 to 6 acres of farmland. In addition, solar developers are submitting proposals of 1.9 megawatts just to bypass the review by the Department of Agriculture. They're also submitting multiple less than 2 megawatt systems to bypass a review. And it's certainly possible we may see systems larger than 65 megawatts, which also would not be reviewed. So review by the Department of Ag can help reduce impacts to soils and promote, recommend, and review proposed agrivoltaics. So that's where agriculture is part of a solar array component. So they're contributing significantly agricultural businesses rather than just minor concessions such as pollinator plantings or limited sheep grazing. Currently, the Connecticut ag and food system is being adversely impacted by utility grade solar, especially in the Connecticut Valley. I think we've all seen the coverage of what went on in East Windsor. Connecticut only has about 170,000 acres open farmland, a little less than 5% of the state. Of that acreage, only about half of that is dominated by prime farmland, which is the preferred siting for utility grade solar projects. Once converted to solar, it loses its prime farmland status and the long-term flexibility needed to adjust to market demands. Section 3 of the bill would change section 22-26 of the general statutes to remove the $20,000 cap per acre that the Connecticut Department of Agriculture can spend when purchasing conservation easements on farmland. Currently, Connecticut has some of the highest farmland values per acre in the US at over $14,000 per acre. So again, the cost of purchasing an easement is also high. This is particularly true for farms in first-ring communities outside of our cities, where farmland is often $30,000 to $100,000 per acre, and thus the cost of purchasing easements even more. Small farms in urban centers are very important for food supply.
Please summarize. Thank you, sir.
Yes, removing the 20,000 per acre cap will increase the ability to compete with developers. So Working Lands Alliance strongly supports section 2 and 3 of this bill. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments.
Thank you so much. Are there questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll keep in touch. Next up, 43, Mr. Herb.
Big H, Herb.
Yeah, I knew that. I looked at it and it came across us. Anyways, Chris, nice to see you. Thanks
It's
for
okay. You
go
can
ahead.
call me anything you want, and I'm sure many have. My name is Chris Herb. I am the president of the Connecticut Energy Marketers Association. We represent 600 family-owned heating oil propane companies Our motor fuels members own, operate, and distribute gasoline to over 1,000 convenience stores throughout the state. We're here in opposition to Senate Bill 453 that assesses a 5% surcharge on our insurance policies. Let's be clear, the bill is going to create competitive imbalances and increase costs of heating fuel and transportation fuel. Increased costs because the surcharge will be passed on, ending up in the cost of gasoline, heating oil, propane, and diesel. We asked some of the insurance companies that are work with our members, and we estimate that this will cost about $12 million just to our downstream portion of the industry. That doesn't include the suppliers, the storers, the transporters that are upstream from us that we rely on. It also creates competitive imbalances because it will not apply to all fossil fuel companies the proponents wanted to. In 1979, the legislature divorced refiners from owning and operating gas stations. That means when you see a Mobil sign or Valero or Shell, you're pulling into one of my members' gas stations that they own. They own the property, but they brand it so that it's recognizable to the public. So this bill will not apply to that segment of the industry, the largest companies. Large heating oil and propane companies, multi-state operators, they self-insure. It won't apply to those segments. So we're going to create competitive imbalances that will fall. The highest cost will be, or the cost of this bill will increase the cost to the smallest companies who are trying to compete against these large ones, the ones that have been here for 3, 4, 5 generations and do business in your communities. The other competitive imbalance that it'll create is there will be people who will be able to come across the border and sell products when this is not applied to them, people who don't register as heating oil dealers. When that happens, that means that you're going to see where we did a lot of hard work to pass a bill to migrate to biodiesel, blended fuels, eventually getting to a 50% blend. Massachusetts marketers will have an advantage when this bill doesn't apply to them. So those competitive disadvantages are going to reduce the amount of product that we sell in the state. It's inelastic. People are going to use just as much heating oil regardless of where they're getting it, but they're going to seek it in other places. So we ask you to oppose Senate Bill 553. I don't think anyone in this committee has the desire to raise the cost of fuel. I don't think anybody on this committee has the desire to place our family-owned businesses at competitive disadvantages. So for those reasons, we ask you to oppose.
Thanks, Chris. I found your testimony quite helpful in terms of the companies that would be affected and the ones you'd think we'd want to be potentially trying to impact on this. So thank you for your testimony. Seeing no further questions. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Pat.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chris, thanks for coming in. What I'm listening to is something I didn't think about when I read the bill. Could this be a multi-layer add-on? So a company that produces can be add 5% increase to their insurance. A company that maybe stores and transport can have a 5%. And then down the line, there's other companies that deal in fossil fuels. So it could end up being 5, 10, 15% increase because it's an increase at several levels.
Yeah, I probably wasn't as clear as you just were on that. But yes, we rely on the producers. We rely on separate companies to transport it to us. We rely on we pay other people to store the product for us, and then we put it in our trucks and we go and deliver it to people's homes. All those costs are going to flow down the distribution stream to us and will eventually be passed on to our customers.
Right, and I think that's the last thing you just said is your for-profit businesses. You have a lot of times stockholders to answer to, so added costs just mean added cost to you. Means added cost to the consumer. So yet another increase where we really have a hard time. It's one of our biggest costs in our households in Connecticut, which also affects businesses. But also you said, I didn't think of this either. Of course it should have, because we just talked about cross-border redemption. We'd have just people coming in from other states and saying, I can do it for 5%, 10%, 15% less. So it's not going to affect anything in the environment. It's just going to kill Connecticut business.
That's correct. And, we've worked really closely with members of this committee, namely Representative Gresco, on trying to make sure that we are migrating to renewable, low carbon liquid fuels. And I think it will work against the work that we've done together with the legislature to address those concerns, and so that our members can comply with the Global Warming Solutions Act.
Well, I appreciate it, Chris. Thanks for the info.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Herb, what kind of taxes are already paid on petroleum products?
I probably will miss a few, but off the top of my head, the excise tax, the petroleum gross earnings tax, which in the budget is known as the oil company tax, there are sales tax applicable sales. We're paying federal excise tax. We're paying the underground storage tax. We are paying the federal superfund tax. We are paying all corporate taxes. And I know I'm missing probably at least a few more. So one of the things that, we've been very good taxpayers. I think that our industry has funded our transportation system through the taxes that we pay. We provide really good jobs that are that have benefits, and people are able to purchase homes and send their kids to college and trade school. So this works against all of that, all the good things that our industry has done. And watching the imagery of punish the polluters, I think that we're the ones that keep people warm and take care of them. We're the ones that make sure that people can get to work and to the hospital and to worship service, and to demonize us and to unfairly the proportion this bill will land on our shoulders is just, we don't believe that's fair.
And it would be passed on to consumers. Affordability either needs to be a priority or it isn't. Thank you, Mr. Herb. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Of course, thank you, Mr. Anderson. Seeing no further questions, thanks for being with us, Chris, and again for your testimony. Next up, number 44, Yi Lee. Professor Lee, are you with us? Professor Lee, can you accept or can you come off mute and turn your screen on and begin?
Okay.
There we are.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
If you can turn your camera off, that'd be great. If on, excuse me, that'd be great. If not, no worries. You can go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, guys.
There we go.
Okay.
Yes, perfect. Hello.
Okay. Hi, how are you? Dear chairs and members of the committee. My name is Yi Li. I'm a professor at UConn. I have been in the area of plant breeding and biotechnology for 30 years. And I'm here to testify in support of Bill 5521, like Professor Mark Brandt, who has testified earlier. I have also been working on invasive plants for more than 20 years. But my target plant is different from Mark Brandt's plants. Mine is burning bush. Many of you probably know those plants. Burning bush has been a very popular plant in this country as well as in Connecticut. Probably 20 years ago, it was about $70 million sold annually in the nation, and $4.5 million sold in the state of Connecticut. But because of the invasiveness nature, the restriction has been put on the plants. The sale has been sharply declined. And due to that reason, my lab have been working on developing strategies, basically develop sterile cultivars. So we use traditional breeding approaches other than transgenic or GMO. So I've been trained or produce a lot of GMO plants, but we did not use GMO technique to produce sterile cultivar of burning bush, because if there are GMO, it can be another issue of problem. So the plants we produced has been evaluated for 14 years in the field. And the mother plants has been 22 years. None of these plants produce any seeds. Now the seeds is a problem of burning bush. The bird eat the seeds and spread seeds all over the place, and therefore the plant is invasive. But our plants have been evaluated for so many years, produce no seeds at all. The reason we kept the plants for so long is because some people complain that some plants may revert back, sterile plants may revert back to fertile plants, therefore you can see seeds produced. But in our hand, it has been 22 years for the original mother plants, and then publicated plants has been 14 years. No single seeds has been produced from these plants. So we are we do feel very confident those plants
Professor, your
are
time is up. Would you
absolutely,
please summarize? Thank you.
yeah. Okay. Absolutely sterile and no should not be invasive. And so as such, I think this is going to address the problems of environment issues of the burning bush and also help the local industry, particularly horticulture industry, as well as, of course, their national significance as well.
Thank you so much. Representative Cresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Professor, you still have in your possession the plants that are 40 years old that have not produced the seeds?
No, 22 years old.
32 years old, but you
yeah, we still have. Yes, we have here.
And
anybody can. It's pretty big.
I was going to say, and they haven't produced seeds since.
No single seeds.
It's
just next to my lab, and anybody can wanted to come to see it. The plant is here.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Representative. Are there further questions for Professor Lee? Otherwise, seeing none, thank you for your time this evening. Next up, number 45, Richard Brooke. Richard, looks like you're online. If you could come off mute and turn your camera off, we'd welcome your testimony.
Don't come off mute. How about now? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
All right. Can you see me?
We can't, but that's all right. Go ahead.
All right. Well, anyway, I'm a consultant in the industrial gas business, focusing on helium and certain rare isotopes used in the semiconductor manufacturing, big pharma, nuclear medicine, and deep tech projects such as quantum computing, radiation detection, and fusion. I signed up to present today and submitted a written documentation about the Bill 452 because of the fact that many of my colleagues in the business of selling balloons in Connecticut had reached out to see if I wouldn't join this conversation that you're having. And by the way, thank you very much for inviting me. I'm furthest away from where you're located of anybody today. I'm in Austin, Texas. So thank you for allowing me to participate in this process today. A few words about the helium industry. As you know, it's a global business, and the people that are selling helium-filled balloons in the United States are at the end of a very long supply chain that starts in all over the world and ends up in your backyards. Those people that are in Connecticut selling balloons are also competing against, of course, people in the next state that are also selling balloons to their local communities. And I've actually been a little surprised today at the rather cavalier attitude that many people have had about destroying the businesses of some fellow Connecticut citizens that are just trying to make a living. That seems like it's a violation of somebody's rights. Destroying somebody's business because somebody else is littering seems like a strange motivation on the part of the Connecticut legislature. And I'd like to talk a little bit more about that. We don't ban McDonald's because someone has thrown the wrapper for a hamburger at the side of the road. We don't ban Firestone and Goodyear because someone has thrown it carelessly a tire on the side of the road. Nobody in the helium business, from the people that produce it all the way down to the local balloon retailers, it supports littering. And the problem here are people that are littering. And so the industry has sort of galvanized around this idea of trying to educate people to not do that. The industry in Connecticut and other places around the country where this has been an issue have proposed adding lead weights to the bottom of the string so that the balloons won't float away. Excuse me, so that the balloons won't float away. This fundamentally is shown to work in other places to cut down on the free release of these things. But rest assured that no one in the helium business is interested in watching these balloons float off into the distance. This doesn't serve anybody's purpose. However, shutting their businesses down seems grossly unfair, and seems like it's a violation of their constitutional rights, considering they've done nothing wrong. Helium is a legal product. The balloons are legal products. They're not the ones doing the littering, yet you are trying to shut their businesses down. And I think that this is something that you might want to consider. The people that I listened to today.
The timer is off. Would you please summarize? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I listened today to people who are talking about the bottle return project, and they also suffer from this problem where some of the things of what you're suggesting violate Article 1 of the Commerce Clause. And I think this is also a problem with this balloon ban that you're talking about. And I'll leave it there and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brook. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Brooks, just one question. I've heard it stated that the supply of helium is fixed, but is that really true? Are we gaining more helium through any process?
So the helium business has generally been fixed at a rate of production and demand and supply of about 6 billion cubic feet annually for the last 10 years. Helium is extracted from natural gas, co-produced with natural gas. So people that are producing large amounts of natural gas are also the largest producers of helium, not because helium is specifically tied to natural gas, but because helium is co-located with natural gas. It actually comes from a different process. They just find it when they go drilling for natural gas. Here in this country, I currently track the status of about 30 companies that are all working on trying to develop more production capacity for helium. The thing that keeps them from doing that is the economics of the business. The higher the price for the product, the more of those facilities will spend the money on extraction equipment that separates the helium from the natural gas. So the supply is actually expandable based on the price of the product. And the price of the product is often dependent on the condition of the industry, how much product is being sold around the world for all the different applications, including balloons. So no, it's not fixed. It's absolutely not fixed.
Thank you, Mr. Brook. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Anderson. Seeing no further questions, Mr. Brook, thank you for joining us today. We're going to move on to number 46, John Daniels. John, are you online? And can you jump in? Go ahead, sir. We see you. We don't hear you. Not hearing you. John, we're going to go to the next person. We can return back to you. Keep trying to get it moving over there. We're going to go to number 47, Scott Main, who will be joined by number 70, Steve Hill, also from Michaels, and number 78, Nicole Zerger, also from Michaels. My son's favorite store. Nice to see you all.
Awesome.
He's 3.
All right. Well, good afternoon. My name's Scott Main. I'm a district director for Michaels. Out of my 16 stores, 10 of them are here in Connecticut. Some of them highlighted by in some of the districts by some of the representatives that were here, at least to start this morning. Berlin, Connecticut, Manchester, Connecticut, New Britain, Connecticut.
Good afternoon. I'm Nicole Zerger. I'm also a district director here in Connecticut. I have 16 stores, and out of those 16, 13 are in Connecticut. Some being in Wilton, Ridgefield, Westport, Guilford, Brookfield, Southbury, and Southington. I think that's it from mine.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Steve Hill. I'm the regional vice president for Michaels Incorporated Stores. I have 23 stores in the state of Connecticut in my region. So I really appreciate you giving us the opportunity to address the committee today. And just want to take the opportunity to tell you that while Michaels shares the legislation concerns around balloons and environment and wildlife in Connecticut, we're opposed to this bill because we look at it as a de facto ban on helium balloons as we go forward. It's a product category for us in Connecticut and throughout the U.S. that consumers rely on for celebrations and community events. For many customers, balloons are accessible and affordable way to celebrate those milestones in their life, and prohibiting that sale will really inhibit their ability to do that and celebrate those milestones. I think it's very important to note that the sale or the ban of this bill will not ban or stop people from buying balloons. What it's going to do is shift them to go to other states outside of Connecticut and purchase online, and those balloons will still come back into Connecticut. I think there was some great testimony today on both sides of this bill. And I think what I would tell you is that we are very stringent and believe that we should not have zero release, right? I think the law here is you can release 10 or less balloons, and we agree that it should be 0. What we also believe is that we need to really lean into, you heard Chris talk earlier today about educating the consumers, which we are already doing in our stores today. So if you come into a Michael's, we are educating consumers about responsible use of balloons, how to dispose of those balloons, and what they should be doing from a standpoint of making sure that they are not hurting the environment. We have signage in our stores today, and our team members are trained on that communication with our customers. What we would propose is that to hold off on this bill or revise the bill and really look at public education campaigns, which we know are already out there and need to be more effective. Ensuring that the balloons, you've heard this a lot, but are weighted and have clips to prevent balloons from being released into the environment. Retailer education initiatives, including in-store guidance and consumer awareness materials that we would hand out in stores. Clear labeling on consumer
I'll ask you two questions. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
absolutely.
We gotta keep going. Do you folks already weight the balloons that you sell?
Yes, sir.
What percentage of them? All of them?
Yeah, everything that goes out of our store it has helium in it.
They're all already tied to a weight
Yes, sir. Or
What-
or clips.
or a clip,
Yes.
as in that can then clip to something.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got you. Does that add a cost to the sale? Have you just eaten that over time?
It does add a cost to the sale.
And is that charged to the consumer specifically, or is that baked into the cost of the product?
It's baked into the cost today
Okay.
for us.
Are there, can you tell how many have been weighted versus clipped? Round numbers, I'm just kind of getting a feel for it.
I'm sure we can find that out for you, but
Yeah.
I don't have that information
Okay.
with me.
I think that what's being discussed is weighted. I'm curious if there's a role for clipped or what the kind of difference would be for that. So that's helpful to think about. Other question, have any of our neighbors in New York or Massachusetts or Rhode Island banned helium in balloons?
Yeah, I represent 215 stores, and we have ban in Falmouth, Massachusetts right now. That's the only store
The only one.
within the region that has a ban.
Got it. Thank you for your question, your remarks. Are there other questions from the committee? Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So how are you educating your clients now? I mean, why do we have to pass a law if you know that education is the key? And maybe not every customer, but if someone walks in the door, as I said before today, and says, "Hey, I want 200 helium balloons," do you point to the state statute that says you can't release more than 10 behind you and say, "I'm not trying to discourage you from buying the 200 balloons, but know that I hope you're not going to go to the sound and let them all go." Is that the extent of the education, or is it? I mean, I don't know.
It's a great question.
Yeah.
We do it two ways today at Michael's. So we have an extensive education program that every team member that we have goes through from a training standpoint and what the safety and the proper disposal of those balloons would be. And then we have signage in the store that actually encourages and tells customers how to dispose of the balloons appropriately and to prevent release.
And one follow-up, if I'm going to want to order helium balloons and Connecticut passes this law and I can't get helium balloons, you're saying that I can order, am I going to order helium balloons online from another state and get them delivered? What if I want 200 balloons? I'm not getting 200 balloons delivered UPS, am I? Is that happen?
I don't think you're going to get 200 helium balloons that are going to be delivered from UPS. What I do believe, though, is that you'll be able to get helium out of other states that are neighboring here. I think you can buy now today online at Amazon. You can buy balloons that are inflated by helium that are not inflated at Michael's or other retailers. They're buying helium tanks and doing that at home.
Point taken. Yeah, I just, I understand the point, but I mean, how do you go up to, I mean, this is what comes to with enforcement, with police. Oh, the police should enforce. How's a police officer going to go up to a gathering of a memorial service and say, "Oh, you're not going to release all those balloons"? They're not going to do that. And I just said education is the key, but you also, it's a very good delicate in that situation anyway, a very delicate situation, and that's most of the pushback that we've gotten over the years is it's a cultural thing where people let balloons go to during a ceremony or during a memorial, and it's tough to change that kind of learned behavior.
I
But
believe
thank you.
Thank you.
earlier there was testimony from a member from the aquarium that talked about balloons and releasing of the balloons and said, I think something that was very poignant, which balloons travel a long ways. So I'm going to tell you that if the releasing of balloons is happening in Massachusetts or New York and so forth, they're going to travel a long ways. It really comes down, in my opinion, to educating the public so they understand what the damage those balloons are doing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, gentlemen. Representative Arzano.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much for coming today. For Michael's, percentage of revenues, the sale of helium balloons?
That's a great question. Right now, it's about 2% of our total volume. It's growing rapidly, so I would anticipate in 2026, it'll reach about 4% of the total company volume.
Yeah, 2%. Yeah. But, you know, I mean, I shop at Michael's. So
Thank you.
with my wife, we go to Michael's in Stamford. And I mean, yes, you have all the party line section, and
Yes, sir.
that's what we go for. And on the side, the helium balloons. And yeah, I mean, well, 2% is a low percentage.
It is.
Probably attracts purchase of other products. Someone that goes for balloons will look for other things, or vice versa.
Yeah, it
But,
definitely impacts sales of other products. Any kind of celebration product, it definitely is going to impact that as well.
yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. One last quick question, folks. Do you know how heavy the weights are that you apply?
You know that, Suzanne?
Okay. Would you find out and let us know? Might find its way into something. Representative Dubitsky's online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What is the average lifespan of a helium balloon?
It's a great question. There are two different answers to that. So for a latex balloon, it is somewhere between 4 hours and 24 hours, depending on what you put into that balloon. And for helium balloons, they can last up to 14 days.
Okay, do biodegradable balloons exist?
They do. They're a relatively expensive option for a consumer.
If all balloons were biodegradable, wouldn't that partially solve our problem?
I think the answer to that is yes. However, as I said, I think the cost to the consumer would basically put a lot of individuals out of the balloon market.
Why are they so expensive?
I just don't think that we've spent a lot of time developing those, in the industry at this point in time. They're not easily accessible. There's not a lot of options there.
Okay, would it help if there were some incentive to develop them?
I don't know if I'm the right person to answer that. I absolutely think that it's an option in the future.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, folks, for coming and spending time with us. We appreciate it. And thank you for taking the time to share.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Oh, hold 1 second. Representative Gucker, I am so sorry, sir.
I'm used to being invisible down here. I mean, it seems to happen in every committee. They kind of move me. Well, if I was healing, it would be a little higher voice, but I don't have that right now. So, I shop at Michael's a lot. In fact, I think all of my picture frames in my office are from Michael's because you kind of give me the best value for that. When we get talking about these balloons, a lot of what's been said here is true. The enforcement is basically impossible. As much as we try to, notify people the dangers, frankly, a lot of people don't care. Maybe your balloon industry is growing more because more people are doing these celebrations. You see it all the time. They go to a park, they're going to memorialize somebody and they let the balloons go. I appreciate your stewardship of putting weights on it. The other thing that was brought up about biodegradable balloons, we find that the balloons aren't the only problem. It's also the string that's used or the tether that's put on that balloon that seems to last a little bit longer And that's what we find, you know, really in the system of many of these birds, these animals, these nests. I think sadly, maybe your industry is probably a victim of others who don't see the stewardship the same way. So what would you suggest? I mean, weighting it, okay, you leave the store with the weight, but then half the times they take the weights off and they let them go. How do we follow this on? Because this is a definite problem. I mean, anybody who does a river cleanup or even a woods cleanup or even drives down the street, I'll look up at the end of my road and see a latex balloon that's been there for, I don't know, since I think the tree probably grew with that thing in it and it's still there. What is the answer? Or is there an answer?
Once again, I'm not sure I'm the right person to answer that question. That's why I think we're here today. But I think the answer, as I said, is I think continued piece. I think there were some great suggestions today about school education and other things when it comes to products, not just balloons, but plastics and other things that have been talked about here today. I think that educating at store level as consumers are buying it is extremely important and continuing to do that. But I think it's like anything else that you're trying to put legislation on and enforce. It's a difficult task. And the more people that understand, the less issues that you're going to have.
No, and I can appreciate that. I mean, reference was made earlier about the bottle bill, and unlike many of some of my panel members up here, I'm old enough to remember when that program started, and it was a response to not about bottle redemption or recycling. It was a response to littering. And we seem to find ourselves here with the same thing with this balloon bill, that this is a response to the littering aspect that has negatively affected the environment. So any insight that you could have, we'd welcome it. And I want to thank you for your testimony and your junk mail that comes to my inbox every day with your 50% off if I show up here with my Michael's card.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, folks. Have a good evening. We're going to try again with John Daniels. John, you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is John Daniels. I'm here today in opposition of SB 453, an act concerning a climate change related surcharge on certain insurance policies. I work for Daniels Energy. I'm the fourth generation of our family-owned 100-year-old HVAC and home energy supplier. We provide our customers with renewable bioheat and propane. Based on the current bill's proposal, it is unfairly targeting the fossil fuel industry that operates within the state. Unlike previous attempts to impose various taxes on the fossil fuel industry that were directed at major companies like ExxonMobil, this bill is going to be targeting the local infrastructure and local companies that provide the critical fuel we need to survive. This bill states that it will not impose this tax on home fuel delivery vehicles, which is not factually accurate, as the additional cost to suppliers would have a trickle-down effect to the companies that ultimately deliver the product to Connecticut homes and ultimately the Connecticut residents. Companies such as Daniels have our own bulk storage plants to ensure that we have the product we need to deliver to our customers when times get tough, as we saw this past winter, with the brutal cold and weather conditions resulting in supply interruptions. This past winter was the coldest winter we've had in close to a decade, if not longer. Our delivery drivers were out day and night working weekends to ensure that our customers stayed warm, battling the snow and ice in order to do so. Our drivers were only able to accomplish this amazing feat through the coordination with our suppliers and distributors that operated the bulk storage facilities that SB 453 is targeting. By imposing an additional yearly tax on our suppliers and companies that have bulk storage facilities, not only are they going to pass the costs on to the local companies and ultimately the consumer, but they may be forced to reduce staff as the additional surcharge costs is someone's yearly salary. SB 453 aim is to punish the fossil fuel industry by imposing additional costs on suppliers, which will have an effect not only on the 600 plus local fuel delivery companies in the state, many of which are family owned, but will also have a negative impact on future investment and development in the state. As our industry looks to invest in the future with renewable fuels such as bioheat and renewable propane, SB 453 will curb future investment in the expansion of renewable energy, as refiners and bulk storage facilities will look to reduce costs and potential expansions of additional storage capacity for renewable fuels such as bioheat and renewable propane. Connecticut is blessed to have one of the biggest bioheat refiners in the country here in New Haven. By imposing additional costs to companies such as the one we have here in New Haven, may result in the cancellation of future expansion projects, or perhaps they will look to leave Connecticut altogether. By hampering future investment and future expansion, we are not only damaging the existing infrastructure, but also damaging the goal of our industry of delivering a product that is carbon neutral, renewable, and environmentally friendly in the near future. Thank you very much for your time and consideration as I pose SB 453.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Seeing no questions, we're on to number 48, Susan Collins.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Susan Collins. I'm the president of the Container Recycling Institute, and we do research on and education on deposit return systems. We support the intent of SB 457, but we oppose the language as currently drafted. I will focus on just two foundational issues today: establishing real producer responsibility and addressing a significant free rider problem in beverage sales reporting in Connecticut. If more effective language had been adopted in 2021, the state likely would not be experiencing the problems we see today. Of course, if the laws in neighboring states covered the same beverages and had the same deposit value, these arbitrage opportunities that we see today would not exist. There are more than 50 programs in operation worldwide, and these problems have been avoided or addressed in most of those places. And so I will bring some ideas on how to address them. First of all, the free rider issue and sales reporting. Much of the discussion in this committee has focused on empty containers coming from other states from redemption, but far less attention has been given to full beverage containers that are sold in Connecticut but never reported to the state. Earlier today, we heard the term transshipping. This occurs when beverages without deposits are shipped from other states and sold in Connecticut with a deposit added. That creates an arbitrage opportunity. Retailers can collect deposits from consumers without ever paying those deposits to a distributor, and the sales are never reported to the state. When that happens, those missing deposits are unavailable to legitimate distributors to make refunds. Back in 2019, we estimated that about 44% of deposit beverage containers sold in Connecticut were not reported to the state. I'll repeat that, 44% underreporting. The value of those unreported initiated deposits was about $57 million that year, back when the deposit was only 5 cents and before the expansion to new beverages. Other jurisdictions address this problem through auditing and enforcement. For example, California audits 40 to 80 distributors each year, and last year alone, they identified $16 million in underreported deposits. Without auditing and enforcement, this kind of underreporting simply cannot be detected. If all sales were properly reported and deposits pooled in a PRO fund, the redemption rate would be significantly lower. Second, the producer responsibility language in the bill is flawed and key provisions are missing. While the bill suggests this is a producer responsibility program, it's not. The language assigns no direct responsibility to producers. Instead, it places responsibilities elsewhere on the producer responsibility organization, an entity that doesn't yet exist. That approach is backwards. We've already seen this language fail. In 2021, the bill language was adopted, but no PRO was formed. However, no entity was penalized because the law did not
Ms. Collins,
clearly
would you please
assign.
summarize the
Yes.
timers are going off? Thank you.
The last one, the key principle is simple. All producers are responsible for operating the program, whether or not they form the PRO, and the language in our written testimony gives examples of ways to fix this.
Thank you so much. I'll just ask a quick question. I'm trying to understand. Can you tell me a bit more about the Container Recycling Institute? Are you a membership organization? Where's the funding coming from? Just trying to figure out where you sort of fit into this ecosystem, because it sounds like you have a lot of valuable feedback to share.
We're a 501c3. This is our 35th year of operation. Our funding comes from all of the types of places that nonprofits get their funding from. Foundations. We have members that are businesses all across the supply chain for recycling beverage containers, and even we have nearly 10 beverage producers that are members of our organization. We have hundreds of individual members, state and local governments. I think I mentioned foundations. So every type of funding that we could have. But yes, we do have members.
Got it. Thank you. And do you run PROs in other jurisdictions?
No, that's the point of our organization is to do research and education around the issue of beverage container deposits. Our mission is to make North America a global model for the high quality recycling of packaging materials.
And just, last question for me now. Are there product stewardship models that you support and that your organization has helped set up or is okay with?
Absolutely. The vast majority of the deposit programs, like I said, there's 50 in operation right now. There's another 20 that are under development currently. The vast majority of the deposit programs in the world are product stewardship models or, have producer responsibility organizations. And that's why we took some of the most successful language from some places that have done this and made those appendices to our letter of testimony so that we made that language available to you to show how it's done in British Columbia. And also we included the language from the state of Oregon, as that was mentioned as a model many times in your hearings on this issue.
Got it. And do you think that if we implemented some of those changes in this bill now, Connecticut could be ready for a stewardship organization at this moment? We've heard some other folks that have said otherwise. I'm curious, given your perspective, if you think that's possible.
Oh, I readily acknowledge that you've got so many moving parts that have been in this other system for so long that it would be challenging to transition everyone. I will say that Oregon did go through that process. They were 30 years in, or maybe 40 years into having a system like the state of Connecticut, an individual producer responsibility system. They did successfully transition into a producer responsibility model back in 2011, I believe was that legislation. I can get that to you. And when they did that, it wasn't absolutely perfect the first time around. And they did go through some growing pains with that and had to make changes to their law. The language that we provided in our letter of testimony is the section of the law that they have in Oregon now that includes the original changes that they made, as well as the new changes that they made in the last couple of years to bring everybody into the producer responsibility model. So it worked pretty well, wasn't perfect. They kept tweaking the system to make it better. The language that we've submitted to you has the whole enchilada.
Okay, thanks for sharing that. I may have misunderstood this, but I feel like other folks that have spoken, whether it's today or conversations I've had, have sort of implied that Oregon was clean start. And I think you've shared that it might be otherwise. They did have a system in place. They did try to make some changes. They had to fix it. They went through that change. They found their way through it. So I just thank you for sharing that. And I will look forward to diving into your testimony in some further detail. Representative Steinberg. Hello, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Susan, I don't know if you remember me. We met at the Vancouver conference, and it was my first real exposure to the critical role of PROs in effectuating real change. I'm not surprised that you see our situation in Connecticut as complicated. How easy would it be for us to stand up or encourage an effective PRO for even a piece of this at this point in the game? Do we have to break it all down to start again? Or, are there models out there? I mean, you mentioned the Oregon experience. I saw the British Columbia model as ideal, but we're so different than really even the ethos in British Columbia. So I was wondering if you could just comment on that.
I haven't addressed that issue of exactly how difficult it would be because there are so many business relationships between the redemption centers and the technology providers and the new grants that were issued in the last couple of years, and the way that the distributors operate. I'm not aware of all of those moving parts in Connecticut. Somebody would have to work on that if they wanted to put all those pieces together. But I will say that I'm glad you mentioned British Columbia because that was some of the legislative language that we included as an appendix to our letter. There's a lot more flexibility in the definition of a PRO in British Columbia. They recognize that you don't have to have a one size that fits all system. They used to have 3 PROs in British Columbia. It's gone down to 2 PROs now in British Columbia operating side by side, and it's because They recognize that different parts of their business, they're unique. The way that liquor is distributed and beer is distributed in British Columbia is different than it is in a lot of other places. And so the PRO is split that way. I think we were seeing some of those differences in the state of Connecticut too. So that's why I included that language, because I thought it might be most helpful to Connecticut's situation. And then also the Oregon language is really instructive too, because they went through the issue of transitioning from one system into another system.
Thank you. And the one thing I was really struck by, and it was emphasized with regard to the British Columbia model, is that they were not prescriptive legislatively. They basically created objectives for the PROs and the manufacturers and the redeemers to meet rather than stipulating everything down to the last detail. Could you explain why that was successful?
Yes, that's very much the philosophy in British Columbia. But it's paired with something else really important, which is what we've included in our letter of testimony, is that you have to set up some basic rules that are really important, and key among them is to make an absolutely level playing field, make all of the producers take part. All of the producers have responsibility. You can't have giant loopholes that allow for free riders. And most of the discussion today has been about those kinds of loopholes that are causing and these arbitrage opportunities. So the British Columbia law is very strong on that front. And then it's a really short bill after that. You know, the whole thing fits on like 7 to 10 pages because it's really strong where it needs to be. And that it allows operational and financial flexibility to the producers to run the program however they want, which also they have the spirit of continuous improvement in that law, so that the system is constantly improving. They're constantly coming up with new ways to do things that please consumers.
Just good to hear that you can please consumers and do good business and be responsible. So we can do all three sooner or later. Susan, thank you again. Good to see you, and thank you for
And good to see you.
helping us, because we need a lot of help.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, Susan, you've added a lot to our conversation today. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next up, number 49, James Albus. Heard of him.
Good evening, Representative Parker, members of the Environment Committee. My name is James Albus. I'm a lobbyist with the firm Graph Public Solutions, and we represent a cohort of 15 independent redemption centers, mid to small size redemption centers in the state of Connecticut. And while you will hear from some of our individual redemption center owners later this evening, I'm here to testify on behalf of the entire cohort. It's a little unusual, I think, for you to see a contract lobbyist up here, but I'm hoping that I can bring a useful perspective, having been working on the bottle bill in various forms over the past 10 to 12 years, including as a former chairman of this wonderful committee, and then moving over to my experience in the executive branch working for DEEP. So hopefully I can bring some of that here. And to that end, I'd like to just remind the committee about where we were about 5 to 10 years ago in the bottle bill. After years of sort of stagnating between 50 and 60% redemption, because of rising costs and a number of other factors, we started seeing closures of independent redemption centers, significant closures across the state, meaning reduced access points for consumers. And we saw the redemption point dip to around 35, or redemption rate dip down to around 35 to 40%. It was sort of a critical time, and that is why in 2021 the legislature passed a revamp of the state's bottle bill that expanded the types of the containers that are covered, increased the deposit from 5 to 10 cents, increased the handling fee for the first time since the program's inception, and made those significant improvements that today now we see the fruits of those efforts. The redemption rate is up. Granted, I understand that some of that is due to cross-border fraud, but a vast majority of it is due to actual redemption of containers by Connecticut residents. So with that in mind, I certainly want to acknowledge the challenge that is the cross-border fraud issue. and I know that a lot of work was put into the ESERT bill, Senate Bill 299. But unfortunately, I think we're going to be in a relatively similar place next year. I don't know that that legislation is going to address the level of cross-border fraud that we're seeing. And at the same time, it put additional restrictions and burdens on our independent redemption centers. So what I would urge you with Senate Bill 457 is to think about some of the things that we can do that would address cross-border fraud. Improving enforcement. That is a huge issue that we have not been able to address, for the entire time of the bottle bill's existence. I think it's ripe for improvement there. Thinking about ways that we can encourage labeling, in-state labeling, so that the machines that Representative Callahan referenced earlier that read the barcodes are able to clearly and efficiently identify what containers were supposed to be sold in Connecticut versus not. So with that, I really appreciate your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
That alarm goes off and the memory comes back.
PTSD, sir.
Stop talking. I'll ask you two questions, Mr. Albus. Can you speak to, you said something that made me think about something else. You said that, yes, we've seen redemption rates increase. You seem to believe that was due to the 10-cent increase. You say that the vast majority are coming from valid Connecticut bottles. I'm curious how you come at saying a statement like that. And relatedly, when we look at the history of cross-border fraud, did it exist even before we went to 10 cents? And to the extent you can speak to that, how do you come to those conclusions as well?
Sure. To answer your first question, we have some, at least anecdotal evidence from the redemption centers that I represent, that we are seeing an increased volume from the folks who are in-state legitimate redeemers. So a survey was sent out, 10 of the redemption centers in our cohort responded. 7 of them said that 50% of their customers bring in 1,000 or more containers every time. And these are the folks that we would term quote unquote professional collectors. They're the folks, your constituents, who go around gathering bottles and cans that are littered, bottles and cans that are in people's blue bins, and aggregate them and bring them to independent redemption centers in many cases multiple times a week. So these are the folks that we are concerned will have reduced access because of the lowered caps and lowered thresholds from Senate Bill 299. And it is also evidence that these are the vast majority of customers. These are the customers, frankly, that the independent redemption centers need to ensure that their business model is viable. And we know that these are the customers that are coming in time and time again, providing legitimate, legal, for the most part, bottles and cans that are able to be redeemed. And to your second question,
a quick follow-up on that.
Sure.
I appreciate that. And yet, you're not claiming that you know that those bottles are actually Connecticut bottles.
So I think we've heard some testimony today about the transshipment issues. Redemption centers, many of which, especially the ones that have sprung up since the change in law in 2021, have purchased the equipment with barcode scanners. And those scanners are able to determine some bottles, like for example, the water bottle I see sitting by Representative D'Amico with the red label. Those scanners will identify those containers that they know are not supposed to be sold in Connecticut, as long as the manufacturers have provided that information to the equipment manufacturers, and will reject those containers. So to the extent that the small and medium-sized redemption centers that have purchased that technology are utilizing it, they're able to kick those out. So yes, I recognize that those types of containers can make it into the system, but we're talking about that transshipment, which again, we know could be addressed through audit processes. These are the folks who are not going out of state to get containers, bringing them into Connecticut. They're people who are going around collecting containers that are in Connecticut, in people's blue bins, littered on the street.
I appreciate that. I think my other question was about the history of fraud even before the 10-cent change. Do you have any perspective on that?
Sure. I was certainly a part of a number of conversations in various roles about fraud that had existed prior to the 2021 law change. the fact that Rhode Island is a non-deposit state, that has always been an issue. And the key challenge has been enforcement. The state has not put in the type of resources that it needs to adequately enforce the bottle bill. DEEP has one person currently dedicated to enforcing the bottle bill, and that person spends the bulk of their time fielding phone calls, troubleshooting with customers. They don't have the resources to be able to go out and police these instances of fraud. So if we're really serious as a state about tackling this issue, it starts with enforcement.
Representative Arzana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and nice to see you. And you said that your organization represents 15 redemption centers?
Yes, our firm represents a cohort of 15 independent redemption centers. There are a little over 30 in the state, so we represent about almost
Very
half
good.
of the redemption.
On the 15 that your organization represents, or let me change the questions. Do you think that the redemption centers that basically are receiving bottles up from out of the state because proximity, for whatever reason, we have identified them? You have identified them?
I'm not sure I understand your question, Representative.
Or how many redemption centers are handling out of state bottles?
Well, I think what you've heard today is through the issues of transshipment.
Yeah,
it's incredibly likely that many redemption centers are.
Many.
Yes, that's not to say that they're unable to catch some of those containers, because they are if they use barcode scanning technology. But the transshipment issue is real, and again, with audit procedures like in California and other states, that issue can be corrected. But what I can tell you is that the bulk of the redemption or the redemption centers I represent are generally located within the middle of the state. They're small to medium size. The bulk of their customers, especially the high volume ones, are these professional collectors that are going around picking cans out of blue bins.
That were sold in the state.
Yes.
So the issue is not there.
Correct. Redemption centers are doing everything they can with the tools that they have available, being the knowing their customers, utilizing barcode scanning technology if they have it, and doing the best with the information they have from manufacturers to understand what cans and containers are supposed to be sold in Connecticut and which ones are not.
And do you believe that with some kind of investigation, let's say, we would be able to identify the redemption centers that are just receiving a bulk of the volume of the fraud that we are seeing in the state?
I'm sure that data exists, Representative.
So it shouldn't be difficult.
It should not be difficult.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Gucker.
Thank you, and good seeing you, James. I still keep thinking that you're working with DEEP, but that being said, we've been batting this around now for a few years, and I, in all candidness, am a strong supporter of the bottle bill because of the recycling aspect. I also, when I advocated for this a year ago, and even actually before that, when we went up to 10 cents, was I thought it would spur more independent redemption centers, taking some of the load off the small individuals that have the local package stores and things of that sort that don't have the room to store some of this. Would you think, and this idea has been thrown out there, when we were dealing with the catalytic converter situation, and we were having a huge amount of catalytic converter thefts, that well, I don't want to call it redemptions, the recycling center that was dealing with them, the guys were showing up with a pickup truck full of catalytic converters, and it was obvious that they were not doing a weekend job on their car. They weren't coming from a local repair shop bringing in the leftover catalytic converters. This was something else going on. Do you think that maybe the redemption center should start looking at, or should look at, when guys are showing up with, say, a tractor trailer load of bottles, to say, this is not your local guy that's been going around with a shopping cart for the entire week, collecting 1,000 bottles, cleaning up the streets?
Yes, and I think many of them do. But redemption centers are not police, right? We need actual enforcement from a public entity to be able to ensure that people who are doing that are caught. One good thing that the ESER did do is raise the fines, although relatively marginally compared to I think where you see them in other states for cross-border fraud for the folks who are perpetrating cross-border fraud. Again, redemption centers, especially the small to mid-sized ones, they're doing everything they can with the tools that they have available. But we need a more investment in enforcement from the state to be able to truly combat this problem.
So, and that's where in lies the rub. I know a million years ago when I was in college, we used to go to Vermont to go skiing when I was able to actually just still ski. And of course, you would make that side trip over to New Hampshire because in New Hampshire, they didn't charge you sales tax on alcohol. And at that time, Connecticut used to have officers hidden up there and follow cars all the way back. So are we looking at, I'm bringing back some old memories over there from guys. So now are we proposing that we're going to have enforcement officers, say, hiding in New York and Rhode Island and Massachusetts to follow these trucks back and then catch them in the act? I mean, how do we do that enforcement?
I don't want to speculate on the most effective enforcement mechanism. What I do know is that, the fines in Connecticut until the ESER passed were very, very low to the tune of $50 per infraction. Other states have enforcement mechanisms such as impounding trucks that are found to be carrying containers from out of state. We need to be thinking creatively about this issue. One other thing I'll say, Representative, is I know there has been some talk about moving Connecticut back down to 5 cents and that might be a potential solution to this problem. I could tell you unequivocally the 15 independent redemption centers I represent are not supportive of that move. We believe that the business model can work, and what we need is more tools at our disposal, less restrictions on taking legitimate containers from legitimate customers, and we can make a system that works.
Well, I thank you for that. And I also don't think the 5 cents will work. In fact, part of the testimony you guys gave us back in the day to move it up to 10 cents is the 5 cents redemption it was not a business model that was able to keep up. So you were actually, redemption centers would have to close, then the recycling system would fail upon that. So anyway, thank you for your testimony. I hope that we can find a path forward, give us some ideas on how we can do the enforcement. Lastly, I'll leave you with this. When we just heard from Poland Springs, a lot of what they were pointing at was the redemption centers are taking bottles that are causing this problem. So I know it may not be the 15 that you're dealing with, but sadly, when we look at perpetrators of fraud or whatever, they look with a wide brush of anybody that's in that area. So even though it may not be your 15 places that are doing that, the bigger ones it may be something from your industry that you're going to have to come out and give us the tools to go after them so that we can ensure that the system doesn't fail. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Are there further questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, we'll come. Thank you, Tom. We're going to go with Representative Reddington Hughes, and then we'll keep circling around.
My question, I was listening about how, that you feel that this was happening before, even at the 5 cent level, and also about the fines. How many people, to your knowledge, have been fined, and how much have they taken in on fines?
I am not aware of any fines being levied.
Okay, so up until this point, it's the fine aspect of it has been kind of ineffective.
Certainly. Again, the fine was until the ESER in February was at $50 per infraction.
And statewide, I mean, we're looking at the whole picture here. Do you know what percentage do you think are from out of state at this point?
What percentage of
the bottles redeemed?
I wouldn't be able to speculate on that, Representative. I could try to get that information and get it back to you.
Well, because that would be, I mean, that's pretty concerning because we have, distributors that are really in a disaster mode right now. They could lose their businesses. So I certainly want to be mindful in, while there are some people that may not be affected to the degree that they are, that they're still in the industry and that we really do need to care about the entirety of the state. Because if we let things go the way that they are right now, we will lose them.
I don't disagree, and that's a concern for our folks as well. I would suggest that it probably behooves the state to try to find this data, through audit processes, because we certainly heard a lot of numbers being thrown around from various stakeholders today. So having
Yes.
some sort of neutral, arbiter auditing, trying to understand transshipment, trying to understand over redemption, that will help us truly understand the scope of the problem, identify the problem areas, and figure out the right solutions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. We'll go over to Representative D'Amico and then online to Rep. O'Day, and then we'll keep going.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Albus, for coming in and testifying. So as you noted, you've been working on this issue for a long time, both in the legislature and then in the executive branch. So just wondering, can you envision any kind of scenario whereby manufacturers would be incentivized rather than required, but be incentivized to put some kind of state-specific labeling on their products?
Sure. I mean, I certainly understand the legal concerns of putting a broad brush requirement on the industry, but there could be incentives such as, a handling fee increase for those who don't provide a Connecticut-specific label. There could be sort of a standard reporting format that manufacturers are supposed to adhere to, so that the state has good data on what containers are supposed to be sold in Connecticut and which ones are not. So I think there are ways to create an incentive structure that could address some of the fraud, because again, the redemption centers are able to catch some of this fraud through use of technology and other means. But we can only do the best job we can with the best data we have. So the better data we have, the better we're able to catch that fraud.
And would this potential incentive scenario stand up to any, well, it's speculative, obviously, but would it stand up to legal challenge based on what you know, or is that unknown at this point?
Well, I'm not an attorney representative, so I don't want to speculate on legal outcomes, but I would surmise that an incentive would would have a greater chance at withstanding, legal scrutiny than a straight requirement, which we've seen in other states has been struck down.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative online, Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, I know we got a long night. Hello, Mr. Albus. How are you, sir?
I'm good, Representative. How are you?
All right, thank you. Just real quick, a couple things. You said that the redemption centers, at least that you represent, are doing everything they can to stop the fraud. What are some of the things they're doing to stop fraud?
Well, as I mentioned before, Representative, they have invested in technology by and large to use barcode scanners that, again, are able to detect containers that we know are not sold in Connecticut and reject those containers and not then request the deposit back from the distributors. They also know their customers, because they have so many repeat customers that come in and, again, are these quote unquote professional collectors that are members of all of your communities, who are going around and collecting bottles and cans and coming to the redemption centers on a regular basis. Those are the folks that they know, because they see them once, if not multiple times every week. So they understand, they know that these folks are collecting containers that are coming from your communities. Additionally, to the extent that they have information about containers that are to be sold in Connecticut versus not, if they don't have barcode scanning technology, they are able to manually review and sort those containers out. So they're doing the best they can with the tools they have available. But again, we feel that enforcement is the biggest issue here in terms of catching the biggest perpetrators of cross-border fraud.
So if they have, so you're saying they know their customers. So if they don't know the customer and they suspect it's fraud, what do they do?
Well, now that, based on legislation that's passed over the past couple of years, they are required to do some additional digging, understanding where the customers are coming from. And again, they can still use the automated barcode scanners to determine if containers that these folks are bringing in are not, were not sold in Connecticut. So they still have tools, even if they're not familiar with the customers, to be able to identify at least a good portion of the containers that you might be concerned about.
So do I understand, have your centers, have they actually done some, I don't, have they figured out what percentage is fraud versus not at all?
I don't think they know. If there's a container that comes in with a marking that looks like it's for deposit, and they have no additional information about the type of container, whether it's sold in Connecticut versus other states, they might not be able to tell. And I think they would like to be able to tell. They recognize that fraud is a problem for the system, and if the system fails, they fail too. So they have a strong incentive to stop fraud as well. So to get into a little more detail, there are some brands that sell different types of containers in different states, and while they might not have separate UPC or separate markings that would otherwise indicate, as long as the manufacturer lets the Connecticut stakeholders know the types of containers that are supposed to be sold in Connecticut versus not, they can upload that to their technology, to their barcode scanners, so that they know. They can utilize that information for manual sorting and verification. So they have the tools. What we need is more enforcement and better data, and that will help us to be able to catch even more of the fraud.
I'm not saying it's any of your redemption centers, but are any redemption centers, have any of them ever been caught recycling bottles and putting them through again?
I'm not aware of any, representative, but I certainly heard testimony to that effect earlier. I'm not aware of any specific instances from any of the work that I've done through the committee or the executive.
What would prevent a redemption center from doing that?
That's a great question, but I think they have an incentive to not proliferate fraud, because I think we're all in the same situation here. We understand that fraud is a serious issue, and I can tell you that my redemption centers are certainly worried about the future of the bottle bill. And their business model depends on the bottle bill being successful, and the cross-border fraud issue, if not solved, is going to mean that our folks go out of business. So there's a very strong incentive for them not to engage in the type of behavior that you're suggesting.
But as far as a short term, there's nothing preventing them from rerunning bottles other than their fear of getting caught, or their if somebody's watching them do it, or the long term. The short term, they're actually incentivized to rerun the bottles. It's a profit for them, wouldn't it be?
I suppose very cynically, if you want to look at it that way, sure. But again, that's why I think we believe that greater enforcement from the public entities would be helpful for the system as a whole. It would weed out the bad actors, ensure that the good actors, the folks that are playing by the rules, are able to continue to stay in business.
And are any of your redemption centers get any state grants for more modern equipment? I think there was a number of redemption centers that got some equipment that is good at reading and identifying. Are all the redemption centers that you represent who got those state grants, are they utilizing that equipment?
Not all of the redemption centers that I represent have that equipment, but many do. And many did utilize the state grants to be able to procure that equipment. Many of those that don't have the equipment now would like to have it. There is a backlog for the equipment of about 4 to 6 months. It's manufactured in Europe. It takes some time to manufacture, and costs have gone up due to inflation and tariffs that have made some of their plans go out a little further than they would have liked.
As far as you know, all the redemption centers that you represent that got the state grant and got the equipment are utilizing that equipment. Is that correct?
I don't want to say yes. I know that the ones who, if they have gotten the grant, it was to purchase that equipment, and the equipment may already be installed and they may be using it. The equipment may be being manufactured now, again, because of the long wait times and be on the way. But I don't know why a redemption center would not want to use that technology if they were given the grant money to use it, because it's more efficient. And again, it's another tool to help combat cross-border fraud.
I just want to make sure any redemption center that got the state grant, got the equipment, I want to make sure they're utilizing it and using it. So if you could just confirm that with the people you represent, that would be great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you,
Thanks,
Mr. Albert.
Representative. Next up is Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, James, for coming in. You seem to be very knowledgeable in this area. I'm hoping you might be able to hypothesize with me a little. Excuse me, got a bit of a frog in my throat. If you could paint me a picture of what would happen if the legislature dropped the deposit back down to 5 cents.
Sure. Well, certainly we'd probably see less redemption coming in, including less legitimate redemption, which is, again, the main concern for the redemption centers I represent. We've also, part of the 2021 law was an increase in the handling fee by 1 cent for both beer and all other beverages. And that was really critical for redemption centers because, again, for the first 40 years of the program, there was no increase in the handling fee. Yet there was significant inflation, labor costs have increased, the cost to rent or own property has increased, the cost of equipment has increased. So all their costs are increasing, and the only source of revenue that independent redemption centers have, the handling fee, had remained stagnant for 40 years. So a significant concern about reducing the deposit from 10 cents to 5 cents would be that there might be a concomitant reduction in the handling fee, which would be untenable for redemption centers. Their business model simply would not work under current economic conditions. So that, we would certainly see challenges to the business model. When I was at DEEP, we held bottle bill stakeholder meetings and discussions as the new law was being implemented, and heard from a number of stakeholders, including a longtime redemption center owner in Connecticut who painted a picture of the business model. And I still remember this to this day because I drew upon it, just recently to try to better understand some of the changes that were being proposed in last month's ESERT. But the point that this owner made is that because of the razor thin margins that redemption centers face, you essentially need to be in business for at least 4 years before you even start making a profit. And that's because, you need to get your brand out there. You need to get, folks understanding that you're an option for redemption. And it takes a while to build up that customer base to be able to make a profit. Now, that was an estimate that came in 3 years ago. And since then, as we know, inflation has gone up even further, and costs have increased, minimum wage has increased, so labor costs have increased for many redemption centers as well. And the economics are likely even starker today than they were just a few years ago. So, thinking about that, the folks who have made an investment in the redemption business in Connecticut did so with an understanding of the economic conditions that were presented to them in the 2021 law. That would drastically change if the deposit was reduced to 5 cents, and we would probably see mass closures of independent redemption centers.
Just a quick note, folks, and Rep. Dubitsky, please, you'll continue with all your questions. lovingly to all of us. We're less than halfway through our list, and we're at about 6 p.m. So, at risk of giving you an impossible task of taking all of the knowledge and experience and trying to trim it down, I would ask everyone here to try to be a little bit brief if we can. Thank you. Rep. Dubisky, please keep going.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So if the economics are very strained for the redemption centers now.
The economics for redemption centers have always been challenging, and they're better now than they were, as evidenced by the fact that there are more redemption centers. There are over 30 redemption centers now. We had dwindled to, probably around the 10 to 12 range prior to the 2021 law. So yes, they're challenged. Again, the only revenue source for redemption centers is the handling fee.
Okay, so we're challenged under 10 cents, under a 10-cent deposit. What would need to happen to make them not challenging? 20 cents?
Of course, we would love a higher handling fee to be able to make the economics less challenging. That is the main source. It's not necessarily the deposit amount, although a higher deposit will yield more redemption. But if the handling fee, again, is the main source of revenue for redemption centers and would be the key to making it less economically challenging.
Okay, and if it went down at 5 cents and there was less redemption, presumably there would be more what? Recycling?
Presumably there would be more folks looking to redeem their bottles in other locations like retail locations, grocery stores, who are already strained by the volume of redemption that they see.
Okay. If we eliminated the deposit altogether, obviously that would hurt the redemption centers because there'd be virtually no redemption. But I'm wondering what would that do to the ultimate number of bottles and cans that are recycled and turned back into other bottles and cans.
You wouldn't have folks picking up litter that's on the ground and bringing it to redemption centers. So there would probably be a reduction. The bottle bill, one advantage of the bottle bill is it also produces the cleanest material for recycling in the recycling industry. Granted, single stream recycling facilities have gotten better technology, but that still does not hold a candle to the bottle bill system, which produces the cleanest glass, the cleanest plastic, and for companies that have goals of using recycled content in their bottles and cans, the bottle bill is really the best tool that they have to get that material.
Now, right now, we've got 10 cents deposit, and the other states around us have 5. And tractor trailer loads of bottles and cans are coming into the state for redemption for that 5 cents. If we eliminated our deposit altogether, wouldn't the trucks turn around and start taking bottles and cans out of the state and bring them to New York and Massachusetts and Rhode Island?
I don't know the economics of the illegal market around bottle redemption, so I can't speak to that.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, Representative. Yeah. Rep. Gresco, take us home.
Yeah, last question. So, summarize, well, your opinion that you're not in favor of going back to 5 cents
No.
because you're worried that the handling fee would go with it? What if we went back to 5 cents, handling fee stayed the same? And I think everyone's forgetting that we expanded to a vast majority of more items that 3 years, 4 years later, consumers are now getting used to redeeming. It would just go down to 5 cents. So we would get an accurate picture of what redemption would be in the state of Connecticut rather than the inflated 95+% at this point. If we went down that road, if the handling fee is only way that redemption centers make money, what difference does it make if if it's a nickel or a dime, as long as you kept that handling fee level?
Well, I think we would still see a situation where we're back down to, at best, 50 to 60% redemption, at worst, lower. And that was, those were the conditions that led to a number of redemption center closures. Our folks are not in favor of reducing because they feel that it's not going to make their business model work. And I think there will be a lot of pressure to reduce the handling fee if the deposit is reduced.
But arguably the business model wasn't working before, and our redemption was at 30+%, 40%, because we weren't redeeming all of the items that we are redeeming now. And I think people are getting used to that. So I think the redemption rate now, 3 years later, and people are used to doing it, I think you wouldn't have the same problem.
But the new containers didn't increase the redemption rate, right? Because you're adding a new universe of containers. You're increasing the number.
Right, you're increasing the denominator. So if anything, at least on paper, it's potentially going to go down. But 3 years later, and word of mouth and what I'm used to redeeming now, because I got the incentive of 10 cents, I'm still going to do it, even though it goes to 5 cents. I'm used to doing it. Clink is here now. It's a lot easier. The optic scanners at these locations are the biggest complaint that I get is that I go to the redemption center and the process of redeeming is 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. I got to wait in line for 45 minutes.
I'm not arguing that there are a lot of improvements that have been made and that would stick around if the change that you're suggesting went into place. I think for the small and medium-sized redemption centers, they cannot afford that hit, and they're very concerned about their business model with a lower redemption rate.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, Mr. Albus, thank you for your time. Have a
Thank
good
you
evening.
very much.
Friends, in the interest of time and respect to our staff and to everyone that's here, we're going to go with 2 questions for each legislator moving forward. I'm sure that all of our folks that are testifying will be happy to share their contact for follow-up questions. It's been great conversation so far. I appreciate all the questions that have been asked. I'm going to hold myself to this limit. If I don't, Pat's going to hit me. We'll do 2 questions a person and try to keep us moving. We're now on number, actually, we're going to, one more second there, Mr. Lucy. And here's the reason that I said all that. We have one other person that joined us today that we really want to hear from in the context of redemption centers, and that's Fred Myers. So Fred, please come join us. You'll have your 3 minutes for testimony, and then questions from folks on the committee, up to 2 questions per legislator. Reminder, I'll say that again as we keep going. Fred, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. I'll try to make my testimony quick and easy. Thank you, Co-Chair Parker and the distinguished members in the Environment Committee for allowing me to talk. My name's Fred Myers, owner of Soda Stop Plus Thrift, a redemption center located in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Thank you. I am here to oppose Bill 457. In 2025, legislation voted to pass Bond Bill 7288, which went into effect July 1st of 2025, 8 months ago, and an attempt to address the growing concern of the over-the-border fraud. Before giving the bill 7288 time to evolve and evaluate the effectiveness of the bill, the legislation passed an emergency bill 299 that mutilated, in my opinion, the bottle bill. To add further chaos to legislation, who wants to add more language to the bottle bill with Senate Bill 457, I am not a fan of stewardship models. You can take Mira, CRRA, Swear Rock as examples, who were stewardship models for the recycling industry for the state of Connecticut that represented the single stream curbside recycling program that failed. And now you would like to start a stewardship style model of leadership to control the bottle bill in lieu of DEEP. So learn from the past mistakes and vote no for Bill 457. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. I appreciate your testimony. I'll ask just one question. Is there anything in this bill or otherwise that you would like to see in legislation from your perspective?
I do like parts of this bill. I think the bill for added penalties for over the border fraud or anything like that should be provided in some type of form to catch bad actors who are trying to manipulate the system. The bill in 2021 that was passed to modernize the bottle bill went as far as adding 10 cents to the deposit. And in my testimony back then, I said explicitly, this is what exactly is going to happen with over the border fraud. I was against that part of the bill. I was for the expansion. I was for the handling fee increase because of the cost of running redemption centers are so astronomical that we needed revenues to cover our costs associated with the increase of the economies and cost of living aspects. So I was for most of that bill, just like I'm not for a stewardship model, but I am for some type of enforcement in this bill going forward.
Appreciate that. Thank you. All right, Representative Mashinsky online.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask Fred, continuation of our conversation in the hallway. Fred, what are you doing now for fraud prevention? And what additional things could you do for fraud prevention?
Being a redemption center in the Bridgeport, I am the largest redemption center in the state of Connecticut. I do probably 25% of the return in my distribution area. So 25% is a big market share. People say, how is that possible? And one of the things in my business model was to try to create a solution for the public to return bottles and cans simply. Make it easy as possible for the customer to get the repeat customer so that they'll come back. The system I created is so efficient on counting and getting the return back to the consumer. It attracted people from all over Fairfield County. It's not just Bridgeport. It covers Danbury. It covers Stamford, Greenwich, all the way up to New Haven. It all comes into my area just for the simplicity. And one of the the question she asked was, what am I doing for fraud?
Yep.
Okay, January 1st of 2024, I started to implement a policy, which was my own policy, that anybody coming through my door has to show proof of residency through a photo ID. It's a driver's license or a resident card, whatever you have available with your face showing that you live in the state of Connecticut. If you don't have that proof of residency, you do not enter my building. One reason being, I did not want the people of the state of Connecticut pointing to somebody like me, the largest redemption center in the state of Connecticut, as being a promoter of fraud. And I'm hearing right now that in your caucuses stating that Bridgeport is the biggest person that's committing fraud. I take offense to that. I'm the one that started the make sure that people are residents of Connecticut. Now we put a license plate reader in our parking lot. We read every license plate coming into the parking lot. Anybody out of state, we ask them to leave. Anybody that does not have proof of residency, you're asked to leave. I don't care the amount of volume that they're bringing. It could be a shopping cart with less than $10 worth of material. You don't have proof of residency. I don't want to show any indication that we're facilitating potential of people that are bringing containers from out of state.
Thank you, Fred. Mary, do you have one more question?
I do. Is it possible they're using rental trucks to cross the border? And if that is possible, what can you do about rental trucks?
Rental trucks, let's use U-Haul has multiple state license plates on their vehicles. Most of the 501Cs that I service as fundraisers rent those U-Hauls to bring their bottles and cans to a facility like mine so that I can process quickly and they can get a fundraising return on those cans that were donated to them. If somebody comes in with a U-Haul or out-of-state vehicle that has that doesn't show proof of residency, I do not take them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Questions from the committee? Representative Gresco, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fred, are you knowingly accepting items from out of state and in order to try to make money because the increase in handling fee to make an extra profit?
No.
Thank you, Representative. Are there further questions from the committee? Seeing none, Fred, thank you for your time tonight. Thanks for sharing your perspective.
He's my question.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Go, please, Pat. I don't want to. I'm not trying to cut. Okay.
Oh, you called me.
All right. Thank you.
Can I make one last question that wasn't asked of me?
Joe's second question is your
you passed the
response. Go ahead,
bill.
please be brief, Fred.
You
Thank
passed the bill of 299, which limits my quantity of volume that I could take from the customer. And my issue is this: the state passed this bill to expand the bottle bill and to expand the footprint of redemption centers throughout the state. You gave us grant money. You said go out there and make it simpler for the people to return. The grocery stores turned around and said, we don't want this material coming to us. The higher rate of 10 cents is going to create a higher incentive for people to return their bottles and cans. And we need facilities in all the towns to accommodate that higher volume. We did that. We went out there with our hard work. I put millions of dollars in investments in technology that's not barcoding and reading, but in technology that services the public quicker, and real estate, just to get a facility big enough to handle the volume that's coming my way. I knew it was coming. I made the preparations to make that happen. And now you're limiting the amount of containers I'm allowed to take from the customer, cutting off my ability to provide the service to the person for whatever amounts that they want to bring in, which restricts and lowers my ability to cover my costs associated through a handling fee if I'm not able to take in the kind of containers to cover my costs associated. And it went from per person per day, which we abide by, one person per day. But now legislation says one car per day. Trucks are coming in, vans are coming in from Danbury, traveling long distances to come to my location just to get $400 worth of empties, and I gotta say goodbye. But whether they have 3 or 4, their wife, their kids, whatever they're bringing, I can't do per person per day. Again, cutting off and choking my ability to service the public for returning their bottles and cans. I think that by choking us to the point where it makes it so inconvenient for out-of-state people to return cans that it'll be inconvenient for them to wait in long lines for this, is not harming the out-of-state people. Well, it is. It's reducing the incentive to come over the border to return. But it also harms the public that actually wants to get their refund. This is a deposit, is their money. It's not the state's money. It's not the distributor's money. It's the public's money. And you're restricting their ability to return those bottles and cans.
Appreciate the perspective, Fred. Thank you for sharing it.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here with us tonight.
You're welcome.
All right, next up, number 50. Bill Lucy, you better not say the word bottle.
I was going to change my testimony to go with the keep the topic going here. So I guess we're officially at halftime. Anybody need a break? No. My name is Bill Lucy. Well, thank you for the opportunity to testify. All members of the Environment Committee. My name is Bill Lucy. I'm the Long Island Soundkeeper with Save the Sound. And I am going to switch it up to talk about my favorite topic, which is sewage. I'm here to support HB 5522, the sewage right to know upgrade. We've been working on this for probably 8 years now to get to this point. Deep's done some really good work over the years, upgrading the website, increasing reporting from all the different wastewater treatment plants. But what we really need is a push notification that comes into our phone. I got one yesterday from Larchmont, 1 million gallons of untreated sewage going into Larchmont Harbor. If that's going on in Connecticut, I'd like to know about it. And we started a lot of this with Representative Reyes because we had some pretty big spills on the Naugatuck that people were not aware of and were fishing and kayaking in the middle of this giant spill. So we've met with Deep about this. They've identified a path forward through software. So I think they're going to get there. We want to codify that you cannot use social media, which has been used for the last 3 years. I have confidence in DEEP that they're going to do that. But I think it should say so in the statute, and we also really support the idea of coming up with some funding for them, maybe for the next 3 years, just to people get used to it. I mean, 4 or 5 people getting really bad infections from sewage, the cost of healthcare is going to far outweigh what you could provide to DEEP to make this service available. And a cost benefit analysis. And as Save the Sound, we would make a commitment to advertise this service to the people of Connecticut. So we get a lot of people signed up and it gets rolling. The second bill I'm going to talk about is 5520 regarding the fish passages. As you heard this morning, there's a small subset of hydro dams that are not FERC regulated. We count about 3. There's a few small ones out there that we're not sure about. I have a list of them here if anybody wants it. But we did hear there was 4,800 dams. So 3, what's the big deal? The issue is those 3 dams and their locations, if they have adequate fish passage, that will open 300 miles of rivers in Connecticut to fish passage, to migratory fish coming in from the ocean. And the reason that's important is that we're getting beat up at the New England Fisheries Management Council, where we're trying to defend the fish from Connecticut, Long Island Sound, that are being caught offshore. And the proponents of not doing anything and say it's not a problem is that Connecticut's dammed all its rivers. You have the problem. You need to fix your issue. So it really helps us when we're advocating for our fishery resources that we take steps in that direction. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. I don't even have a question. I just thank you for what you're doing. And we texted before. Please follow up with Deep. Let's make sure we get that language right so we can get this done. Questions from the committee? Good evening, Mr. Lucy. Thank you. Next up online is number 51, Rick Morris. Take it away, Rick.
Chairman Senator Lopes, Chairman Representative Parker, and honorable members of the Environment Committee. My name is Rick Morris, and I am an insurance and climate specialist with Public Citizen, a national public interest advocacy organization with over 25,000 members and supporters here in Connecticut. I'm here to testify in strong support of SB 453, an act concerning a climate change-related surcharge on certain insurance policies. So as you all well know, Connecticut faces a fast-growing home insurance affordability crisis that's driven by climate change. I'd like to make 3 points. First, the property and casualty insurance industry has enjoyed historic profits year over year over year. Last year, it had $1.2 trillion in surplus left over after paying out all the claims. And all the while, it's been spiking rates ever higher across the country and here in Connecticut, blaming climate change. 2, resilience grant programs save everyone money, families, the state, and insurance companies themselves. Grant programs in 10 states show that resilience upgrades reduces losses. For example, in Alabama, homes retrofitted to the fortified standard had 55 to 74% fewer insurance claims during Hurricane Sandy. States already use industry funding for resilience, including Alabama, Oklahoma, North Carolina, and Maine. My third point, insurance companies fuel the climate crisis by recklessly investing over $500 billion in fossil fuel projects and underwriting the infrastructure that extracts, transports, and exports oil and gas. The people of Connecticut are already paying enough. It's time for the historically profitable industries driving this climate and insurance crisis to pay their fair share. This insurance affordability crisis is not inevitable. We have already seen that by investing in resilience and emissions reduction, and by securing sustainable funding, a state can stabilize insurance markets and protect residents from rising climate risks. For all these reasons, we urge the committee to pass SB 453. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your great testimony. Do members have any questions? Seeing none, thank you again for testifying. Have a great night. Next up, Sharon Lewis.
Good evening, everyone, and members of the Environment Committee. I would first like to apologize for not showing my face. I have a Wi-Fi problem, and if I turn my face on, I would lose my connection, so I apologize. But my name is Sharon Lewis, and I live in Hartford, and I represent the Connecticut Coalition for economic, and environmental justice. I'm here to testify in support of SB 453, an act concerning a climate change-related surcharge on certain insurance policies. I'm not going to repeat all the climate speaking points that you all have heard all day, but I will talk about something that is just as important, and that is taxes and shared risk. Our opponents have weaponized the word tax as if it's a bad thing. None of us like to pay taxes, but we all agree that it's an important societal obligation. Taxes pay for infrastructure like roads, schools, firemen, police, etc. Taxes also pay for the losses that destroy infrastructure from a climate disaster. We urge the committee to make polluters pay. Now, what does that mean? Right now, when extreme weather or environmental harm happens, like floods, heat waves, or pollution, the costs often fall on the general public through taxes, higher utility bills, or emergency spending. Meanwhile, the companies or the industries that contribute to the problem often avoid paying their fair share. Don't make ordinary people pay for something that they did not cause. This is not about punishing energy companies, as some folks say. It's about economic fairness. And right now, the costs of climate change are paid by taxpayers, homeowners, and insurance policyholders. This bill simply shifts a portion of those costs back to the industries who created the climate devastation in the first place. Now, note I used the word.
Sharon, did we lose you? Sharon? All right, it looks like we may have lost Sharon. Yeah, I think we've lost Sharon. So we're gonna move on. Do we have Jen Heaton-Jones?
Hi.
Hi, Jen.
Making sure you can see me. Good evening. Thank you. I'm Jen Heaton-Jones. I'm the Executive Director of the Housatonic Resources Recovery Authority, and I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 5524. The bill does not address the core problem in Connecticut's organic system. The bill focuses exclusively on large commercial generators. This is not sufficient. Sorry, I'm going to start my timer so that I can't hear you, Belle. The largest organics opportunity in Connecticut is residential stream, which this bill does not address. HRA has proven we can create access for residents, collect organics, and manage it locally and cost effectively. And I hope you will reference my written testimony where I have also included data. We started very small in 2014, 12 years ago, one drop-off site, careful education, partnerships with local processors, and then we grew deliberately and steadily. And today we have 29 drop-off locations, 2 municipal aerated static pile composting systems, and 2 in-vessel systems being implemented this year. And we train residents on backyard composting. What began small is now a successful regional municipal organic system. I highlighted the town of Newtown's success in my written testimony that shows what this looks like in practice. For years, participation was flat. Access existed, but behavior didn't shift. But we made a pivot in 23. HRA helped pilot a pay-as-you-throw bag program paid by Connecticut Deep. Participation rose, and when the program became permanent, results were immediate. Monthly food scraps collection increased from 2.7 tons to 11.6 tons, or 30 tons a year to 130 tons a year. And later, when we implemented the town's ASP composting system, costs dropped dramatically. And Newtown is on track to save approximately $15,000 this year. In regards to large generators, yesterday we announced the Don't Throw It, Grow It campaign, a regional initiative with Circular Services, also known as Quantum, to provide outreach, training, and technical assistance to businesses and institutions in our region. So we do support HB 5524, but we need to address the broader waste crisis, capacity, rising cost, market conditions, and education. Again, I hope you'll reference my written testimony, but I want to leave you with this. Behavior doesn't change on its own. Towns need consistent statewide messaging and resources that residents can trust. And we need funding for the Recycle CT Foundation that was formed and founded by law in 2013. And without dedicated support for the Recycle CT Foundation, we lose the statewide education tools, guidance that helps residents know how to reduce waste, why it matters, and where material should go. Without education, behavior won't change, and neither will cost. The foundation once had $800,000, and we are now just barely at $40,000. So in the end, we need your help to fulfill the title of Act Concerning the State's Material Management System. I'm here to help you strengthen it, and I want to thank you for your time. It's been a long day.
Thank you, Jen, and we appreciate your leadership. I absolutely love hearing the leaders of our resource recovery authorities saying we're not going far enough. And so very eager and excited to work with you offline to take a look at especially some of the compost provisions. And again, really appreciate again your testimony this evening. Do members have any questions? Seeing none, thank you again, and look forward to chatting with you offline again, Jen.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have Lori Brown.
Always have trouble with this chair. Yes, good evening, Representative Baumgardner and other members of the committee. My name is Lori Brown. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. And we've submitted written testimony on several bills on your agenda tonight. I do have some specific comments on two bills in particular. House Bill 5520, the waste management legislation, and Senate Bill 457 regarding Connecticut's bottle bill, which we've been talking about most of the day. First of all, I do want to thank the committee for its persistence to continually bring out important waste legislation and making good progress on solid waste management. I think that will happen with these bills. House Bill 5524 will really help reduce, for those members who maybe were in other meetings or other hearings, I just want to repeat what this bill actually does. House Bill 5524 is going to help reduce plastic and styrofoam waste, remove organic materials from the waste stream, expand food donation, and make resources available to waste reduction programs. These are all really important things that need to happen. In particular, we support the provision that requires establishments who are already part of the Connecticut Organic Recycling Law to have a plan for donating edible food. And we'd like to see that prioritized over other forms of disposal that are currently allowed under the recycling law. We also do support testimony by Madison Spermuli of the Zero Waste Coalition. We're part of that coalition as well, to reduce the tonnage threshold so that you would incorporate more entities into the composting and recycling program. And then we have submitted testimony as well on Senate Bill 457. I have a million notes that I was changing all along the way as I'm hearing things. But the Connecticut bottle bill does or had required, back when it was overhauled back in 2021, it did require the Bottle Bill Stewardship Organization. And we do support that very much. If we had done it back when it was supposed to have happened, but it expired and they were no longer required to create that. If it had happened back then, I think we'd be farther along. But whatever program or model would work best for Connecticut, for Sue Collins or who else can help inform that. This is really where the discussions would need to happen, with an industry-led stewardship organization. That's where they hash out issues like cross-border fraud and all the other things that come up. I don't think it takes the legislature out of the process, but it certainly adds a lot more input and responsibility. I mean, it's your classic EPR, and that is what we know works in the state. Other things that others have put in place. So we want very much for the program to succeed. And we think that for the bottle bill, especially right now, there's no enforcement that's happening. There really is no enforcement, no state enforcement of this law. And I think that's what you need some high profile
Thank you, Lori. Would you please summarize? The submarines are on their way.
Interesting one. Okay. Yeah, let me just say that I think that's the most important thing that you could possibly do is a high profile enforcement action by a state agency that would send the message out there that this is no longer, this is going to be enforced and is no longer across. It's not going to be beneficial.
Thank
And
you.
just, yeah, I just had two other bills, but.
Do we have any questions from the committee? Representative D'Amico?
I do, and hopefully it'll be a quick one. So Lori, thank you for testifying. I quoted from your testimony earlier today about how the Europeans have figured out a way to label cans and bottles. I know we don't want to talk anymore about cans and bottles, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, but one more time. So just briefly, what did they do? And are they smarter than we are? What have they done?
Well, the details, I mean, again, the idea that that's a choice that a business would make to code. You can't, I mean, there are issues about enforcing that. You can't mandate that. But there are decisions that are made in terms of separating out, you know, the products that would go to certain bottle bill states. I mean, I'm sorry, here in Europe, it would, where they go, where there's the deposit and where there's not the deposit. So that is where you can code. They've ended up coding the containers for that. And there are other people that are going to follow me.
So they've done it voluntarily.
I think yeah, there's some that do it, some that don't.
Okay, all right. I don't want to belabor this, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Lori. Thanks for all your advocacy. Have a good night. Thanks for sticking with us. And on that note, we're going to try to prioritize the folks that are here with us in the room tonight, and then we'll spend time online. So according to my list, the next person I see in the room is Bree Deatley, number 66. Welcome, Bree.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Rep. Gusco. I got him to come back. Good evening, Chair Parker, members of the committee. My name is Bree Deatley. I'm principal of Breezeway Consulting in Somerville, Massachusetts. And I'm here tonight representing the American Beverage Association, which is the trade association that represents the non-alcoholic beverage producers and distributors. My testimony includes our support for sections 6 and 7, my written testimony, related to transshipment and penalties. We have talked a lot about sections 3 through 5 of the bill, which are more about the operational detail. I think those need a little bit more work. And the stakeholders, TAMRA and DEEP, I think we need to make sure the right folks are sitting around and talking about those provisions because they get to contract details amongst the stakeholders. So before specifying that in legislation, I think we need to make sure we have that right amongst the stakeholders. I really do want to focus on two things, the PRO and the labeling issue, since those have taken up the most time. With regard to the PRO, you already heard from Susan Collins at CRI about the challenges of superimposing a PRO organization on top of an entity and a system that already exists with all kinds of tentacles that runs in all directions that involve all the stakeholders. It is so different here. And you heard from Liz Donahue, we have a Sheets, where we don't have the access to the unclaimed deposits to invest in the system. We have a 10-cent refund, which has created enormous fraud problems. And there was never been a handling fee in Oregon, for example. Here we have a high handling fee that's adding to cost. So bringing a PRO into the picture is really a difficult push. And a PRO is not inherently an enforcement organization. A PRO is no inherent advantage as an enforcement organization because it is not a police entity. It can't do the kind of enforcement that we need to have done here. And as everybody has agreed on all sides of this, what we really need is a stronger enforcement action. I do want to say just for a moment, we did work on a PRO in 2021. We spent a lot of time and money on a PRO. It was a voluntary initiative. We were not compelled to do it. And we put a lot of time and effort into that. We submitted a plan to DEEP. We negotiated with James Albus and his team over the terms of that. And the plug was pulled on that for us. Nothing expired. We apparently ran out of time in the midst of negotiating with DEEP. So we put a lot of work into having a PRO in the state in 2021, and we weren't allowed to continue our work on that. On the labeling issue, we've talked about that from a lot of perspectives. Obviously, we all agree that's not legal to be done. It's going to be struck down in federal court. It's hard for me to convey to you the complexity of this. When we've talked, folks were earlier talking about creating incentives for the companies to put labels on the products. So you're talking about a Connecticut specific label because it's a specific set of products in Connecticut and it's 10 cents. And there really isn't any place else in the country that has that set of products at 10 cents except Oregon. So you're talking about every production facility in the country that makes a beverage that's going to be sold in Connecticut has to know exactly how much product to make for the state of Connecticut. And if there's multiple factories, they all have to coordinate so that they all make just the right amount so that the right amount shows up here on the pallets coming from Walmart, from Costco, from BJ's, from Ahold, from all of the companies that bring beverages into the state and distribute here. Everybody's got to not only know how much of that to have on hand and to bring in here, but they all have to keep a separate slot just for those containers. So everybody's warehouse has to have double the number of slots for beverages just so we can bring the right number into Connecticut. It kind of boggles the mind as to how that could possibly be done. It's not manufacturers that have to be incentives. It's the whole supply chain that would have to have incentives to do that. That's why the court struck this down. It's a restraint of trade. It's too difficult to do. And if it could be done, we've had 56 years of deposit laws in this country. If somebody was going to figure it out, it would have been figured out. It's really difficult. And when you set yourself up with a 5-cent higher deposit than any of your neighbors, you're going to get clobbered. And we've been clobbered. The only way to strike that down is with enforcement. And that's really kind of what we keep coming back to. We're willing to work on enforcement. I think maybe we as distributors need to get together and hire Pinkerton and go out and follow trucks up and down the highway. I don't know what else we're going to do at this point because it just doesn't seem that the state is going to have the resources to do the work they need to do.
Get together and form a PRO? I'm just kidding, Bree.
It
Appreciate your
doesn't have to be a
perspective.
full-blown PRO. It could be an enforcement PRO. We could find people because there are people to be found.
Are there questions? We should talk about that later. Are there questions or comments from the committee? Representative Gresco.
Bree, if you were us, what would you do?
I would empower the state police or a private security entity to monitor traffic at redemption centers.
We did that.
They wouldn't go into neighboring states. Is my understanding. They had very limited ability to do that. And my understanding is nobody was chasing trucks up and down I-95.
But we had state police presence when Fred was here at Fred's Redemption Center. Finally, after passing the bill last year, and I agree with you. If that started to happen more regularly, word would get around going forward. So, okay.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I would, visibly harass the people who are bringing truckloads of material up from New York. It's a chronic problem. I mean, the same 5-cent delta has existed between New Jersey and New York for decades. And it's an enormous problem. I mean, there are truckloads of material that come up from New Jersey and New York. And once it gets to New York, it gets re-redeemed from one redemption center to another to another. I've testified in legal cases around that in New York City where the material moves around. But
I believe it.
It's very messy business. And if you try to get too close to it, you can be threatened for getting too close to it. So it is not a neat and tidy business. You need somebody independent with authority to get out there and do that.
Well, that's the answer that Governor Hochul gave me when I said about coming to a dime. And she's like, how do you like it now? Because they were always on the front line of the fraud issue. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Rep. Baumgartner.
Yes, great to see you, Bree. Just a clarifying question. Is there a disparity between the handling fees? You brought up the handling fees and sort of the high price of them as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. Because arbitraging handling fee also happens. If there's a difference in the deposit, there's also a difference in handling fees that can happen across state lines. Connecticut's handling fee is 3.5 cents for our products. It's lower for beer. So in theory, New York's is 3.5 for everything. So in theory, if you're redeeming a container here that is coming out of New York, you're getting the extra 5 cents. You're also getting an extra penny handling fee on the beer. So there is an actual incentive, in addition to the 5-cent deposit. But by and large, handling fees are, relatively consistent. Massachusetts handling fee is 2-tiered, but it averages 2.5 cents. So there would be a slight advantage in bringing containers from Massachusetts into Connecticut, but there's not much Connecticut sorry, there's not much redemption center infrastructure on the mass border. So I don't know how much that's happening.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Representative. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for all your time, Bree.
Thank you for your durability.
Thanks for your work on it a couple years ago. I'm sure we'll engage you again. Next up, number 71, Bill Hyatt. Bottle Bill Hyatt.
No. Thank you. Name's Bill Hyatt. I'm here today on behalf of the Connecticut Fisheries Advisory Council. The council is an umbrella organization that represents the interests of anglers and fishing organizations throughout Connecticut. The FAC submitted testimony on 3 bills today. I'm going to speak to one. Tom Carpenter will be on a little later to speak to another one. The council strongly supports HB 5525 pertaining to rapid response to aquatic invasive species, but we do have concerns and suggested modifications regarding boat wash stations. We support the provisions calling for DEEP to expedite permits. We support tasking the Office of Aquatic Invasive Species with identifying, mapping, coordinating, and treating new infestations. We support eliminating the 2 notice requirement and requiring that new hydrilla infestations be treated by September 15th. We also support establishing an interagency task force to develop a rapid response plan for hydrilla. But we note, as been mentioned earlier, that DEEP, the Connecticut Federation of Lakes, and the Office of Aquatic Invasive Species have been working on this and have made progress. I've been involved in that. I'd say it's fairly close. Rapid response for hydrilla is needed this year in 2026. So this ongoing effort with DEEP is critical, and any encouragement this group could give to the agency to get that done would be appreciated. HB 5525 also includes having the task force develop a statewide aquatic invasive species management plan. The Fisheries Advisory Council thinks this is a very good idea. And we also note that a statewide plan was developed in the 2000s in an effort led by Sea Grant and DEEP, and it was approved by NOAA and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. However, that statewide plan was never implemented. It's out of date, but it provides a good starting point for the effort that's called for in this legislation. The FAC does not support tasking DEP with developing a plan for installing boat wash stations at all launches. Rather, we believe that it would be better to assign this to the task force that this legislation would create and ask them to explore options and provide recommendations. Boat wash stations come in a lot of different flavors. Some are staffed, some a lot in the Midwest are self-service. They're deployed in a whole host of different ways. Some are on site at boat launch sites. Others are at centralized locations. Some are mobile. And some are even in highway rest areas in some states. There's a lot of different options that should be considered and looked at to find the most efficient and effective. And this assessment of boat wash stations, I think they also need to be tasked with considering the interests of the hundreds of thousands of recreational users, including anglers.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, we'll look forward to hearing from your counterpart about the other bills on the list. Thanks for all that you do, Bill. We appreciate you. We're going to go next to number 75, Tim Phelan. And Tim, you have someone with you? All right.
I'm out.
Maria is not number 65.
She's not? 67. Sorry,
67.
apologize.
Maria.
My number
And then
is
we've
Bill.
got Tim, who is 75.
Yeah.
Got him. I was wondering where you went. Take it away, sir.
Are we good to go?
You're good to go.
Okay, Representative Parker and Representative Callahan and other members of the Environment Committee. I'm Tim Phelan, President of the Connecticut Retail Network. I'm here today to testify on Senate Bill 452. I've submitted written testimony, so you can read that. I would just say, in summary, there's been a lot of good conversation today around this bill. I think the retailers that were ahead of me kind of outlined what we think is a good approach to take on this issue rather than Senate Bill 452. So I would just ask that we could continue that dialogue with this committee as this bill moves through the legislative process. And I will defer to Maria for more.
Great. Thanks, Tim. My name is Maria Stockham. I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition for Responsible Celebration, or the CRC. Representative Mashinsky, we recognize your longstanding leadership on this issue, including Connecticut's intentional balloon release law. Preventing balloon releases is a goal our industry shares, and we support continued efforts to strengthen policies and education that discourage intentional releases. CRC represents businesses across the supply chain in the celebration industry operating in Connecticut, including helium suppliers, retailers with stores across the state, distributors, and many small businesses. Yesterday, we submitted a sign-on letter representing dozens of these businesses outlining a responsible use approach focused on preventing releases. Following earlier legislative discussions, we commissioned an independent analysis by Eunomia Research and Consulting to help inform this policy conversation, which we provided to the committee yesterday as part of the sign-on letter submission. That study found balloon debris represents less than 1% of litter collected in Connecticut cleanups, providing an important context for the scale of this issue. The report also notes that there's no evidence demonstrating that balloon sales bans reduce balloon litter, and highlights that restricting in-store sales may simply shift purchases, as been mentioned earlier, to neighboring states or onto online retailers like Amazon without reducing balloon use, while removing the opportunity for Connecticut retailers to provide responsible use education. As currently drafted, SB 452 focuses primarily on restricting helium to
Unmute.
balloons rather than directly.
Okay, I gotta let you go.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that. John, can you please mute yourself? We had someone online who was cutting in, but please, Maria, you can finish. Thank you.
Oh,
man.
great. So if we move forward with restricting sales, it will shift purchases to neighboring states without reducing the balloon use, which really removes that opportunity for Connecticut retailers to provide responsible use education. So as currently drafted, the bill primarily focuses on restricting helium used to fill balloons rather than directly addressing the behavior that leads to balloon releases. You've heard today from balloon artists who often rely more on air-filled designs, but in other retail channels, including grocery stores, hospital, gift shops, and florists, helium.
Maria, would you please summarize? Now your time is up. Thank you.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no problem. At the end of the day, what we want to say is our shared goal is keeping balloons out of the environment where they don't belong. And we'd welcome the opportunity to work with this committee on practical solutions that directly prevent releases while supporting Connecticut businesses. And I do want to make one quick mention that the CRC has developed educational materials designed specifically for municipalities to enforce responsible balloon use. And we believe that expanding these efforts with policymakers will further strengthen public awareness, because as we've heard today, education isn't a one-time effort, but something that must be reinforced over time.
Thanks so much. Representative Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maria, it seems our current law, balloon litter is legal. If a person can release 10 balloons in 24 hours, wouldn't the simplest solution be just to repeal that?
Absolutely. And we're here to be partners to get to a zero tolerance release policy. In fact, we have worked with the legislator in Florida to do exactly that 2 years ago.
Yeah, it seems like we're making this way too complicated. If we want to resolve this, make it illegal and make it treat it like all littering. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Are there further questions? Representative Chafee online. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned people buying balloons online. Do any online retailers sell helium? Does Amazon send helium to people's homes?
Absolutely.
They do?
If you go to Amazon, you'd be surprised at what you can buy.
Okay, that's interesting. So I know this discussion's been going on for years. You said you just came up with something for education?
Our organization has worked with several different organizations to develop content in the past 2 years to be able to use specifically with municipalities seasonally, because we understand that it's an ongoing effort.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dubitsky online. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. Do you or your organization have any information about where the balloons come from that we find as litter in Connecticut? Are they all coming from Connecticut? Are they coming from New York and New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and floating through the skies
Unfortunately,
to Connecticut?
that is a difficult question to answer because there aren't unique identifiers on the balloons that are tracked at point of sale for us to be able to determine that.
I'm sorry, there are or there are not?
Are not.
Okay, so we have no
We
idea
don't know.
if the balloons that we're getting are coming from California.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Are there any other questions? Seeing none.
Mr. Chairman, before I leave, may I just thank you and other members of the committee for the courtesy you showed to our members that testified earlier today and allowing us to come up as a panel as well. Thanks for saying such.
Of course.
Oh.
Good working with you. Thank you. All right.
Representative?
Yes, please.
Representative Mushinski has a question.
Oh, boy. Representative Mushinski.
Okay, I just have to ask the witness, the previous one before Tim, is she aware that the damage to the animals means that even though the balloons may be 1% of the litter, they just cause a lot more trouble, expense, long-term care for repairing the animals that have been damaged by the balloons. And it's more of a rehab problem for the animals if they survive and we find them quick enough. There's weeks of work to save the animal. And I want her to think about that as well, because it's not as simple as just litter. There's damage to fish, turtles, seabirds, other ocean creatures.
Well, thank you, Mary. That's a point well taken. And I think it's part of our effort to continuing to educate our customers about the proper disposal of balloons.
Do you make them sign a statement that they won't release them?
I do not think that that's a general practice that retailers do, no.
But I can tell you, Representative, that to belong to the Coalition for Responsible Celebration, that is a fundamental principle that everyone does sign on to become a member of our industry group.
No, the customers, do they sign anything?
I don't, Maria, I don't think they do, right?
Not at point of sale if you're picking up a balloon, but many retailers do provide them with information that educates them as to making sure that balloons aren't released and that they're weighted when they leave the store inflated.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Of course, thank you.
Safe.
Thank you very much.
Next up, number 68, Mike. Mike Noel? You'll tell us. Noel, okay.
Test 1, 2. You did get it correct. Noel like Christmas. Thank you, Chair Parker. Hello, members of the committee, Chairman Parker. My name is Mike Noel. I'm a public affairs director for TOMRA. We're headquartered here in Shelton. I'm here in support of SB 457 because the bill adopts proven solutions to reduce fraud and reduce cost within a bottle deposit program. However, to truly address fraud, the bill would need a few targeted improvements. For those who are new to TOMRA, we provide a range of technology and services for Connecticut's bottle bill. We've invested in making it easier for the public to return their cans and bottles and get their money back by bringing bulk reverse vending machines to the state for the first time. These machines scan every barcode. They enable the consumer to empty an entire bag in at once and get paid back immediately instead of feeding them in one by one, similar to some of the Invipco equipment. And last year, we actually brought Clink into the TOMRA family, which was described earlier, where a consumer can bring back an entire bag, get paid back on your phone. And this year, we're looking forward to offering Clink to Give, where it makes it easy for Connecticut redeemers to donate to charities, all on your phone. We operate in every major jurisdiction in the world with such a bottle deposit program, so we're familiar with the strengths and weaknesses. Since bottle bill modernization began in 2021, Connecticut has doubled the number of return locations available, increased the number of jobs in the system to about 1,600, diverted more than 5 billion containers from landfills and the environment. But fraud threatens that success. So we recommend at least 3 focused improvements to 457. Number 1, the big word cloud from this entire hearing today is enforcement. We need to make sure that a state enforcement authority can follow trucks across the border. For containers that do not have a state or region-specific label and barcode like the Poland Springs product, the only way to prevent cross-border redemption is to follow a truck across the border and witness redemption. It's not that complicated. The legislature provided funding for the state police to enforce the program last year. We shared pictures with the state police from where this was coming from in New York and where it was going in Connecticut, and you heard today that no fines were issued. If the state police needs additional tools to follow trucks, the legislature should demand and explain what they need. This is about enforcing laws that you asked to pass. At a bare minimum, we recommend reappropriating funding for the state police. A few symbolic fines will go a long way to communicate this behavior is not tolerated in Connecticut. Second, we recommend making sure the RVM cooperation language in the bill, which is built off of Maine law, does not supersede the fraud protections that were passed in the eCert. Was that my time there? Okay, I'll just one last comment. There's an RVM definition in our comments we appreciate you taking a look at. And finally, we do support a stewardship organization and can comment on the different models that would help address fraud.
Thanks, Mike. Prioritize one thing from this bill that you want to see move forward.
It's hard to pick just one. I'm gonna cheat.
What can I say? We wrote such a beautiful bill.
I mean, in terms of what's going to restore fairness, it is ensuring a police officer can follow a truck across the border and issue a fine. And then I'm going to cheat and say the RVM cooperation language is very important if the Connecticut consumer wants to be able to empty their entire bag in instead of feeding it in one by one.
My second question, explain what the RVM cooperation language is.
So there's a lot of nuance here, and we share a lot of the concerns that came up in some of the testimony earlier. We feel our amendment that we're going to put forward addresses all of that. RVM cooperation language is important because the new technology, bulk RVMs, they're more costly than your traditional single feed RVM. Redemption centers and stores don't buy that because it's more costly. Instead, we provide it upfront for very little cost or no cost, and then that location pays it off through a small fee per container that goes through the container. If today in Connecticut system, there's a loophole in the law that allows a single large beverage company to unilaterally pull out of the RVM system. When that happens, that fee that we need to charge the redemption center goes way up, and it basically becomes unaffordable for a redemption center or even a store to afford that kind of technology. So now, and also these machines, again, they scan the barcode, they compact the containers so you can't run them through again, and they only bill off of accurate accounts. So we don't have that problem with short bags in the RVM system. So the rest of the redemption centers would not be able to benefit from bulk RVMs. Consumers can't benefit from redeeming them more quickly, and other distributors, even if they want to participate in that program, would not have their containers be able to go through it because the redemption center is not going to be able to afford that technology, all because the distributor pulled out without cause. We totally agree that every distributor should be able to dispute fraudulent containers. We think our amendment still addresses that.
Please send that as a follow-up.
Sure.
Thank you. Email. Thanks. Andre, go ahead.
Yes, thank you for that, and very much believe and know that your technology can go a long way to prevent fraud. That's for certain. My question is just with respect to the collection of the commodity, the aluminum, PET. Does Tomer actually collect the material?
Yes, we collect a bunch of it, and we kind of have visibility into roughly 70% of the containers redeemed in the state.
And would you consider that a core function of your business, or more so on the tech side of things?
I mean, globally, we're more known as essentially a technology vision sorting company, but in the Northeast and the U.S., we also have a significant part of our business is pickup and processing and brokerage of recyclables to manufacturers.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Representative. Rep. Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike, do you view this bulk RVM as a potential consequence of putting the redemption centers out of business who don't have the bar scanning code technology? Is this evolving into us versus them kind of thing?
No, absolutely not. This is, I mean, this is now at the Stratford Redemption Center, and it will soon be at the Enfield Redemption Center if, you know, the RVM cooperation language is allowed. And what it does is it helps a redemption center keep their doors open because they can operate more efficiently, and they also don't have to worry about workers not showing up for work. It's notoriously hard to find a lot of workers to work in a redemption center as they're manually handling containers. Because one of the reasons why it's proliferated in Maine is because it's enabled redemption centers to operate more efficiently, and they can also point into public discussions like this as like, hey, don't look at me, I'm scanning every barcode, I'm making the distributor pay off of accurate count. So they kind of appreciate the system integrity benefits of the tech.
Yeah, but a lot of the redemption centers over the years have employed a lot of second chance individuals, which has been a positive going forward. But thank you for the information, Mike. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Gresco. Are there further questions? Seeing none. Thanks, Mike. Thanks for sticking around with us.
Appreciate your time.
Next up, again, looking for in-person folks. I believe it's 83 Keith Ramsdell.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name.
Would you hold on 1 second, sir? I'm sorry. Do we need to go to break for the computer reset real quick? Okay.
Gosh.
It'll be not break is a loose word. What are we talking? How many minutes? 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
Just got to reset the computers. Thank you, Luna.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure, I know, I was laughing because, you know, when I, people always think, you know, an hour's fine, just to get some. Yeah. Later than I was, so I was pretty much later than I planned, and I was driving, and I saw like 2 times, 2 minutes, and I live right on the battery, so. I wanted to check in with them. I think I've been waiting. That's wrong. Great place to ask, but. I know. I know. It just, you have to be this. Process, but like you can pull up the bill, you can see it, you know, it's right there. Working on. Now let's see how many years. We're gonna switch to this. Cool. Yeah, we're anything that we're investing heavily in, we're gonna put on a site. And that's what we want to do. Is I really want to be able to make it our least that's it's like I definitely want to do that. We're kind of swamped at you know, we've got some of those road sites, if we can put something actually pivoting, then yeah, it'll be a destination. It just kind of spread the wealth between that. Yeah. Yes. Thank you for your report on that. What's going on, everybody? Yeah, so hopefully everything will. The poor guy, he's like, what's going on? Everybody left the room. They're stalling. Some hotel stuff was. Like I was going through paperwork, you know, like old. I was thinking about a letter. Relationships with in the 1940s, they used to never figure out how to be good neighbor. I'm not sure what that says. So, I mean, it's interesting how they should say, what's going on? Everybody's left the room. He's watching a lot. Everybody here just laughing. It could be actually. It was an agriculture. Really interesting. Oh, you should have this too. And for orchard. We have the pear orchard. They put in 2 apple orchards. But then yeah, look, they mean well with their because they're trying to make this line out of stuff. So just cool. Apple trees. So they're struggling. That's here. That's enough. But so anyway, yes, that would be great. Oh, I think so. Right. So I said, we can't get. Oh, you're going to just go to the bill. There's a skill that I. They actually are. So I don't think I can. Yeah. There's so many not right. Computer's good to go. Let's go. All right. One of you wants to negotiate. One of the else. So yeah, I go. Yeah. Go out this back. All around. Okay, am I bringing the box? What about just bring some for
All right, the computers have reset there's a lot of people online that are watching, and out of the respect for people that are here and want to keep going, I know some of the in-person folks will get back with us soon. Let's jump back into our hearing. Computers are ready to go. Thank you, everybody. So we're going to try again with Mr. Keith Ramsdell. Thanks for sticking it out with us, Keith. Take it away, sir.
Take two. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Keith Ramsdell, and I'm here today speaking as the president and CEO of American Compressed Gases and Dry Ice Corporation, a family-owned business with a flagship Connecticut facility in Branford that has operated continuously since 1983. I wanted to reach out directly regarding Raise Bill 452 and the serious consequences it would have for our business, our employees, and the broader supply chain supported by our Branford operation. While our company distributes industrial and specialty gases, helium used for balloons represents nearly the entirety of our helium business. The retail and event market for helium balloons is the primary economic driver that supports our Branford facility. If Connecticut prohibits the sale, import, or distribution of helium intended to fill lighter than air balloons, it will effectively eliminate the market for our company and put our Branford operation at risk. If this legislation moves forward, approximately 48 local employees would be affected and approximately $26,800,000 in Connecticut revenue and business activity would be at risk. I share the goal of protecting Connecticut's environment, but I respectfully believe the bill takes the wrong approach. A more balanced solution would focus on responsible use, including zero tolerance for intentional balloon releases, weighted balloons at the point of sale, and the clear consumer guidance on proper disposal. These measures would address the real issue without unnecessarily harming responsible employers and critical local operations. Because this issue directly affects a long-standing business in Branford, I respectfully ask that you oppose Raise Bill 452 and support a more practical, responsible use framework instead. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Keith. What percentage of your business is for balloons, do you think?
Over 90%.
Over 90%.
Yes.
And how big is your company? Employees?
Employees, between the dry ice and the industrial gas helium divisions, just under 100.
Thank you for that perspective.
Sure.
Questions from my colleagues? Representative Baumgartner.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, I was reading that, for example, Qatar, right, the largest generator of helium for any country. Obviously, they're impacted by the closing of the Straits of Hormuz. Does that at all impact your business?
Absolutely, yes. About 30% of the world's helium flows through the strait. And although my company specifically isn't impacted because I source 100% of our helium within the continental US, it will be creating, and it has created, a global shortage. So yes, there will be allocations, there will be increases in cost of goods, and there will be a pretty significant shortage, I'd say, in the next several weeks.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Dubitsky online has a question.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for coming in. How does helium created, or is it mined? Is it synthesized? Where does it come from?
Yes, it's mined. It's very similar to how oil is mined. It is in large crevices within the Earth's crust, and typically when oil refiners are digging for oil and they discover helium, they package it and refine it and then sell it.
Okay, so we have heard in this committee over the years that there's a finite amount of helium on the planet, and every balloon that is blown up reduces that amount. It doesn't sound like that's true if it's mined.
No, there's quite a lot of helium on the planet. There are huge storage facilities all throughout Asia, throughout the continental U.S., Canada, the Middle East. I mean, there's quite a bit of helium in the world.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Are there further questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for sticking it out all day today, and thanks for what you shared. It's
you
important
for
for
your
us to
time.
hear. Thank you. Next up, I believe in the room, do we have Kim Hargrave? Welcome, Kim.
Thanks, Jim.
Take it
Hello.
away.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Kim Hargrave, and I'm the Executive Director of the Denison Pequot Seapost Nature Center in Mystic. And I'm here to express my support for HB 5224 and SB 456. First, in regards to, sorry, let me put my glasses on. HB 5224, policies that reduce unnecessary waste and make it easier for residents to make environmentally friendly choices are essential to protecting Connecticut's natural resources. Requiring single-use food service items to be provided only on request empowers consumers while significantly decreasing the amount of disposable material that ultimately ends up in our landfills, waterways, and natural habitats. Reducing this type of waste also directly benefits wildlife. DPNC is a licensed wildlife rehabilitation facility, and our staff and volunteers regularly see the impacts of litter and discarded food packaging on wild animals. These materials often contain food residue that attracts wildlife, leading animals to ingest plastics or to become entangled in packaging. Discarded food containers can also attract rodents, which often leads to the use of rodenticides. These poisons frequently result in secondary poisoning of predators, including birds of prey. Reducing food contaminated waste in our environment is a meaningful step towards protecting wildlife and maintaining healthy ecosystems. We also strongly support SB 456. DPNC operates a robust wildlife rehabilitation program. Each year, we receive more than 1,000 calls from members of the public seeking for guidance about injured, orphaned, and distressed wildlife. And we take in more than 200 animals annually for hands-on care and treatment. Wildlife rehabilitation requires specialized knowledge, facilities, and resources. Our staff and volunteers provide medical care, proper nutrition, and safe enclosures with the goal of returning animals to the wild whenever possible. In addition, DPNC permanently houses more than 15 non-releasable native animals, including several state-listed birds of prey and turtles, helping thousands of visitors better understand Connecticut's wildlife. Providing this level of care is extremely expensive. At DPNC alone, we spend more than $100,000 annually on wildlife care, including specialized food, veterinary services, enclosures, and staff time. As a nonprofit, supported primarily through memberships, donations, and grants, it can be challenging to meet these costs. Funding is the single greatest factor limiting how many animals we can accept for treatment. Wildlife rehabilitators provide a significant public service, reducing the burden on state and local governments while ensuring animals receive humane care. Establishing a grant program would provide critical support for this work and help offset the rising costs of food, veterinary care, medical supplies, facility maintenance, and staff time. By supporting both of these bills, Connecticut will both reduce the waste that harms wildlife and strengthen the organizations working every day to protect and care for our state's native species. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Rep. Baumgartner, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Kim, great to see you. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
And yeah, thank you for spending it with us. But again, thank you for your advocacy for both measures and most importantly, your service to our community in Mystic at the Denison Pequot Nature Center. I spent a lot of time, obviously, on campus, and thank you for what you do for our feathered friends, our hard-shelled friends. Can you speak to some of the infrastructure challenges you've experienced and how this grant opportunity could be helpful? I also understand there may be some good news to share on that front as well.
Yeah, so one of the things that's happened in the last 2 years is for anyone who has birds of prey, who works with rehabilitation of birds of prey and houses them, you are no longer just overseen by Connecticut Deep and U.S. Fish and Wildlife. You are now overseen by the U.S. Department of Agriculture as well. So this added a whole new level of a burden for us of making sure that different standards were being made. Well, we're always trying to obviously do the best we can. This added this whole new level of regulation to us. And so that meant that many of our enclosures that are from, the 1980s and things like that, that may not have something like a double door system, all had to be given kind of a Band-Aid overhaul. And so we were able to do that at a significant cost, but they are temporary solutions. USDA has been good about working with us, but in the long term, we need to build all new enclosures for our birds of prey. Luckily, Senator Murphy's office has helped us to get an appropriation bill through the federal government to help build new bird of prey enclosures over at our Coogan Farm location. So we're very excited about that. However, that still doesn't relieve the daily expenses of mice and things like that. So just so people know, one great horned owl will eat 10 mice a day. A mouse costs $1 a piece. We have over 25 birds of prey with us at any time, all eating that much. And so it adds up very, very quickly.
And in your time with DPNC, what is the worst situation you've seen with an animal as far as ingesting plastics?
Oh, ingesting plastics when it's sometimes hard to see that. We see a lot of entanglement in plastics and things like that. When they've ingested it, usually they don't survive. Entanglement in plastics usually affects especially bird wings. And if a bird has a broken wing, it usually doesn't recover enough to go back out into the wild, and then they need to spend the rest of their life with us. And with some of our birds, many birds live a long life. A red-tailed hawk can live 25 years. We've had owls stay 36 years with us. So it's a long-term care for them.
Happy birthday again, Kim.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other questions here for Kim? Happy birthday.
Oh,
Thanks for being here. Thanks for what you do. All right, next up in the room, Mr. Tom Carpenter, also from the Fisheries Advisory Council.
Chairs Parker, members of the Environment Committee, I am Tom Carpenter with the Connecticut Fisheries Advisory Council. Fisheries Advisory Council supports HB 5220, the Fish Passage Bill. We've talked about 4,800 dams in the state. To put a different spin on it, that makes a dam for every 2 miles of watercourse in the state of Connecticut. Some are very small and some are relatively large. And some of these dams do impact the migratory fish that do swim in the Connecticut River, including Atlantic salmon, alewife, blueback herring, American shad, and American eel. We're not here to oppose hydroelectric plants, but they need to be regulated in a way that we can take away some of the negative impacts of them. As you've heard, most hydroelectric projects in Connecticut are licensed by FERC, which gives DEEP and the U.S. Fishery and Wildlife Services authority to require effective fish passage. There are a small number, they've brought 3 before, of hydro projects in Connecticut that are not licensed by FERC, and that allows them to avoid such requirements. This bill would require all hydro projects, whether FERC licensed or not, to be subject to the environmental protection measures by DEEP. This is more than just an environmental protection bill, but one that seeks fairness among the energy industry. Fish passage facilities at these dams will restore fish migratory routes, allowing the fish to access historical spawning grounds and once again provide upstream citizens the access to the fish for recreation and food. In doing so, we will improve the ecosystems on these rivers. It's important to note, not only do we provide more ecosystems for the fish, but also for the birds and the mammals that are in these rivers, including osprey, eagles, herons, and then otters and the mink. I'm going to talk a little bit about my home water, your home water, the Farmington River. It has the potential to have 252 miles of prime migratory habitat. That includes the tributaries and the main stem, but right now fish have to stop when they get 8 miles up from the confluence with the Connecticut River. We applaud the inclusion of the U.S. and Fish and Wildlife Services Connecticut River Migratory Cooperative Fish Passage standards in the language of the bill. We concur with Save the Sound that suggested wording changes to clarify who the commissioner's orders would be issued to. And finally, we believe it's critically important that sections D through G remain in the current statute. These sections allow DEEP to retain their existing authority to require fish passage on non-hydro dams in the state.
Thank you. Perfect timing.
Perfect timing.
My question, I and want to get this done, so appreciate everyone working on it. I believe there was one other bill that you folks had a perspective on. Do you want to just name that?
Which one was Bill?
Oh, sure.
Tribal
You want to tell us what you think about it?
He worked on that one. I worked on this one.
We'll talk to him later.
All right.
Thank you. Any other questions? Online, we've got Rep. Anderson. Hey there, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tom, thank you for your testimony on those two specific lines you wanted to add. And I'm glad you mentioned it's not just about the fish, it's about the whole ecology of the river. I recall 2 years ago, that river was named one of America's most endangered rivers by American Rivers. Do you think a functioning fishway would help with that, making that whole section more healthy? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Rep. Anderson. I don't know if there's a direct correlation between the Farmington being considered one of the most endangered rivers. I think that was primarily because of the backup behind Rainbow Dam and the cyanobacteria that was being created in the retaining area behind the dam. It certainly will make it a healthier river. There's no doubt about it, but I don't think it would address the major issue that got that tag of one of the most endangered rivers. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if the flow is going to be adequate for the fishway. I know in 2028 there are going to be increased flows, but if you want to comment on that, if would the flow be good enough even if we get a good fishway?
That is a really good point. So you're talking about in 2028 when that dam in particular has to pass 75% of the water that comes in. That will more than likely provide an adequate flow for migratory fish. If the fish ladder was in there now, it would be a bit of a challenge because the flow that comes out of that dam definitely goes up and down.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative, for your comments. And thank you, Tom, for sticking it out with us.
Thanks.
Have a good evening. Next up, in person, last one with us here, Mr. Tom Swan. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you. You got me with the Tom before me last time. Good evening. My name's Tom Swan. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Citizen Action Group. And on behalf of our thousands of member families, I want to express our appreciation and support for SB 453, an act concerning a climate change related surcharge. The insurance industry, particularly property casualty sector, is amongst the industries most impacted by climate change, and they regularly warn us of the risk from inaction. To their credit, they acknowledge climate change is real, they acknowledge it is caused by humans, and that it's going to take governmental action to protect us in the future. The impact on the industry can be seen in rising rates for insurance and increased non-renewal of policies in communities considered most at risk. In 2024, this U.S. Senate Budget Committee released a report that talked about how damaging climate change can be to the insurance industry, but the overall economy. In Connecticut, insurers worked with the insurance department over the last year and a half on a severe weather mitigation and resilience advisory council. They came up with some sound proposals that will limit potential future exposure to significant catastrophes and potential insurance claims. The suggestions in the report have significant cost that insurers are looking to push off to taxpayers to a large degree. There was no discussion around how insurers, through their investment and underwriting policies, are fomenting climate change. The proposed legislation allows for the risks from fossil fuel operators to be more accurately charged to the operators and not to the rest of us. Contrary to earlier testimony, this proposal will not negatively impact homeowners or auto insurance rates at all. Finally, we are happy to work with you to tighten up the language on what defines fossil fuel infrastructure, as Representative Gresco asked about earlier today. And we want to thank you for your consideration. We look forward to working with you to pass this common sense legislation. On a related note, I've said nothing about bottles and cans, but I do want to boast that the mother of the bottle bill, Representative Mushinsky, worked for CCAG when it passed.
Thank you, Tom. I'll start with one. We heard some testimony before that the bill as written would have an impact mostly on smaller Connecticut companies because of the location of where they're registered, because of our ability to regulate in-state. Don't know if you have heard that testimony, but can you speak?
I heard a lot of it.
Okay, can you speak to your perspective on how we can try to get at?
Yeah,
maybe
I think we can, as I said, tighten up the language around how we define the infrastructures that are involved. I mean, some of the trucking or the greenhouse stuff, I think aren't correct. But Representative Gresco asked a representative from the insurance industry if we can, look to do something around some of the worst emitters or what are going on. And I think there's some tricks and some challenges around it, and industry would make it harder. But I think that we could do that. And that if we did that, what we could do with the resiliency fund could really save insurers millions and millions of dollars and homeowners millions and millions of dollars that aren't covered. So I'm interested in thinking through what are some of the larger projects, and they won't get passed directly onto consumers, right? So if it's pipelines, it's the end user of pipelines, and most of the pipelines in the state right now are taking methane out of state. If it's the big tankers, around New Haven and stuff like that, that we're offering this surcharge, that gets distributed all over and it goes very far. And the amount of money that the insurance represents with the overall cost of any of those things, even though insurance is going up a lot, it represents a very small amount. So I think some of the testimony you heard was wrong. Some of it was enlightening and spoke to me that we needed to tighten the language. And I'll go back again. I sort of took note to both the response and the question by Representative Gresco earlier that, did it show a possible path where we could come to some agreement and establish beachhead on this, where we're actually doing some of the resiliency that we all say we want to do and we all understand we really need to do. So I want to thank you guys. You've done some great work on a number of bills today.
Thank you. Thanks for sticking around and hearing the testimony and being able to reflect on that. Are there other questions from the committee members? Thank you. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you very
Have a good
much.
evening.
Are you getting any sleep these days?
We're getting some.
Okay, good.
With that, we are going to circle around back to our folks who have been patiently waiting online. We appreciate that. And next up, I believe, is Alex Martin, number 55. Is Alex with us?
I am.
Hi there, Alex.
Can you hear
Take it away.
Great, thanks. Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Alex Martin, and I'm Policy Director for Climate Finance at Americans for Financial Reform, a nonpartisan and nonprofit coalition working to lay the foundation for a strong, stable, and ethical financial system. I'm also here to testify in strong support of SB 453, the act concerning the climate change surcharge on certain insurance policies. I think Tom covered a bunch of answers there. I do think, to your most recent questions, there's ways that you could firm up the language there to make sure you're dealing with like cross-border situations and shipping. But in general, the insurance industry has known for decades that its investments and underwriting of the fossil fuel industry would contribute to greater climate-related costs for its property insurance customers And in spite of that, insurers have continued to provide substantial financial support for fossil fuel expansion, even as many households in Connecticut and elsewhere are reaching their breaking point and cannot afford the rising cost of their home insurance policies. So the industry has been facilitating this. As climate change has predictably driven rising disaster costs, insurers have largely settled on a strategy of one, hiking prices on homeowners, sometimes hundreds of dollars year over year. Two, closing more property insurance claims without any payment. It's at record levels. And three, retreating from certain communities rather than working with homeowners and communities to actually lower the risk, which is what we're asking for. So far, this strategy has allowed insurers to maintain near record underwriting profits nationwide. Repeated, 2025 near record underwriting profits, but it's actually people who are, facing an affordability crisis, and this is not a sustainable path forward. So I'd say by enacting this bill, Connecticut can recover a small slice of the profits from fossil fuel related insurance transactions and redirect that funding where it's needed most towards building climate resilience for the people of Connecticut so their homes and communities are better able to withstand the increasing severity and frequency of disasters and to lower the cost of insurance, including flood. The fossil fuel and insurance industry reps today have both raised the issue of potential cost of the surcharge on consumers, but this policy would provide far more quantifiable economic benefit in the near term than it would cost. By levying this modest surcharge on fossil fuel companies' insurance costs, 5%, Connecticut can generate an order of magnitude greater economic benefit. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce and Allstate found in 2024 that every $1 spent on adaptation and resilience generates $13 in savings on damages, cleanup costs, and economic impacts. That's not a lefty economic organization. That's the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. This is a good investment. It's a good trade-off to make, even if oil companies are able to pass some of those modest costs along to consumers because it
Hey,
creates so
Alex,
much.
can you please summarize? The time just went off. Thank you.
Yes. The last thing I'll say is it's also not legally allowed for insurers to pass costs onto homeowners because the rate regulation process is separate between the different lines of business. So I'll just say, Connecticut has a chance here to actually make the industries responsible for this pay the bill. This is a really common sense proposal. And I can send any of the information along to show that these industries are flush with cash right now, especially the insurance industry, and can start contributing to climate resilience.
Thank you for your perspective. Are there questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, have a great evening. Thanks for sticking with us. And next we'll go to number 56, Nicole Rivard. Lovely to see you, Nicole.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
I'm honored to be here on behalf of Friends of Animals, honorable members of the Environment Committee. I'm testifying in support of SB 452. Indeed, the purpose of this bill is uplifting, pun intended. Why? Because it won't lift up balloons. And if balloons aren't filled with helium, they don't have to be hazardous. If they aren't going up, then they aren't going to be released and become litter that kills turtles, fish, and birds, and other wildlife. And this suffering is avoidable, and the bill recognizes that. It also seems easier to enforce than banning balloon releases. However, we would also support language that would ban releases in Connecticut altogether. We know balloons are an issue here. In 2024, Save the Sound held 92 cleanup events in Connecticut and New York and collected 396 balloons. In a review of known causes of deaths for seabirds, Ocean Conservancy scientists found that nearly 1 in 3 seabirds who consumed even a single piece of a balloon died. Balloons are actually the highest risk plastic debris item, 32 times more likely to kill seabirds than hard plastic. And we know this type of legislation will make an impact. Florida became the most recent state to ban intentional balloon releases in 2024, following Hawaii, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware. And Clean Virginia Waterways told us they published a report on 11 years of monitoring for balloon litter and found numbers have dropped since they passed a law in 2021. An example is an average of 240 pieces of balloon litter were found per mile on Fisherman's Island prior to the law, and after the law, the per mile average dropped to 174. Delaware's law banning balloon releases went into effect in 2022. In 2018, 724 balloons were found during its annual coastal cleanup. But in 2024, 235 were found. and in 2025, 216. I agree with the gentleman from Michaels that education is key. However, he implied latex and foil balloons disappear in days, and I found that misleading because there's a major difference between how long a balloon floats, but how long it persists in the environment. There was actually a study of balloons that came from packages advertised as 100% biodegradable natural latex. After 16 weeks or 4 months in an industrial compost heap, they were totally unscathed. What he neglected to mention is balloons contain chemical additives that
Hey, Nicole, the timer is up. Would you please summarize? Thank you.
Sure. I just wanted to end by saying he neglected to say that balloons contain chemical additives that hinder decomposition. And I would like him to produce a study that reveals any balloons that biodegrade in days, because I've yet to find one. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Nicole. I appreciate that. Representative Gresco? You're good. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, Nicole, thanks for all of your advocacy on so many issues, and thanks for sticking it out with us today.
Excellent. Thanks, everyone.
Good evening. Next up on our list is number 57. Is Ashley with us? Okay. Next up, number 59, Runyi Du. Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Senator Loops, Representative Parker, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Renyi Du. I am a resident of New Haven and also a student at Yale School of Public Health. I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 452. So balloon pollution in Connecticut waters is not a distant problem. Local witnesses have testified to seeing hundreds of helium balloons floating in Connecticut waters every year. Helium balloons can easily float away and travel long distances, which means they often end up in the ocean or other natural environments where wildlife may mistake them for food. And a 2019 study in Scientific Reports examined more than 1,700 dead seabirds and found that balloons are the deadliest form of marine debris seabird. As my fellow testifier mentioned earlier, birds that swallow balloon material are 32 times more likely to die than those that swallow hard plastic. Unlike rigid plastic, balloon fragments are soft and also flexible and can conform to the shape of an animal's digestive tract, making them far more likely to cause a fatal blockage. Long Island Sound is home to many species of fish, birds, and marine mammals, and volunteers recover more than 400 balloons from its Connecticut shoreline every year. SB 452 is a reasonable response. It does not ban celebration. It does not ban balloons. Connecticut has before that it's willing to act when consumer products cause environmental harm. The plastic bag ban is one example. So I think balloon alternatives are widely available now. And this bill does not take anything away from people that want to celebrate things. It simply asks that celebration do not come at the expense of wildlife and waters we share. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I'm wondering if we have any questions or comments from the committee members. Seeing none, thanks for sharing with us. Thanks for sticking around.
Thank you.
And have a great evening. Next up, we'll go to number 60 online, Lynn Little.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Lynn.
Excellent. Mr. Chairman and committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Lynn Little and I live and work in New Milford, where I, with my partner, run the 3 Veterans Redemption Center at the New Milford Recycling Center. I'm here to speak on the dreaded bill, SB 457, the bottle bill. While I do support most of it, I do have some suggestions to offer. The biggest part of this bill that I oppose is that it keeps the limits per person from $2.99 in the previous amendment that was buried deep within the state budget bill. Redemption centers are a volume business, as many others have testified, and cutting our income potential is not conducive to keeping redemption centers available to the community. the measure in place has not cut out of state redemption, and in fact, it has redemption data has raised every quarter since it's been implemented, and it is not an effective reduction in fraud measure. You create a burden on the consumer by capping how many they can bring. Many, understandably, do not want their data on file with the state. So instead, they use more gas, time, and energy to drop it off over multiple days. So that way they don't trigger those numbers. We get the same number of cans from them, but they go out of their way to avoid having their info on file for up to 2 years. Our average customer drops off about 300 cans at a time. But when they first hear about our services, they often have a large backlog of cans because grocery stores are the only option in our area besides us. And we're a relatively new service to the area. So I had one customer just last week spend 5 days dropping off all of his bottles and cans that he'd had for 2 years before he heard about us hanging out in the garage. I also support the increased fines for bringing out-of-state containers in to be redeemed. And we would definitely like to see more enforcement of those fines, as many others have touched on. We also fully support the push for the RVM technology, which has come a very long way since the lick and stick scheme days. Double redeeming is not possible with RVM technology because the product is crushed as soon as it's counted. It's the best way to prevent out-of-state redemption, but it doesn't work if the distributors don't cooperate. My partner and I would like to have a partnership with the distributors. We don't want to accept fraudulent bottles, but we do want to pay back the legitimate deposits to the taxpayers in our area. In fact, when we opened, we recognized being so close to the New York border would potentially invite fraud. So we decided to only be open to residents or property owners in the state of Connecticut. And it's not a perfect system, but it was a good faith step to reduce out-of-state redemption. Currently, distributors are not required to load their barcodes into RVMs. We currently cannot accept things from Congo brands like Prime Hydration and Alani's. Microbreweries do not always participate. Amazon is another big distributor that does not allow their codes to be uploaded or is not forthcoming with that information. And for those who do load, they don't often update new or seasonal flavors until we call them for approval. The process can take
Your time is up. Would you please summarize? Thank you.
Basically, I just want to echo the comments from the gentleman from Tamra about RVM technology and requiring distributor cooperation. If they don't want to be a partner, then it's on the state to legislate their participation.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Lynn, and thanks for sharing your perspective and sticking it out with us all day. Seeing no questions or comments from the committee, we're going to move on to number 61, Anthony LaConte. Anthony, are you with us? Okay. Next up, number 62, Christina Baldwin. I see you, Christina. How's it going?
Great. Thank you, Chair, members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify. I'm Christina Baldwin. I'm with the American Property Casualty Insurance Association. APCIA is a national trade association representing home, auto, and business insurers of all sizes and structures, writing nearly 65% of the nation's property casualty insurance. I'm testifying in opposition to Senate Bill 453, the 5% surcharge on insurance for fossil fuel infrastructure. While this bill is well-intentioned, we're concerned that it could have unintended negative consequences. First off, I'd like to highlight that insurers are obviously on the front lines of climate impacts as we work to pay claims and assist recovery following extreme weather events. We're also on the forefront working towards solutions as we work to better understand, price, and mitigate risk. APCIA is strongly supportive of measures to increase resilience and risk mitigation. We, however, do not believe that the surcharge contemplated by this bill would be beneficial toward forwarding our common goals in this regard. It's important to recognize that as efforts are made to transition to more carbon neutral energy sources, the traditional energy sources are currently still a necessary part of the energy mix. And adding surcharges, as was spoken about before, to insurance for fossil fuel infrastructure will only add costs for Connecticut residents who, like many other state residents, are already struggling to deal with rising energy prices. And I think it's important to stress again what was recognized previously, that this bill it's not just going to be 5% surcharge, because it carries along for the policies for various steps along the way, including transportation, pipelines, refineries, terminals. So it's really going to have an additive effect and have an even bigger impact on potentially increasing energy prices. Using a surcharge to discourage insurance for certain industries really sets a troubling precedent, because it could pressure insurers to consider withdrawing from markets, and that could make coverage more difficult to obtain and result in instability rather than supporting an orderly transition to a cleaner economy. And then finally, no evening would be complete without one last mention of the retaliatory tax. I won't go into details on that. You heard about it earlier, but it is adding this surcharge will make Connecticut domestic insurance companies pay higher taxes to other states via this retaliatory tax. So for those reasons, we would urge you not to advance this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for your time and thanks for sticking around with us. Have a good evening, Christina.
You too.
Next up, number 63, Ann Stockton. Next up, 64, James Fisher. 65, Jeff LeMay. 69, Sahil Kantasaria. Next up, 72, William Gentry. I see you there.
Yes, good evening.
Sir.
Thank you all. I know it's been a long day, so I will be brief with my comments. But my name is Will Gentry, and I'm one of the owners of Mainoxy, a fourth-generation family-owned business. And we are one of the largest family-owned industrial gas and helium distributors in the United States. Today, I would like to be brief and focus on the economic impacts that banning balloon helium distribution would have on our company, the state, and other aspects of the Connecticut economy. If this bill passes, the consequences from us potentially leaving the state could include up to $585,000 in lost tax revenue from Mainoxy alone, from property, income, and sales tax, up to 35 Connecticut jobs permanently lost at our Naugatuck facility and retail operations throughout the state, nearly $5 million in annual lost revenue for our family business, which employs 300 people across the East Coast, and loss of future capital investment in Connecticut. Helium filling represents a significant portion of our operations at our Naugatuck facility, and if balloon helium distribution is banned, we would lose the ability to operate that portion of the plant, which would eliminate roughly half of our facility's activity. And our Naugatuck facility currently supports about 20% of our East Coast production, representing $5 million in annual revenue. And in order to scale the plant to our current production capacity, over the past 3 years, we've invested approximately $2 million into that facility in Naugatuck, and that investment would likely stop if this legislation is enacted. One thing that has not been mentioned today, but also I think is critical to report as well, is that this bill could also create higher manufacturing costs for relatively different manufacturers throughout the state. We don't distribute helium alone for balloons. We also distribute for welding mixes out of our Naugatuck facility to service end markets such as shipbuilders in Groton, defense and aerospace manufacturers such as Sikorsky, and medical application used at surgery centers and hospitals such as liquid helium and MRIs. So if we can no longer distribute helium from Naugatuck, we'd be forced to supply customers from facilities in Massachusetts or Rhode Island, increasing costs for numerous different industries and customers throughout the state we have contractual relationships with. So in short, this legislation would not simply affect balloon sales. It risks jobs, tax revenue, manufacturing competitiveness, and future investment in Connecticut from our family business. We respectfully ask the committee to consider these economic consequences as you evaluate these proposals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, William, for your testimony. Is there any questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for sticking it out with us tonight. Have a good evening. Next up on our list, 73, Ian McDonald. There you are, Ian.
Yeah, can you hear me all right? Can you hear me all
Yes,
right?
we can. Yeah, please take it away.
Good evening, Jeff Parker, Lopes, and other members of the committee. First, I'd like to register my support for HB 5523 concerning tribal code management and agree with the earlier testimony put forward by tribal council. Secondly, I also support SB 453, an act concerning climate change related surcharge and certain insurance policies. Insurance is in the business of mitigating risk, and I feel a small surcharge on the delineated assets here is appropriate and onerous. I won't wade too deeply into the bottle bill, I promise, but I will say that this is a real environmental victory, and I think we need to take some stock in that. And I also think the idea that some people want to go back to 5 cents, and we might tell a lot of lower income and unhoused folks who have come to rely on the 10-cent exemption rate that we might be taking that away feels really pretty cruel. Lastly, on a positive note, I am very pleased to support HB 5524 pretty much in its entirety. As somebody that grew up in a restaurant family, I appreciate things get crazy in restaurants and staff and owners get busy, but I think to skip the stuff in here is feasible. It's optional. People can still get stuff if they need it, but people don't get a lot of plastic junk dumped on them that they don't necessarily need. Section 4, prioritizing food donation, is also very helpful in this state, and the provisions in Section 5 about cold storage are also very helpful in making that food donation system work. The parts around Section 5 that making schools eligible for grants to move back to reuse or move to reuse, and dishwashing and waste diversion are really tremendous. I'll just say I really applaud this committee. I know there was maybe some landmines in some of the elements of different testimony in the past couple of years. I think some of those aren't in this, but I think this is still really a meaningful step forward. And I think the chairs and Rep. Baumgartner and everybody else who votes for this should feel really good about this. And I hope this not only gets out of committee, but gets called for a vote. It's not the end of the line in waste reduction. We still have a lot more to do, but this is a very positive step. So I really hope everybody supports this bill.
Thank you, Ian. Your comments are well taken. We appreciate that. And I second your remarks about Rep. Baumgartner and his great leadership on this issue. Any questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, have a great evening, Ian. Next up on our list is 74, Nick Miller. Okay, we'll try number 76, Rupert McDonald.
Hello?
Yes. Hi.
Can you see me or hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you.
Okay. Well, anyways.
There you are. Hi, Rupert.
Yeah. Good evening to the esteemed leadership and members of the Environmental Committee. I'm Rupert McDonald. I am an 11-year-old student at Killingly Intermediate School. I'm testifying in support of House Bill number 5524, an act. I can't read your handwriting. It's helping with especially Section 5 for the schools money that can go to grants. When
Yes,
I was
the waste bill. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, the waste bill.
Yeah. Keep going.
When I was in 3rd grade, I noticed that there was a lot of things going to waste. There were at least 12 trash cans, full of food and wasteful material just being thrown away every day, and I was not okay with that. So I decided I would make a petition throughout my school, and I haven't thought about it for a while until now. It was really hard to do. I got about 50 signatures in a span of about 2 months. And yeah, I just wanted to step in and just mention that, yeah, I care about that too.
Rupert, that's awesome. Go ahead, keep going.
Yeah, they were throwing away like they put plastic on fruits. They would throw that away. They put plastic around their utensils. Thankfully, they got rid of that. I think it would be good for reusable milk cartons, and most of all, everything reusable, like better dishwasher, either repair the dishwashers and use them or get better ones. And if anyone's worried about financials for this, I think that the money would probably come back because they're spending a lot of money on plastic and things that can release a lot of CO2 into the atmosphere that they can cut down on and also save money on.
Rupert, that's a well-reasoned argument. I appreciate you sharing that. We got a couple questions for you here in the committee, so if you don't mind.
Yeah.
What grade are you in?
I'm in 6th grade.
You're in 6th grade. And is this your first time testifying?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Rupert, you did awesome. I'm really
Thanks.
proud of you. I'm grateful that you stuck around with us tonight. There's more questions from Representative Mary Mashinsky.
Okay.
Rupert, that was really great testimony. I'm so glad you are still awake to give us the testimony. I wanted to ask, in your school, do you do food recycling where the kids who don't want something on their menu leave it on a table for the other kids who need more food?
No, it's either they give it to someone else or they just throw it away.
Okay. Well, that's one more thing you could do if you think about it. You can, the teachers could help you set up a table where the extra food goes on the table and then whoever wants it picks it up.
Literally, just today, my friend Killian, he just had a pizza that he didn't want to eat. He just handed it to me, and so that it wouldn't go to waste.
So you recycled it. That's terrific. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Rupert, check it out. I got pizza from my buddy Andre, who said he didn't want it. I'm recycling it right here in person. Rupert, you were awesome tonight. Are there any other questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Rupert. Thank you for the team behind Rupert. Raising a great guy over there, and we hope to keep in touch in future sessions. Come back anytime. Thanks, Rupert. Have a good night.
Thank you.
All right, next we're going to go to number 79. Is John Spatola with us? Yes, John, go ahead. John, can you hear us? If so, can you come off mute and turn your camera on and begin your testimony? Number 79, John Spatola. We will come back to you if you emerge. I know it's been a long day. Let's try number 80, Richard Shaw. Richard, you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, very good. Good evening. My name is Richard Shaw. I'm the Sustainability Director for America Styrenics, also known as AmSty. And on behalf of our polystyrene manufacturing facility in Gales Ferry, Connecticut, that has operated for over 70 years, I would like to respectfully oppose the section of this bill that proposes to ban expanded polystyrene foam. Polystyrene is recyclable. It is also safe for food contact applications with decades of approval from the FDA and other governments around the world. Our facility in Gales Ferry has been a leader in recycling polystyrene for over 13 years and has obtained FDA approval to place our recycled polystyrene into food contact applications. Polystyrene foam is being recycled today through a variety of technologies, including mechanical recycling, dissolution, and chemical recycling. There are locations in Connecticut and surrounding states today actively collecting polystyrene foam and sending it to end markets. My company and 15 others are part of a recycling alliance that is investing private funds to work with local governments and NGOs to accelerate the pace of polystyrene recycling. One example is a polystyrene foam recycling pilot with a school district in Old Saybrook, Connecticut, through an innovative solution called the Styro Genie. The Styro Genie is the size of a refrigerator, and students place their used polystyrene foam trays into the Genie after eating lunch. The Genie runs a heat and compression cycle overnight, much like how you would run your dishwasher at night, and the foam trays are densified into bricks with any food residue sterilized. The Genie's vendor picks up the densified bricks from the school periodically and purifies them with dissolution technology to repurpose the polystyrene back into new lunch trays, becoming circular. Because polystyrene foam trays are cheaper than disposable paper trays or permanent trays that must be washed, this solution saves money for school districts. And by recycling the polystyrene foam, it also saves the school money on solid waste disposal costs and keeps material out of the landfill. Over 100 schools in 9 states use the Styro Genie today to stretch their limited school budgets and embrace polystyrene recycling. There are many other technologies beyond the Styro Genie for recycling polystyrene foam, and they are gaining rapid traction. A third-party recycling expert, Resource Recycling Systems, recently published a study on polystyrene recycling and described end markets for recycled polystyrene foam in the US and Canada as robust, with 81 companies across 30 states and 4 provinces actively involved in recycling foam polystyrene. We're driving real improvements, and instead of banning polystyrene foam, we propose an approach that accelerates recycling, promotes affordability, and protects jobs. And we would very much like to work with you and others towards that outcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I do want to take a point to thank you for your tour of your facility this summer. I really enjoyed the visit and our conversation. Just with respect to the Styro Genie, there is language in the bill that does exempt school districts who have in place a styrene recycling program like the one that exists in Old Saybrook as a result of the partnership with American Styrenics. Can you speak to sort of how that technology works?
Sure. And as I've read the language, I think it exempts a school that's involved in a recycling program. We are proposing putting the proposed ban on the table for now as we continue making progress with all types of polystyrene foam, not just that's used in schools. The technology for that Styro Genie, it's a simple heat and compression cycle that runs overnight, and it compresses the foam. One of the things about polystyrene foam that may be misunderstood is it's a great product because there's very little material in it. It's essentially 95% air. It's a very carbon-friendly solution, but its Achilles heel for many years has been the inability to transport it long distances because it was so lightweight and you couldn't economically transport it. But with densification like the Styro Genie and others, we have solved that a lot like how OCC, or old cardboard, is densified and transported to end markets that want it.
All right. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any questions online. My apologies. Representative Jensen.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. I'm just wondering, did you say that there's chemical recycling for polystyrene?
Absolutely, there is. One of our members has a facility in Columbus, Ohio that is reaching out several hundred miles to procure feedstock for its facility. And they are utilizing waste plastic, not just polystyrene, but polyethylene and polypropylene. Those are all hydrocarbons. And waste plastic has value. And this industry is ramping up the curve to capture what's been a waste and ending up in the landfills or the environment into a material that can go back into production. Very similar to the paper journey. And I say that in that I worked in the paper industry for the first 30 years of my career and very familiar with paper recycling, and can remember working in a grocery store in high school, and we would take the old boxes to the back of the store and put them in a furnace and burn them, because at that time there were not end markets that wanted the material. But that changed quite rapidly, and this industry is on a similar transformation. It's really exciting to see. I was just in Memphis, Tennessee earlier this week visiting a vendor who has just invested millions of dollars in machinery that is going to produce polystyrene foam with about a 40% recycled content. And they're doing this because economics are driving this. The material is cheaper than virgin oil. It keeps more of that in the ground, and it keeps more of it out of the landfill. And a lot of customers want recycled content in their products today. So we're making a lot of traction. Would love to work with you. I would tell you that we have a major city in the US that's going live here on Earth Day, where they're going to embrace collection and recycling of polystyrene across the city and the county. We've put some seed money into that location, and they have really embraced it, and there's more of this that's underway. Would love to explore opportunities to work with you to really do this in a way that keeps the polystyrene foam out of the environment, out of the landfills, but yet leaves it as an affordable option for consumers.
All right. Thank you. Yes, I spent a lot of time working on plastic recycling in my day job. Just one quick question. Do you know the name of the recycler in Columbus that is recycling these different plastics chemically?
Yeah, Free Point Ecosystems.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Richard, for that. And I'll echo the comments earlier about hosting us for the visit. We appreciate that here in Connecticut, and thanks for the work you folks are doing on the system.
Thank you.
With that, have a great evening. Folks, we're going to jump back on our list to number 69. Sahil Kantasaria is here with us. Sahil, can you hear us, and are you ready to go?
Good evening, Rep. Parker. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Take it away.
Good evening, Chairman Lopes, Chairman Parker, Ranking Members Harding and Callahan, and the members of the Environment Committee. My name is Sahil Kantasaria, and I'm here on behalf of RecycleX, a company working to modernize the recycling infrastructure and improve material recovery systems. RecycleX strongly supports Connecticut's bottle bill and the goals behind it, increasing redemption rates, reducing fraud, and ensuring beverage containers are recycled rather than discarded. However, we respectfully oppose Senate Bill 457 in its current form because of several provisions risk weakening the infrastructure that makes the redemption system work while delaying the adoption of modern fraud prevention tools. At its core, Connecticut's bottle bill works because it provides accessible redemption opportunities for consumers and a functioning collection infrastructure. Policies that undermine that infrastructure ultimately undermine the effectiveness of the program itself. As many policymakers have recognized, a bottle bill only works if the redemption works for the end consumer. One major concern in Section 1, which would create a stewardship organization governed exclusively by the deposit initiators, meaning the beverage manufacturers in this situation. In practice, this would give Connecticut's redemption system to the companies that produce the containers while excluding the stakeholders like our company that operate in the system, the independent redemption centers, the recycler processors, the municipalities, and the technology providers. This raises a basic concern. The redemption system should not be governed solely by the companies responsible for the products entering it. On Section 2, cross-border redemption fraud calls for a further study of potential labeling requirements. Fraud is a real issue, but an additional study alone will not solve the problem. Modern redemption technology already allows containers to be verified using barcode identification systems. Connecticut should instead incentivize Connecticut-specific barcodes or digital identifiers, which would allow these containers to be verified instantaneously at redemption and significantly reduce fraud. Simply put, fraud is best prevented through better system design, not through stronger penalties or additional studies. Section 3 requires distributors to remove containers within 7 days of notice from a dealer or redemption center. While timely pickup is important, the provision is extremely difficult to enforce because the bill doesn't establish a standardized notification or documentation process to verify when notices were sent or received. We have similar concerns with Section 6 and 7. They rely on proving intent or misrepresentation in individual transactions, but the bill doesn't provide regulators with monitoring tools or resources needed. Case in point, the Connecticut LOE building is actually guilty of transshipment. The Poland Springs water bottles sold at the LOB are actually red label bottles that there's no deposit being paid in the state, so the state is already committing transshipment fraud on its own.
Hey, Sahil, your timer just went off. Could you please summarize? Thank you.
Yep. Ultimately, Connecticut's bottle bill faces real challenges that require modern solutions, including infrastructure investments, container identification, and balanced governance. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'd be happy to answer any additional questions.
Thank you. Sahil, is there one piece of this bill that you want to see go forward, or are you happy to see the whole thing go away?
I think in its current state, there's not too much that I'd like to see go forward.
Thank you for that succinct feedback. Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know the hour is late. Shahil, thank you for testifying. Just a quick question. I'm presuming you heard most of the testimony today, or not necessarily?
Yeah, from a high level.
Okay. So we heard several people talk about the impracticality of the state-specific labeling, and yet a couple minutes ago, you offered that as something that we should be pursuing. So I'm just wondering if you would want to respond to what the other folks were saying.
Sure, I know it comes up from beverage manufacturers that it's not a possibility due to their logistical chain and where they're producing these bottles and where they're coming from. But a lot of name brand product already has supplemental barcodes. So that is an additional barcode separate from the main barcode can be changed. The makers, Coca-Cola, Anheuser-Busch have these supplemental barcodes. And I believe there's actually a large beer distributor in Manhattan that has this supplemental barcode changed for his Anheuser-Busch products. So it's definitely feasible and it's already in place.
Supplemental barcodes. All right, I will have to investigate that. Thank you, Shahil. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it allows you to not change the major barcode, which I think is the gripe from beverage manufacturers, but that supplemental barcode is the key.
Okay, to be continued. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sahil. Are there other questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, have a great rest of your evening. Thanks for all your input on this process. I'm sure we'll be in touch again soon.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to try again with number 79. John, are you available? John?
Yes, I am.
There you are. Take it away, sir.
Yeah. Good evening. My name is John Spatola. I'm a resident of New Milford. I've lived there 77 years. I'd like to thank the committee for this opportunity to address Bill SB 457. The original intent of the bottle bill was to reduce litter, cut down on waste, and help save the environment through recycling. On October of 2021, a bill was passed to establish a $5 million grant to create and support new redemption centers in underserved areas. The facts: these two statutes' success are undeniable. Redemption rate have reached 97%. Redemption rates climbed 40% since the 10% redemption price increase took effect on January 1st, 2024. Recycling policies reduce litter as high as 80% in some areas of Connecticut and as high as 89% globally. 70% of all Americans want the states and federal government to take action to reduce waste. I support and advocate the Commission's current proposals to crack down on cross-state bottle redemption fraud and ask you to consider the following. I ask you to consider requiring all redemption operations be required to implement new barcode scanning technology. This new technology scans codes, size, dimension, and weights of each container. I also, in order to do that, would you consider increasing handling fees paid to redemption centers to help with the cost of implementing the cost of new code scanning technology? Raising the handling fees on beer cans and bottles from 2.5 cents to 3.5 cents, in line with all other redeemables. And add to the list of redeemables products such as wine, any and all alcoholic spirit beverages that are sold in cans, glass, or plastic containers. My next recommendation would be if you would consider that distributors and manufacturers adopt centric barcodes specific to Connecticut, as the person before me had suggested. And lastly, I ask that you enforce the laws that you have and have adopted. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, John. I appreciate that. Some common sense ideas in there. We will take those to heart. Any questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, have a great evening, sir.
Thank you. Good night.
Do we have 81 Scott Dolch with us? All right, let's try 82 Danielle Fortunato. Hi, Danielle.
Hi, can you hear and see me?
Yes, we can. Hi.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair Parker and members of the committee for allowing me to testify today, or tonight rather. My name is Danielle Fortunato. I am the State Government Affairs Director for the Plastics Industry Association. Just some quick background on our association. We represent the entirety of the plastic supply chain across the United States. So those are going to be resin suppliers who provide the materials that go into the packaging that our processors and converters create into packaging, and then also the equipment manufacturers as well as recyclers. About 1 million workers across the country make up our workforce. Obviously, we have a vested interest in bills like 5524, and that is what I'll be speaking about today. This time, we're unfortunately opposed specifically because of Section 2 dealing with the ban on expanded polystyrene. You heard from Richard Shaw at AmSty just a couple of testifiers ago, and he gave you some really good information, so I'll try not to repeat him too much. AmSty is one of our larger expanded polystyrene resin suppliers, so they are the best people to talk to you about the specifics of why that material is so important. But I just wanted to use this as an opportunity for a bit of education on EPS and plastic in general. EPS is incredibly recyclable, as is all plastic. There's a lot of misconceptions and misinformation out there. All plastic can be recycled. The problem is not that it can't be, it's that the infrastructure and the investments are not being made to the level that they need to be made by governments, local governments, state governments, private sector, etc. By banning this material, you're actually working against environmental goals. Almost all LCAs, life cycle analysis, that have been done have proven that plastics materials from conception to end of life are actually the best material for the environment, EPS included, and that's because it is so lightweight. As Richard had said, it is 95% air. Therefore, transport costs and transport emissions are far lower than anything else. Recycling of plastics materials take far less heat, far less time, as opposed to other material counterparts like aluminum or paper or glass. Businesses like restaurants and schools do choose EPS for cost, obviously affordability, but also because it provides protection of the goods inside of that packaging. The structural integrity is hard to come by with other packaging materials. Durability, all those kinds of qualities. Lastly, I did want to touch on the idea of consumer impact, and if you move to other materials for these packaging in restaurants and things like that, you're going to see costs go up to taxpayers and consumers, and that's always a concern in terms of affordability. So I just did want to flag that because sorry, it is late, isn't it? There will absolutely be a fiscal impact to this, not just to probably the state.
Danielle, your time is up. Would you please
Okay, absolutely. All that to be said, there's a lot of investment being made into the plastics recycling sector. The Polystyrene Recycling Alliance that my association houses is doing a lot of that great work. That is all in my testimony that I've submitted with some links. And with that, I would be happy to take questions.
Thank you so much. Are there questions or comments from the committee? Representative Gucker.
I was trying not to because I know we all want to go home tonight.
Nah.
I was in and thank you for your testimony. I was in a seminar a couple of weeks ago dealing with microplastics, and the microplastics findings were that the majority of those microplastics were a result of polystyrene, and it was from the degradation of polystyrene going into the environment, breaking down into small pellets, and then winding up breaking down further into our oceans, our streams, and others, finding its way into our food source, being whether it be fish or other things. Have you done any studies or have found any of these findings dealing with polystyrenes in the breakdown in our environment?
So just to start off, I don't know what seminar you were at, or if it was solely about expanded polystyrene or if it was about all plastics, but I do just want to mention that the three main contributors to microplastics are not actually single-use plastics. It's tires, textiles, and industrial fishing. And then you have things like paint, which also contribute. So single-use plastics are not one of the main contributors to the microplastics issue that we are dealing with in the world. That being said, there's a lot of studies going on. We are as an association, currently formulating our policy position on microplastics. We know that there is an issue with them. We are not trying to say that they don't exist. They absolutely do. However, we use science-based data to form our opinions. And at this time, both the World Health Organization, the EPA, they have all come out, and this is over the past couple of years, not just during this current presidential administration. They've all come out and said that while, yes, microplastics exist in water, exist in the body potentially, there is actually no proof of what they are doing or negative effects. There is correlation, there's not causation. So as of right now, our stance is we are working towards addressing getting as much plastic waste out of the environment. Operation Clean Sweep is something that maybe you would like to look into. That is a program that is a joint effort between my association and the American Chemistry Council. It is a program that businesses, manufacturers, they have to be certified in terms of their resin loss and how they are combating resin loss in their facilities, and they can be attributed with an OCS or an OCS Blue certification. So I understand that it is a difficult conversation. There's a lot going on with microplastics, but there is also a lot of misinformation about where it's coming from, what is actually going on with them, and what they are or not causing within the body. I hope that answered some of your question, at least.
And if I could, I think it actually is adding more confusion than more answers.
I don't doubt it, because this is also a lot of the problem is the education going on is coming from two different sides of the issue. And obviously, emotional arguments often are what pique the interest of an individual or an entity. And that is why associations like mine and others were really trying to get the educational aspect ramping up on plastic, on microplastics, on all of these different things that are going on and coming up in our legislatures. And I would be happy to talk to you further and bring some other people from my association. And if you would like to talk to them about microplastics and other things at any time.
So I think what I'll do is, yes, I would be interested in more information in this area, and I will see if I can find the seminar that I had attended.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know which one that was.
To be able to, cross-reference those concerns. I will say, my experience of being in the environment and looking at finding degraded polystyrene balls everywhere and seeing how it almost turns into a powdery substance and how it does become attractive to ingest becomes an issue. But then also, I was happy to hear from one of the gentlemen that testified before you that he has a machine to melt down.
The densifiers. Yep. That's one avenue to ensure that the EPS isn't breaking down in the environment. Obviously, consumer behavior is a big part of this, making sure that people are recycling. And that's why, like Richard had mentioned, the densifiers and the other innovations that are being made and worked on behind the scenes of our industry. We're trying to make sure that we're collecting as much material as possible. So my email is in my written testimony. Feel free to reach out to me at any point.
So if I can just summarize, it was, though I'm happy to hear some of this, I am not seeing as much of it in the reality. And that's the sad part of it is, being on the recycling end of this. We've had this discussion many times. I welcome more information as to how this is being recycled. Sadly, I'm not seeing as prevalent as I would like to see it. And I will try to find that study on the microplastics and the causal effect that was coming from the polystyrene.
Thank you for your remarks, Representative. Danielle, I'll ask just one last question.
Sure.
Is it my understanding there's a difference between the microplastics that are a result of paper and plastic packaging, including styrene, breaking down over time, not a direct cause of microplastics through the smaller pieces that are initially manufactured, but when you look at the breakdown, it was my understanding that's actually the largest contributor to the microplastics that are in our ocean. I understand you don't make products that way, but when they get left out in the environment, they degrade over time, and that actually has the highest contribution. Am I misunderstanding that?
You're saying the like resin pellets that are coming from a facility versus a water bottle that you see floating in the ocean? Is that what you mean?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Um, I have not heard that. It is pretty well agreed upon within our industry and many others that the main contributors are the ones that I had mentioned: textiles, tires, things like paint, industrial fishing for sure. I'm curious. I will happily look into that for you. But no, I've never heard that single-use plastics are different than the resin. If anything, it would be the opposite, I would think. The resin is, unprocessed. It is not in a packaging. There's no, additives and things to make sure that it's not going to break down. To break down a single-use plastic bottle, for instance, now I honestly don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but it takes hours and hours and hours and hours and high temps to break that down. Is that happening I'm in New York, I live in upstate New York. So is that happening in the Hudson? I have no idea, but it's very like these materials are made to not break down and not leach chemicals. That is the entire point of the science that goes into all these products. So I'm not sure where you heard that from specifically, but I'm happy to look into it and get you some more info on the main sources.
Thank you so much for your response. I appreciate it, Danielle. See no further questions. Have a wonderful evening, and thanks
Thank
for your
you.
Next up on our list is number 86, Zoe Martin. Good evening, Zoe.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Also, good evening to the other members of this committee. I'm Zoe Martin. I'm a resident of Farmington, and tonight I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 5520 and Act concerning fish passages. So, I'm a young environmentalist, also a frequent visitor of our rivers. So, this bill concerns an issue very, very close to my heart, and that's that many of our species of migratory fish are struggling to survive and thrive and have been for a very long time. I first learned about this issue years and years ago during the redevelopment of the Upper Collinsville Dam. Collinsville is about 20 minutes up the road from my house, so I saw just about every physical step of that redevelopment process, and it was actually there that I saw a fish ladder in action for the first time. So since then, I've learned that these fish passages are the best way to accommodate our migratory fish and support their survival while we make changes to their home. Frankly, I'm very excited to see legislation that pursues the implementation of more of these fish passages. It gives me some hope that recovery for these fish populations is possible and that in the future I might be able to see some of them swimming in my backyard on the Farmington River. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Zoe, for your testimony. Representative D'Amico.
Zoe, thank you for hanging in there. Thank you for your interest and thank you for your advocacy. And all of us in Farmington are very proud of you.
Oh, thank you so much, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Zoe, are you in high school?
I am a college student, a
College,
junior at Eastern Connecticut State.
Oh, great. Okay. Have you testified before?
No, this was my first time.
Well, you did great. You better come back. Thanks for
Thank
being
you.
here
I
tonight.
will.
Have a good evening.
You as well. Bye.
Next up is number 88, Nathan Froling. Hey, Nathan.
Hey, it's great to see you, and thank you all for your perseverance for a very long day. So great to be here. I'm Nathan Froling, Director of External Affairs for the Nature Conservancy in Connecticut. We have submitted testimony on 6 bills, 5523 concerning tribal co-management, 5525 regarding aquatic invasive species, 5520, which we just heard about from Zoe, concerning fish passage, 453 regarding climate resilience, 452 regarding balloons, and 454 regarding park replacement. We're in favor of all those bills, some conditions and so forth, but that's all in our written testimony. I'm going to speak briefly about 4 of them here. First, we support House Bill 5523 that would establish a cooperative framework between Connecticut and Native American tribes for the shared stewardship of wildlife and fisheries. In Connecticut, the Nature Conservancy co-manages an important preserve and in partnership with the Mohegan and Mashantucket Pequot tribal nations, and that's been an experience that has really reinforced the value of shared stewardship. Second, we support House Bill 5525, which would establish a rapid response program for eliminating hydrilla and other aquatic invasive species. And as we know, there are many reasons why remediation of hydrilla is very important. So we applaud the intent of the bill to mobilize the state to take forceful action. However, many requirements assigned to DEEP may require new funding or staff capacity, so our support is qualified on there being sufficient capacity. We hope, however, that 5525 can pass and actually help us combat hydrilla. Third, we support House Bill 5520 along with Zoe, which addresses an important regulatory gap regarding fish passage by ensuring hydropower dams not subject to FERC oversight still meet modern standards. To strengthen the bill's clarity, we would recommend specifying that DEEP's orders apply to the entity that owns or controls the dam, and we also recommend requiring a public comment period and ensuring dam owners and operators are party to any hearing before a final determination is made. Finally, we cautiously support Senate Bill 453 that uses a surcharge on certain insurance policies associated with fossil fuel infrastructure to create a climate resilience fund. Given the existence of the Climate Resilience Fund that was established through Governor Lamont's Executive Order 21-3, we suggest amending the name of the proposed account to Connecticut Community Climate Resilience Program to reflect a more versatile account accessible to local and municipal needs, not just the state. Finally, we recommend adding language that clearly allows funds to be used for nature-based solutions, which we address in our written testimony. And I'll leave it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nathan. Thanks for your testimony and all your engagement on these many issues. Seeing no questions from the committee, we'll move to number 89, Bhargav Patel.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Chair and honorable environmental committee members. Thank you so much for allowing me to join here. My name is Bhargav Patel, and I have been managing Manchester Redemption, a beverage container redemption center in Manchester since 2004. I oppose some part of SB 457 bills for specifically, the stewardship. It would exactly monopolize whole situation. Redemption centers like us, we will not have any control over that. So basically, I've been there since 20 years in this business, and I appreciate, committee for approving the 10 cents in 2021, and today I just wanted to speak about a few of the issues that we have. Currently, the redemption center receives only 2.5 cents for the beer recycling beer containers, and we get 3.5 cents for water and soda. So why there is so much discrepancy? We have same labors, for either 2.5 cents. I mean, for beer or water bottle. So, the labor cost have went up, cost and rent has gone up, insurance, all the living standard has gone really up, so the minimum wage is 16.95, and it's really hard to find proper labor, even if you have to pay $19 or $20 to manage the business, recycling business. So my suggestion is, the handling fee has to be 4.5 cents. It's a request. If it's possible, it should be doable. If it's doable, it's great because it's been already 5 years, there is no increase, and inflation has gone really up. Another main concern is recently, the bill with Bill 299 that was approved. There was a limit before that, $299. Anything prior above $299, you have to e-certify. But right now, anything over $100, it's very it's not manageable because we have sometimes customer waiting in line for half an hour, and then they come, and then there are other customers waiting in line. It's very cumbersome. Like some elderly folks, people who have cards, they don't have proper IDs, and elderly folks don't want to deal with any of the, like driving license or handing out any personal informations, giving a license plate or filling the forms. It's very cumbersome for them. So we get a lot of those folks. People generally sometimes they bring 5 bags of can, and that's easily over $100.
Mr. Patel, your time is up. Would you please summarize?
So, yeah, I have actually given the testimony. So please look at my written testimony if you have time. And I appreciate, I mean, I was here for a whole day. So please do read my testimony and appreciate everything. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thanks for sticking around with us all day. We really do appreciate that.
Yeah.
Seeing no questions or comments from the committee, we'll move next to number 90, Jay Vakani. Jay, we see you.
All right. Yep. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of the committee. My name is Jay Vachani. I'm speaking today on behalf of a small redemption center in East Hartford. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today regarding Senate Bill 457. I appreciate the legislators' effort to strengthen Connecticut's bottle bill system and address fraud, but I want to share some concerns from the perspective of a small independent redemption center. On SB 457, I have some concerns about the creation of a beverage container stewardship organization. It could move the system in a more centralized direction and make it harder for small independent redemption centers like mine to have a meaningful role in decisions that affect us. There are also concerns from the Senate Bill 299 I would like to address, in particular about the requirement to collect records whenever a customer redeems more than 1,000 containers in one day. Many people save up their containers before bringing them in, and with the deposit now at 10 cents, it is much easier for a customer to hit that amount. Requiring us to collect names, license plates, and copies of driver licenses adds an administrative burden on our staff. It also creates frustration for customers, especially because some do not feel comfortable with us taking pictures of their license plates and driver's licenses. I respectfully ask that this threshold be raised back to 2,500 containers. And if redemption centers are expected to take on more paperwork, reporting, and compliance obligations, then handling fee should be increased by 1 cent to help cover those added costs. I also believe the handling fee should be more consistent. Right now, the beer distributors pay 2.5 cents, while water and soda distributors pay 3.5 cents, and that difference should be addressed. I respectfully ask the committee to keep the needs of small independent redemption centers in mind as you consider these bills. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much, Jay, and appreciate the perspective you bring to the conversation. Are there questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, we'll keep moving forward. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
A reminder to folks that are hoping to join tonight, our team is inviting you to join as panelists. You need to accept that promotion when it comes around. It looks like we do have someone with us that we're going to circle back to. Number 81, Scott Dolch. Good evening, Mr. Dolch.
Good evening, Representative Parker. I hope all's well. I hope you can hear me well. I apologize on the delay. For everyone on the committee, my name is Scott Dolch. I am the president and CEO of the Connecticut Restaurant and Now Hospitality Association, representing 9,100 restaurants and nearly 400 hotels. Our association appreciates the opportunity to testify in a little bit of opposition to House Bill 5524. In addition to the ongoing economic challenges of attracting employees, inflation, and the rising cost of goods, this legislation would place an additional burdens on the hospitality industry and single out restaurants and hotels for new requirements. Restaurants and hotels are vital to Connecticut's economy, generating more than $21 billion in annual sales and employing over 170,000 workers, accounting for more than 10% of the state's workforce. While well-intentioned, proposals like this send the wrong message by placing an unbalanced burden on a single industry, one that plays such a critical role in Connecticut's economic health and community life, and does so in a manner that is often likely to confuse operators, the majority of which are local small businesses. First, Section 1 seeks to continue expanding the number of entities required to comply with the separation of and recycling of organic materials. Subsection 5 applies the requirement to any entity, but does not clearly define who falls under that term. Our association has worked and will continue to work with the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection to help hospitality businesses comply with existing requirements. However, we do not support adding new statutory language that lacks clear definitions and could create uncertainty, especially for local small businesses currently doing their best to survive, grow, and keep Connecticut residents employed. Second, Section 2 proposes eliminating the use of expanded polystyrene by restaurants, caterers, and other food service establishments. It is important to note that expanded polystyrene is recyclable and is acknowledged in Section 2B, which allows schools to continue using these products. However, that same accommodation is not extended to restaurant and food service establishments. Additionally, the proposal does not address polystyrene used in prepackaged foods, packaged raw or frozen meats, or coolers and ice chests. Our industry is simply asking for consistency and fair treatment for local businesses, as this proposal appears to disproportionately target restaurants and food service establishments. Finally, Section 3 mandates that single-use utensils, napkins, condiment packets, and drinking straws may only be provided upon request. While we appreciate that the proposal stops
Hey,
short
Scott,
of
your
an
time is
outright,
up. Would you please summarize? And I think you'll have a
Sure.
question too.
Just the last thing I was just going to say is we appreciate that it doesn't have an outright ban, but we remain concerned at how the use of accept upon request provision would be implemented. So happy to take questions. Those are really the three pieces to 5524 that we have concerns with today.
Thanks, Scott. Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Scott, great to see you. Hope you're well. And most importantly, thank you for your continued advocacy for the restaurants across Connecticut and certainly the restaurant capital of the world. I should say the state of Connecticut, Mystic. We've talked about this multitude of these proposals over the last few years and very much appreciate your engagement as well as your members' engagement on these issues. I will start with Section 1. Heard a lot from various businesses and folks today about clarifying language. I would note, for example, in Mystic, I'll refer to our friend Dan Miser as the godfather of the restaurant scene, has long been a leader in this space, actually, at the Oyster Club, composting all of their food waste and food scraps. And so there are examples of so many restaurants locally and across the state that are doing it on their own without a law in place. And I would note the Oyster Club, for example, doesn't produce 26 tons of food waste each year, right? They're doing it on their own and they ought to be commended for it. And so do you have any sort of suggestions on how to sort of strengthen that language to ensure that we're not placing a burden on, additional burdens on the industry? I understand right now you're working very closely with DEEP, as now DEEP is starting to approach the restaurant community about compliance requirements, et cetera, with the current law. So can you speak to that? Because I think that is important language to clarify to ensure that restaurants aren't overburdened.
No, Representative, always good to hear from you and see you guys have a long night on a Friday. And I just think for me, it's just that word entity. I think we are trying to work right now with DEEP and figuring out, who falls above that 26-ton ratio. And listen, like you said, Dan and many others are working through this. We're trying to figure out solutions on composting and trying to be, around the state. Obviously, we want to be a leader in that. But at the same time, my biggest concern is just making sure, what the terms mean, the same way that I asked DEEP this a couple weeks ago, as we're trying to be that conduit to them, to all the restaurants, to say, hey, here's the calculation, here's the calculator, here's what you need to do. And then also, here's how you need to do it, and here's who you need to work with. So I don't think there's anything outside of just the word entity and who else could fall under that. Obviously, it looks like the tonnage isn't changing in this piece of legislation. So there's not a whole lot there. I just wanted to just highlight that word, because I just think it means everyone. And I think that would just be a question that we have of just defining. But I think in our industry probably falls in it anyway, above 26 tons. And we're already trying to work through that, Representative, and trying to be a good steward any way that we can.
Thank you. And I would note, last year we did work very closely with the Food Association, grocery stores, on the exemption for prepackaged products. I continue to support that exemption. And I just want to clarify, in your eye, is that still in place, or does that, or were you referring to sort of prepackaged products for restaurants?
Yeah, no, Representative, I think the biggest thing I think you're talking a little bit about just Section 2. I think when we talk about, our industry is trying to find continued solutions that are cost. Obviously, cost is everything right now. The cost of running a business in a restaurant, whether it's not just labor and food and credit card fees and insurance and utilities. And, when you look at to-go containers, like trying to find solutions. And I think, some of the things, expanded polystyrene actually can be recyclable, as you saw there in the piece about schools, as long as there is. And I think we want to be able to give that option. And I think the same thing of like, hey, everything that's listed in section 2 is really a look at the restaurant and food service industry, where others are also using polystyrene. And I think the consistency for us is really where we want to be, is like, hey, let's find solutions. I think that when you use the word ban, even though things can be recyclable, I think that's where, and you go into section 3 where it's the word ban's not used, but in section 2 for food service and restaurants, it's banning polystyrene. I think, trying to work to not look to target a specific industry and say, hey, let's work to find, because I will tell you, our industry is always looking for to be more sustainable and be more environmentally friendly. But obviously when costs are 4 or 5 times more, even though that product is still recyclable, I think it's a conversation that we want to have with this committee and make sure we're not making it more of a burden financially on these businesses.
No, understood. So you would recommend actually extending I shouldn't say exemption, but extending the exemption to restaurants that we are extending to schools in this language.
Yes, and I think obviously there's probably more we can talk offline, Representative, and just talking with people that are more experts in this field about that expanded polystyrenes can be recycled and if they're used well, but how that process works and making sure that we're finding the best solutions, the same way that, when you go to the single-use plastics or you look at the straws and things like that, like we're trying to be outside of, I guess, the realm of banning things and trying to just find solutions and being creative to help the environment, obviously, but also, help these businesses as well and not give them added cost and burdens to run their business.
Well, I really do appreciate your time, and I know it's getting late, so I want to make sure you rest up too. But very much look forward to continuing talking offline, and appreciate your continued collaboration, Scott. Thank you.
No, I appreciate a long day for you guys. I appreciate you guys giving me some time to get back in to the chair and everybody else. So no, I hope you guys have a great night.
Thank you, Scott. Have a good night. Thanks, Representative Bumgarner. All right, let's check in with number 91, Priya Garala. Nope. Onward. How about number 92, Amanda Brescia? Brescia? Amanda? All right. How about 93, Deepak Patel? No Deepak. Number 94, Meg Horrigan. I think I saw Meg. Hello, Meg.
Hi, good evening, and thanks so much for hanging on. I have support that I want to share from the Connecticut Food Sovereignty Collective about HB 5523 on tribal co-management and HB 5524 on the materials management. You've already heard just about every good thing that the Connecticut Food Sovereignty Collective sees about both of these bills today. So I just want to try to draw a couple connections between them. The devaluing of Indigenous stewardship is really part of the reason that we find ourselves in the waste crisis that we are in today. I was just thinking about how the 6th grader who spoke earlier, how much more plastic waste and how much more styrofoam waste is in the system now than when I was an 11-year-old. And when I think about Indigenous stewardship and how different systems of values occur, right? The valuation of disposability and convenience is something that we have really centered in our colonial styles of stewardship. And this has now produced this waste crisis that is enormously expensive and damaging to our environment and damaging to our children. So I would just draw connections between both of these. I've outlined the specific reasons that we support this legislation in my written testimony and encourage you to check that out, why these things are connected to food sovereignty and environmental justice. I just want to say that these things are very often inconvenient or take change, but we used to be able to give each other food and exchange food without these products, and we'll be able to do it long after we've finished using them, because it's no longer acceptable to make things that are disposable or make things that are recyclable but hard to recycle or not. But we don't have the infrastructure for them here. So I just wanted to emphasize a couple of those things for you today. These bills are very connected. If we had been centering leadership and stewardship, particularly like Indigenous stewardship all along, we wouldn't be in so many of these crises. So I really thank you for taking these issues up year after year. I know that we've gotten so much support for both of these concepts in the past, and I really think that they join together in a way that supports environmental justice and supports food sovereignty, moves us past this disposable culture and moves us past this culture that values like efficiency and profit over longevity and sustainability. And so I really thank you for considering both of them. I thank you for hanging on this late Friday night, and thank you for being here.
Thank you, Meg. Thanks for the work that you do for the community. We appreciate it, and your feedback here is very helpful.
Thanks.
Seeing no questions from the committee, have a great rest of your night, and we'll check in with number 96, William Gates.
Yeah, hi, good evening. Hopefully you can hear me. My name is William Gates.
Take it away.
Thank you so much for taking the time tonight. I'm going to speak to HB 5524 and that considering Connecticut's material management system. I am a agricultural business advisor with the Connecticut Small Business Development Center. I am also an officer with the newly created nonprofit Connecticut Composting Council, which aspires to be an affiliate of the U.S. Composting Council and voice of the industry in Connecticut. So there's 5 items that I'd like to talk to you about, and each of them addresses one of 3 different key components within the composting and material management cycle: 2 on the supply side, 2 on the processing side, and 1 on the demand side. And these all represent some degree of refinement, perhaps, to this bill. In general, I'm in favor of it, but on the supply side, I think there's one risk that I haven't seen mentioned, and that is around depackaging facilities. I heard reference during the testimony of the gentleman from the Restaurant Association about exemption for packaged goods, but not necessarily the role that depackaging facilities play in potentially in the state of Connecticut. Other surrounding states have found that what happens with depackaging facilities is that large generators of waste are sending all of their waste to depackaging facilities, whether or not it's packaged goods or not. In fact, we have one of the largest grocery chains operating in Connecticut that's sending all of their waste to a facility in Massachusetts, all commingled. And I think that's counter to the intent of this bill, particularly given the risk that microplastics have when you start depackaging using this new depackaging facility. The second area I wanted to talk about, still on the supply side, is the 26 tons per year threshold, which I don't think is aggressive enough. Although Connecticut was a forerunner in the food waste ban legislation, states like California and Vermont have truly led the way, and we seem to be stuck on 26 tons per year. So I think there's a plan that needs to be placed to get to something closer to what California and Vermont does, and hopefully you're speaking to folks that have experience with the complete ban that was rolled out in 2024 in California. The next 2 items are on the processing capacity, that is composting facilities. And here's the opportunity. Farmers, and
Your time is up. Would you please summarize your testimony? Thank you.
Yeah, certainly. So encapsulating the last items is the role of farmers, creating a path to becoming an approved entity for farmers. And then lastly, the opportunity around users of compost, and again, the direction that California is, they're creating markets by requiring municipalities and the state to purchase compost. And you need all 3, supply, demand, and processing capacity to make the system work. And with that, I'll just end by inviting you to Thursday's composting conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Folks, are there any questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for sharing. Thank you for the invitation. Thanks for all your work. Next up, number 97, Ritesh Shah.
Hi, I'm here. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, thanks to all committee members who has provided me this opportunity. I open it's I'm talking in regards to the bottle bill. I am opposed to the bottle bill. I opened the redemption center in 2024 and just completed 2 years. So very fresher to the redemption business. Um, so before getting into the redemption center, I thought the best way to support the environment, respective towns or streets, highways, rivers, and the people of the town is by doing something recycling and by opening the recycling facility. And I'm very thankful for to Deep and all the staff members who supported me in opening the redemption center in the rural area like Torrington. Um, since it has I opened this, it has been the livelihood for old age peoples, food banks, churches, and different schools who raise the funds. Um, so increasing to the 10 cent has definitely made many people of my town and surrounding towns to return their containers. Um, uh, they collect and drive 40 to 50 minutes from different towns which are like far and not much facility, not any machines to redeem the containers. They drive back to my redemption center and get their recycle their empties. Now, adding the cap of 1,000 containers per customer per day is definitely will be very hard for this kind of people who are driving this much far and they have to keep driving every single day. So and also I found many customers are hesitant on sharing their PI data, which is personal identification. They're hesitant to provide the information when we ask license or any such details. And on top of that, we are saying that we're gonna store your data for 2 years. So I think I don't know whether it's appropriate to store or I don't know, but the customers are hesitant, and that is impacting the redemption center business as well. As today's so many testimony has told,
Shot,
like
your
so.
time is up. Would you please summarize? Thank you.
Sure. So basically, in the in 10 cent is the right way to go, and also the handling fees, because it's a humongous effort to manage the redemption center and manage the volume. So at least handling fee should be go to 4.5 cent and reduce the cap of increase the cap from 1,000 containers, because that's not viable for distance customers who return the empties.
Thank you, Mr. Shah. Appreciate your testimony. Seeing no questions from the committee, we wish you a good evening and thanks for sharing your perspective with us. Next
Good
up
evening.
is number 98, Laura Wildman of Save the Sound. Nice to
Laura
see you.
Wildman, yes,
Hi,
close.
Wildman. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for having me here, and thank you for your fortitude and service to all of us, chair and committee members. My name is Laura Wildman, and I'm a professional water resource engineer licensed in the state of Connecticut. I specialize in dams and fish passage for over 35 years. I'm also the vice president of the Center for Ecological Action at Save the Sound, and a member of the recent Connecticut Hydropower Task Force, as well as the Long Island Sound River Restoration Network. Save the Sound and the River Restoration Network support the passage of Bill 5520 with modifications as described in our submitted written testimony. It may surprise some of you, maybe not after today listening to the testimony, but it may surprise some of you to hear that not all hydroelectric dams are held to the same standards. While the majority of hydroelectric dams are licensed with FERC and require the dam owner to provide safe, timely, and effective fish passage, as well as mandate a public comment process during periodic relicensing, a small handful of Connecticut hydroelectric dams are not FERC licensed and are not held to the same environmental standards nor that same transparent public process. These few exceptions block over 300 miles, river miles of suitable migratory fish habitat in Connecticut. That's very significant in Connecticut. Enactment of this bill would ensure that we'd have safe, timely, and effective fish passage at these hydro dams And it would also ensure the public's right to petition DEEP for fish passage. And it would allow DEEP to also set standards, appropriate standards by which to ensure that success. It seems only fair that all hydroelectric dams should be held to the same standards. Connecticut once had vast populations of migratory fish. They turned our rivers silver with the backs of the fish during the months of March through June. These migratory fish runs are really vital to local communities and economies, as well as the many birds and mammals that feed on them. And we can't restore these historic fish runs if some owners are allowed to avoid responsibility and contribute to far more significant environmental impacts than the rest of the hydroelectric dams in Connecticut. So with your support, I look forward to a future where our Connecticut rivers run silver once again, and I thank you for your time and your patience today.
Thank you, Ms. Wildman. That's an inspiring vision. I appreciate you sharing that and the work that you do and your expertise. Very relevant to this bill. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Next up, number 99, Jenny G. Next up, number 100, Representative Nick Menapace. Rep Menapace, are you there? Hey, good evening, sir.
Yes, I'm here.
For being with us.
Thank you. Good evening, distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Representative Nick Menapace. I represent the towns of East Lyme, Salem, and Montville, and I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 5525. I want to start by talking about Gardner Lake. Our community watched a hydrilla has absolutely devastated this lake, which is Montville, Salem, and Basra. It has choked the native plants, harmed our fish populations, and made boating and fishing very, very difficult. It has hurt our local recreation, our local economy, and unfortunately, it's just not a very uncommon story. I could talk to numerous other waterways in the town. I'm sure that we all have it, that we've heard about in our own communities, and it's really a plague on our great state. Hydrilla spreads really fast, and frankly, the cost of not dealing with it, the cost of waiting, is far greater than the cost of prevention and rapid response. What we would have needed at any one of these places like Gardner Lake was to act immediately when it first appeared, and that's what House Bill 5525 does. It establishes a rapid response force. It says that when an infestation is found, we don't wait, we act. It expedites the permit issuance so treatment can occur in the same season, not a year later. That's critical. It's partially because the part I really want to highlight is about boat washing stations, which is in Section J. I get into a little bit more detail in my written testimony. But according to DEEP, these stations are one of the best tools we have to prevent the spread of this invasive species as well as others that hitchhike on boats and other types to go to the next lake. So Gardner Lake would be an ideal place to put these, but as we said in this, there are numerous other places that we could put these ones, and it would be really great to have a better system so that people can, well, apply for that. This contains the spread and saves us as a state money long term, but it shows other communities of how effective that this can be. This bill would give our agencies the tool to respond quickly, coordinate effectively, and prevent the next slave from suffering this same fate. Please support House Bill 5525, as well as 5520, which the previous people spoke on much better than I can, as well as Senate Bill 453. I also wanted to thank you all for your time and thank your members and staff for this 11-hour public hearing.
Thank you, Representative. Right on the nose, timing-wise. You must have done this before, know how this works. We appreciate you sticking with us, Nick. And thanks for the detailed testimony. I remember you worked on a bill similar to this last year with Gardner Lake, and thanks for seeing it through. Are there questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Chairman?
Representative Mashinsky, please.
I don't know why my camera's not working. I just wanted to comment on his really cool backdrop as well as his testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
That's it.
Thank you, Representative. Have a great evening. Next up, we have, I hope the mics weren't on over there, Representative Beach. The cookies were good, but come on. we had two other folks join us throughout the day, so we're going to hear from represent number 101, John Bowman, to be followed by Richard Met, to be followed by the end of the evening. Go ahead, John. Or excuse me. Yeah, John. Go ahead, John. Oh, what happened? He was right there. All right, let's try Christina. Christina, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. To the Environment Committee. So I'm just a resident. I'm not one of the lobbyists or anyone who has been testifying to you guys today. I was calling in because I'm just concerned about a good number of the bills that have been proposed. I'm asking you to vote no to numbers 452, 453, 5522, and 5525. The first one, so the balloon one, as you heard from a lot of the companies, that one was alarming as a consumer. Obviously, the Democrat majority is always saying, you know, we want businesses to stay. I don't even own a business, and I can see how that would drive a lot of businesses out of Connecticut, and that would not be good for the economy. In addition, like, to think of not having balloons anymore, like, has anybody actually thought of that? Like, the joy that it brings to children, and I've been watching this all day, and then the added comments of how it actually relates to science. So this actually has an education component that would be negative for that as well. I just see it as more control, and I am a huge proponent of helping the environment. I mean, I always clean up the beaches. We do find them. I mean, not as often as other garbage, but I mean, we definitely want to save all the animals, but to what extreme? To drive out businesses, to, I mean, the joy that it brings to everybody. I mean, that's like a huge, it might sound silly, but it's really not. Um, my kids were not happy when I'm like, would you ever not want to have balloons again? They're like, no. I'm like, yeah, that's a problem. Which I think if most of the state knew, they would be a bit outraged. And to say that it's just about the animals, I also find it kind of hypocritical when we say that it'll kill so many animals when people are not are outraged about the windmills that are actually killing endangered whales. They're killing eagles, and nobody said anything. And you're not allowed to kill an eagle. The amount of damage to the waterways and the soil that those have created. But I hear
Christina,
no
your 3 minutes
outrage.
is up. Would you please summarize your testimony? Thank you so much.
So I wanted to say I just thought that was um, a bit extreme, as other things cause damage. In addition to the hydrilla, I think there needs to be another way than poisoning the water, because the dicot was a problem last year. In addition to, I saw if I read it correctly, it said it would not give notice um, to private owners of ponds and lakes, and that should not be allowed. Like, they shouldn't be able to go people's private property and spray or apply things without notice. So I was hoping those things would be changed.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Christina. We really appreciate it. Are there any remarks or questions from the committee? Seeing none, have a great evening, Christina. Thanks for sticking it out with us.
Thank you.
And last but not least, number 103, Richard Met.
Thank
Richard,
you.
are you with us? Hello.
Hello, my name's Richard Meddy, Trout Unlimited, Connecticut State Council Chairperson. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of the thousands of Connecticut Trout Unlimited members. And we strongly support HB 5520, Act Fish Passageway. Our mission is to drive and care for the recovery of rivers and streams, and ensure clean water and healthy habitat for salmon and trout and for generations to come. Today, I learned Connecticut has 4,000 dams from the Commissioner of Deep, and with wild trout and historic fish migratory pathways, being impacted by, in many cases. Connecticut has underperforming, non-performing ladder and passageways in a number of dams that are impacting fish's capabilities. The poor design for many of the fish ladders built decades ago have the antiquated designs, installation failures, and age of limit historical issues. They also have physical barriers blocking them in many cases. TU fully understands there's no way we can remove 4,000 dams. TU does advocate to work on reservoir operations, improve dam water flows and management, along with installation of friendly fish ladders, structures, along with stream pass and river bypass ways to improve the passageway for wild trout and migrating fish. We also understand that we have to partner with all the stakeholders and landowners, and we do that on a regular basis. Trout Unlimited fully understands we have to prioritize which barriers we're going to work on first and understand which barriers are of most need for help. TU will use a scientific case-by-case basis. We look at water quality, temperature, dissolved oxygen, chemicals, invasive species. We want to understand that we're not going to spread the aquatic or fish as invasive species that could be a nuisance to trout or other fish. We also understand there has to be an economical factors of the community interest, safety, cost of rebuilding versus fish pathways and versus removals of dams. And we're always ready to help out in any way, shape we can. Any questions?
Thank you, Richard. In fact, there are from Representative Anderson.
Okay.
Mr. Meddy, thank you for your testimony. I think I heard you say the word salmon. So
I'm sorry, say it again.
I think I heard you say the word salmon.
Yes, yes.
Now, if the rainbow fish ladder were replaced with a functioning model, what are the chances that you think of salmon being restored to the Connecticut and the Farmington?
Well, I know DEEP has tried to restore salmon in the past, and they did have used fish ladders in the past with cameras to see what salmon have been recovered. But these were fish that were raised in the hatcheries. So I'm not 100% sure that we could just turn a switch. I'm sure we can't just turn a switch and have salmon recovering just because we put a fishway in. But there's many other fish that would go up that fishway. I fish on a regular basis, and I catch even on when the dam in Wallingford was working, when the fishway was working, I used to catch all kinds of migratory fish in that river in the Quinnipiac. So there's opportunities for many other fish that are migrating in addition to salmon. So it would probably take a refunding and recovery of the salmon program back with DEEP if we were able to get enough of the fishways working adequately.
Yeah, I know that federally and state millions were spent at the attempt, but I've heard an anecdote that 5 salmon redds were found above the Rainbow Dam in 2015, which indicates to me maybe it's possible, but thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions from the committee, Richard, thank you so much for your testimony.
Okay, everyone drive safely home.
As a fisherman, you as well.
Okay.
And with that, Representative O'Day, get some rest over there. Feel better. Thanks, everyone.
Happy Friday the 13th, everybody.
Thank you to our
staff. Take care, everyone. Thank you.
Great work, everyone. Our last public hearing. We did it. Good night, everyone. See you next week.
Great job, Mr. Chair.
I believe those